Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter rebuilt his life after death with divine help. Here is short summary. After facing death, Harry Potter is offered a second chance at life through unexpected divine intervention. With a new path ahead, he must navigate a world reshaped by both celestial and infernal forces, discovering truths about himself and his destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The man who had imperious Ron stood forward and handed over Harry's holy wand with a bow. Voldemort, with barely a glance at the man, turned back to Harry's prone form and began to bend the piece of wood in front of Harry's eyes. With deliberate slowness the wand began to bend, splinter, and finally snap in two. Voldemort allowed himself another laugh as he snapped the pieces in two again and again. Finally he dropped them at his feet, inches from Harry's face, and set them on fire with a flourish. Harry could only watch as his faithful tool slowly turned to ashes before his very eyes, the phoenix feather core crumbling to pieces under the heat of the magical fire. He felt something within him diminish, like losing a part of himself. Before he could come to terms with the loss, Voldemort began to speak again. "Well, that deals with our little problem with dueling, doesn't it, Potter? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to indulge in a bit of Muggle justice. Normally I wouldn't lower myself to their disgusting levels, but I've heard it is extremely satisfying. One kick for every Horcrux destroyed should be poetic, don't you agree?" The speech drew some gasps from the Death Eaters behind him as they realized simply how far their master had delved into the dark arts. Ignoring their exclamations, Voldemort raised a booted foot and brought it down on Harry's face, again and again. Blood spurted from Harry's nose, red and hot, as he felt it break. His teeth began to loosen as Voldemort continued to stamp on his head, 5 times in total. Finally the assault ceased. Harry's face was covered in blood and he could feel multiple teeth loose or missing. Voldemort laughed again. He was doing that a lot lately. My, that did feel good. Malfoy was right. Now, what do we have here? He asked himself, gesturing to the motionless Ron. I do believe that's a Weasley. The last of the Weasleys, to be more precise. And a blood traitor. He looked down at Harry's frozen, blood-splattered face. And we know what we do to blood traitors, don't we, Harry? He asked, raising his wand and aiming it at Ron. Harry screamed inwardly, not quite believing what he was seeing. He had survived countless battles, evaded Voldemort more times than he could count. He and Ron couldn't die, not in some nondescript street as night fell. It wasn't justice. Good was supposed to win, not this sadistic dictator. Voldemort cocked his head under the dark robes, as if wondering what to do with Ron. Finally he waved the wand and summoned a large iron cross into the middle of the road, slightly bigger and wider than a man. Harry redoubled his efforts to break free of the curse, knowing what was about to happen. Ron was unresistingly levitated in front of the cross and held in place. Then several metal spikes were conjured and placed before his wrists and ankles. Voldemort paused for a moment, glancing over his shoulder. "Montgomery, release this insufferable ape from the Imperius. I want him to feel Lord Voldemort's wrath before he expires like the animal he is." The Death Eater who had cast the curse in the first place cancelled it, causing Ron to blink stupidly and take in his position. It wasn't good. Harry was petrified on the ground, and he looked like he'd been badly beaten up. The Dark Lord didn't look too happy either. All in all there had been better days. Voldemort smiled underneath his hood. "Well, Weasley, now that you're awake, let's get on with the show," he exclaimed with wicked glee, drawing cheers from his followers. The spikes drove into Ron's flesh with force, eliciting a scream of pain and shock from the redhead. Blood spurted from the wounds onto the tarmac below, staining the dusty earth. Ron gritted his teeth and looked Voldemort in the eyes, refusing to show any more discomfort than his initial scream. Voldemort frowned at the lack of reaction and waved his wand, causing the spikes to begin to glow red-hot, making Ron to cry out in pain once more and try to tug himself free. The Death Eaters sniggered at the man's discomfort, drawing sick pleasure from the scene. Harry tried to block out the sounds and sights from his mind, unable to look away. His mind was simply refusing to take in what was happening. He was running on sheer adrenaline. He tried once more to break the Petrificus, but was still met with no success other than his wiggling fingers. He scrabbled at his side, managing to worm them into his pocket. Inside there was the feeling of cool metal, a chain. Excitement flooded his body, despite the woeful situation. He had managed to get hold of his rudimentary time turner. A device which would send him back a short, preset amount of time. He and Ron both carried one and had never had to use them before now. He was ashamed to admit he had forgotten about them. Ignoring Ron's continued yells of pain, he slowly drew the device from his pocket, bit by bit, with the intention of getting out of there and then working out what to do. By now Voldemort was growing bored of his victim's incessant screaming, and cooled the spikes once more. "Any last words, you pathetic excuse for a pure blood? Or are you unable to speak, struck dumb by my power?" He sneered, the darkness surrounding his form blotting out his eyes for a moment. Ron raised his head once more, shaking slightly from the torture. "Yeah, I have a few words for you," he began in a weak voice. "Most of them are unrepeatable in polite company, I'll tell you that much. But, for now, I'll just say this. Harry will defeat you, you complete and utter wanker." He paused for a moment to spit on Voldemort's robes with a flourish. "If I were you I'd watch him back. You might have got rid of me using dirty tricks, but Harry will get out this mess and keep fighting you until one of you is dead. Be sure of it." Voldemort wiped off Ron's saliva, his glowing eyes narrowing into slits of hate. He raised his wand once more, moving it in a jerking motion, akin to a man reeling in a fish. Ron's eyes widened and his throat began to bulge alarmingly. Finally his trachea was torn clean out of his neck, dangling down his front like a macabre rope. It fluttered and wheezed as the color drained from Ron's freckled face. Finally, he slumped over, lifeless. But Voldemort had made a crucial error. In his haste to kill Ron, he had forgotten doing so would negate all spells Ron had cast, including the Petrificus affecting Harry. Harry, suddenly able to move, immediately attempted to get to his feet. He promptly collapsed again, muscles completely numb from being lain upon for so long. The pain in his nose had subsided to a dull throb, letting him think clearly. Thankfully no one had thus far noticed his movements, all the Death Eaters being enraptured by the sight of Ron's dramatic death, so he was allowed to massage his legs unobtrusively and gently wipe the crusted blood off his mouth, wincing at the spikes of agony he felt from touching the wounded area. When Voldemort turned around to deal with his enemy, Harry was already on his feet and beginning to flee down the darkened road. Voldemort screamed in fury and began to hurl curses at his defenseless foe. The Chosen One began to dodge and jink from side to side as the Death Eaters joined the hunt, whooping with glee at the prospect of killing the boy who lived. Harry dived to the ground as a decapitating hex narrowly missed, and rolled off to one side as more multicolored spells cracked the earth where he had previously lain. Ignoring the long scrapes and grazes on his knees and arms, he flipped back onto his feet and held up the time turner. His attackers didn't let up in their assault, sending curses at the time turner without stopping to check what it was. Harry turned the turner 3 times. The street began to dissolve. 5 curses hit the device simultaneously, causing it to crack and glow a sickly green. Pain, white-hot and piercing, erupted from Harry's scar for the first time since he mastered occlumency. He screwed up his eyes and fell to his knees, the time turner clutched tightly in his hands. The street vanished, replaced with a gray mist. Harry collapsed onto his side, still grasping the turner and scrabbling at his scar. The pain continued for what seemed like hours, but was only seconds, before stopping as soon as it had started. Harry gasped with relief and opened his eyes. He was floating, quite naked, in a gray void. He felt his face and found his nose was no longer broken and his teeth were all accounted for. The scar on his cheek was even gone. His only blemish that seemed to be there was the lightning bolt on his forehead. The gray mist was very thick, obscuring everything from view. Harry began to see flashes of color in it, scenes flickering in and out of existence before his eyes. Lupin hanging from the Whomping Willow, Hermione looking at him sadly as he was port-keyed away, Dumbledore's body silhouetted against the dark mark as he plummeted to his death from the astronomy tower, Hogwarts vanishing in a storm of fire, along with hundreds of staff and students. Different scenes began to play, these ones unfamiliar. Harry watched, transfixed, as he saw his life play out before him, starting from his birth. A smiling couple in front of a newly purchased cottage. A red-haired woman cooing at a baby in her arms. A long-haired, handsome man bouncing a small infant on his knee and roaring with laughter. The Dursleys, cold and bitter, locking him in the cupboard for the first time. Ripper, Aunt Marge's dog, chasing him up a tree. Harry being chased by Dudley and his gang and ending up on the school roof. Harry having his head shaved by Aunt Petunia. Harry talking to a snake in the zoo, and somehow setting it free. His first year at Hogwarts swiftly played out in a series of faster flashes, from platform 9 3/4 to his first Quidditch match to fighting past the teacher's enchantments to his confrontation with Quirrell, Voldemort in front of the Mirror of Erised. Harry began to concentrate, to slow down the images, which became clearer and more coherent. He had no idea what was happening, whether this was death or something of Voldemort's doing, but it was fascinating, seeing his life in the third person. Harry meeting Dobby for the first time, meeting Lockhart for the first time, cheering Mr. Weasley on while he fought Lucius Malfoy in Flourish and Blotts, crashing into the Whomping Willow with Ron, finding Mrs. Norris petrified, finding Justin and nearly headless Nick petrified, finding Hermione petrified, working out what was in the chamber with her help. Then the images froze. It showed Harry and Ron, having learned that Ginny was in the chamber, on their way to Lockhart's office to help him fight the basilisk. The image grew clearer, the fog around it disappearing. Slowly the colors grew sharper and brighter, beginning to blind Harry with their brilliance. Finally he had to close his eyes against the glare. When he opened him, he saw something he never thought he would see again. A familiar, 12-year-old, redhead was standing over him with a look of concern on his face. "You all right, Harry? You all right, Harry?" "Ron," Harry replied weakly, trying to focus on the worried face above him. "Harry, are you okay? You passed out and started shaking." "Ron," was all Harry could manage. His vision instantly cleared. Ron was there. What the hell was going on? "Harry, what?" Ron began, only to be cut off by Harry scrabbling backwards from his prone position. He had seen him be crucified alive by Voldemort only minutes ago, yet here he was. He was immediately suspicious, yet quietly hopeful of the situation. He took a good long look at his friend and he noticed something was definitely wrong. "Ron, how old are you?" he asked, disbelief evident in his voice. "You must have hit your head or something." 13, Harry, how could you forget something like that?" was the incredulous reply. Now that he thought about it, Ron's voice was higher than he remembered. Harry's voice was higher than he remembered, high-pitched and reedy as opposed to mature and deep. Then it hit him. This wasn't real. It was an illusion, a branch of magic Voldemort had begun to become proficient in. The idea had been born from a need for a secure prison system, which didn't rely on fickle creatures such as the Dementors. The victim would be trapped inside their own mind. Using the same enchantments cast on Pensieves, Voldemort would delve into the victim's memories and extract enough information about an event to form an extraordinarily real hallucination, which would try and keep as close to the reality of the situation as possible. The memory generally ended after the significance of it had played out. For example, if it was a replay of him getting the Philosopher's Stone, it would end with Quirrell's death. Depending on why the magic was being used, the memory could repeat or a new one would be selected. Harry thought as an interactive Pensieve memory, as it used similar spells, however you were really there, rather than in the background. It seemed as though Voldemort had captured him after all. The spells hitting the Time Turner must have knocked him unconscious. Ron was still dead, despite the younger version of him eyeing Harry warily. Harry was still doomed. He was surprised by how readily he accepted this. It was as though the inevitable had happened. He had only prolonged his defeat by running for 5 years. He shook himself mentally. He shouldn't think like that. Taking stock of his situation was the priority, and then deciding what to do. Despair led nowhere profitable. Harry sat up from the ground with a sigh and looked around him. His breath caught in his throat as he realized he was in a corridor in Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Burned to the ground at the beginning of Voldemort's reign in Harry's 7th year, along with hundreds of staff and pupils. The attack had come without warning. There had been no time to prepare. Voldemort had taken a terrible toll on his own body that day when he had finally smote the castle from the Scottish landscape, but it had been, in the Dark Lord's eyes, definitely worth it. Nearly all potential resistance was gone, in the space of 10 minutes of fire and screaming. Most of the Order had been inside or around the castle fighting. It had almost been too easy for Voldemort. Harry reluctantly wrenched himself out of the memory when he sensed Ron watching him. Harry then got to his feet and dusted himself off. He was wearing regulation Hogwarts uniform and he was struck by how small he was. He was also stick-thin and short, totally unlike the tall and broad body he was used to. He fingered his cheek and was unnerved by the absence of a scar or stubble. Looking at Ron's hands was also odd. He had all his fingers now, and there would be no scars like his werewolf bite to mar his body. "Harry, do you need to visit the hospital wing? We can go there on the way to Lockhart's office if you want, mate," Ron began, but Harry cut him off, saying he was fine and it was just a headache. Ron shook his head, as if to clear water from his ears, and kept walking down the corridor. "If you're okay, Harry, and don't fancy hugging any more people, hurry up. We need to help Lockhart save Ginny," he called over his shoulder, causing Harry's brain to whir into action. The illusion was replaying his defeat of the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, something which would probably amuse Voldemort. It seemed to him like he was about to go to Lockhart's office with Ron. Harry remembered how that adventure had turned out. Once the hallucination was over, he would probably have to endure unimaginable torture at the hands of Voldemort, then an ignoble death. He knew that if he played along with it, the illusion would eventually repeat or change. His situation did seem hopeless. Ron was standing a short distance away, looking at Harry with an air of impatience mingled with curiosity. Harry wondered why his friend was in such a hurry, but then remembered what his friend had said about saving Ginny. Ron would stop at nothing to save his baby sister. Voldemort's illusion was eerily accurate. This was how Ron had looked that day, if Harry remembered right. He glanced out of a window slit set next to a beautiful tapestry. The sun was beginning to sink. Even the time of day was correct. The pair of them hurried along in silence, Ron still throwing quizzical looks in Harry's direction, obviously confused about his friend's strange questions in the corridor. He saw Ron stop up ahead, pausing before a heavy oak door. They could hear heavy thumps and scrapes behind the door. Lockhart was clearing out as he had all those years ago. Harry motioned for Ron to step aside, which he did with a puzzled look on his freckled face. Harry adjusted his glasses, pulled out his wand, and opened the unlocked door of the dimly lit study. As he had expected, Lockhart was packing up, and by the looks of it was nearly finished. All the garish posters and pictures of him were taken down, the shelves were clear and he was just finishing clearing out his desk. Lockhart looked up as they entered, flashing Harry a nervous smile. "Harry, my fellow celebrity. Could you spare me a moment? I'm just a tad busy," he said lamely, gesturing at the packing around him. Ron moved to pull Harry back out of the room, but he shrugged his friend off. "I don't think so, Gilderoy. You're going to come with us, right now," Harry said calmly, pointing his wand at the smiling man. He had decided to try to get things over with as quickly as possible, and try to see if he could possibly break the enchantment Voldemort had on him. Not that anyone ever had. Anything to keep his mind off of his probable torture later on. "Harry, I don't understand quite what you're..." "Stow it. You're going to hand over your wand and you're going to come down to the chamber with me and Ron. We know what's in there, and we know how to kill it." "Harry," Ron began, looking extremely apprehensive, "do you know what you're saying, mate? That headache might be affecting you." "I know what I mean, Ron. He's a fraud. He's taken credit for what other people have done." Harry turned back to Lockhart. "Haven't you?" he practically shouted, brandishing the wand close to Lockhart's terrified face. Red sparks shot out of the end of it, causing the teacher to practically faint in terror. Faced with someone who was intent on doing him harm, Lockhart was a far cry from his picture-perfect public image. Harry was wishing the fool would move a bit faster, but he gained no little satisfaction from making the man cower, even if it was an illusion. "It's true. It's all true," Lockhart wailed, gingerly pulling out his own wand and throwing it pathetically onto the empty desk between them. "I'm sorry. Dumbledore offered me the job on faith. I don't really know anything." Harry opened his mouth to order Lockhart to follow him, when Ron interrupted him with a spell. "Expelliarmus!" Ron yelled, pointing his badly repaired wand at Lockhart's chest. The wand emitted a shower of white sparks and steam, but also threw Lockhart across the room with force. Ron was breathing heavily, anger evident in his face. Lockhart slammed into the back wall with a curse, landing on the floor in an undignified heap, looking dazed. Harry stared at Ron, surprised at how much power the boy's emotions had fed into the misfired spell, and at how much power the illusion had to deviate like that. "Serves you right, you useless, ungrateful git. And to think I thought you could save Ginny," Ron muttered, seizing Lockhart's wand and leaving the room without another word. Harry looked after him, open-mouthed. That hadn't happened the first time. Harry had been truly unaware of the depth of Ron's worry about Ginny. He'd been too intent on playing with the illusion of Lockhart. Looking at the aforementioned man with a frown on his face, Harry followed Ron's example and left the room, locking the door as he went. Lockhart wouldn't be playing a part in this adventure. He swiftly caught up with Ron again, giving him a curt nod to show his approval. Ron looked as though he couldn't speak. His face was contorted with anger at the betrayal. Passing the shining messages daubed onto the wall, they quickly found themselves standing in Myrtle's dingy bathroom. Ron was still breathing as though he had run a marathon. He didn't look ready for speech. Myrtle herself was sitting in a sink, looking characteristically miserable, although she brightened up considerably at the sight of Harry, causing the boy to mentally retch. Even as a magically induced specter, she was hideous. "Hi, Harry," she said with a wave, "what do you want?" Ron opened his mouth, having recovered enough to speak, but Harry cut him off again with a wave of his hand. Ron looked indignant, but nevertheless allowed Harry to talk. "Myrtle, we're going to go into the Chamber of Secrets. It's in this bathroom. You were killed by the basilisk inside. Don't tell anyone, on pain of, well, I'll get you in trouble." His speech was short and to the point, the words of someone in control of the situation, which shut Myrtle and Ron up immediately. Harry crossed the bathroom to the wall of cracked sinks, intent on locating the tap with a snake on. Finding it, he beckoned a stunned Ron over. "There, that tap. See the snake on the side? I'm going to speak in Parseltongue, which will open the door." "How do you know all this?" asked Ron, looking at his friend incredulously. Harry laughed softly at the accuracy of the illusion. "Just trust me," he replied with a determined scowl as he stared at the tap. The next words Harry spoke were in Parseltongue, a hissing, strangled noise. The tap glowed with blinding light and spun, as it had done in his second year, and the entire sink slowly moved out of sight to reveal a cavernous pipe. Ron gulped at the spectacle, whereas Harry just looked bored. He had seen all this before. He just wanted to have his rematch with Riddle so he could see if there was an escape to his mental prison. "Go ahead, unless you want me to take the lead," he asked Ron with a small smile. Ron looked positively terrified, but he jumped into the chute without the need for further encouragement. Harry followed suit, trying to enjoy the twisting journey into the depths of the school. He landed gracefully on his feet at the end of the pipe, in stark contrast to Ron, who was sprawled on the tunnel floor. The passageway to the chamber was unlike the Hogwarts corridors, dank and damp, whereas the ones above were warm and dry. Harry paused to haul Ron to his feet and dust him off, and then set off down the tunnel, lighting his wand as he went. The pair continued in terse silence for a number of minutes, skirting a massive piece of shed snake skin, until they reached the ornate doorway into the chamber. Harry had spent the journey debating whether to let Ron come with him. Riddle and the basilisk could still hurt him if he was careless, and having a friend that Harry had just seen murdered didn't seem like the best plan for ensuing concentration. "Ron, I need you to stay here. I think I should do this alone." "Harry, no way. Ginny is my sister too," Ron exclaimed, his ears tinged red. Harry rolled his eyes and took the simpler option of stunning Ron, catching him and laying him gently on the ground next to the door. As an afterthought he cast some cushioning charms along Ron's head and back, as the illusion was too like his late friend to let him simply leave him like that. Satisfied that Ron was sleeping comfortably, Harry turned to face the doors. They, too, were just as he remembered. Massive intertwined serpents set into the rock face, camouflaging the thick gates into the chamber. Harry pulled his wand from his robes and spoke the Parseltongue to open them. Time to see an old friend, he thought maliciously as the gates rumbled open, prepared to wreak havoc on the visions Voldemort was sending him. The chamber itself was wreathed in darkness, but that didn't faze Harry. He strode between the pillars, as confident as he could be in his scrawny body. The base of Salazar's egotistically huge statue rapidly came into view, with Ginny lying at its ornately carved feet. Ginny. She had burned in Hogwarts, along with nearly all his school friends and teachers. He could still see Hogwarts on fire when he closed his eyes, the rain that had poured down that day doing nothing to put out the magical flames, silhouettes of people against the windows, screaming and running. He shook himself slightly, focusing on the task in hand. Ginny was there, the diary Horcrux was next to her. Riddle would no doubt materialize and try to taunt him as he approached. Harry formulated a plan of attack in his mind. Insult Riddle a bit, summon Fawkes, get Gryffindor's sword and then kill the basilisk in as flashy a way as he could. And then wake up, face the fury and torture of the most powerful Dark Lord in history. Piece of cake, really. Keeping his plan at the forefront of his mind, Harry walked up to the base of the statue, sparing a glance to see if Ginny was okay. She actually looked better than he remembered, a product of him and Ron getting to the chamber quicker this time round. His eyes flicked around him, always moving. He hadn't had any problems the first time he had been in the chamber, but he couldn't trust this particular illusion Voldemort was casting. She won't wake, said a soft voice behind him. Harry calmly turned and addressed its owner. Riddle, I know that you're a Horcrux, so dispense with the pleasantries. Don't try to steal my wand and get on with summoning your familiar. I don't have time for games. The ghostly form of Tom Riddle, who was standing a short distance from Harry, blinked in surprise. Harry had just rattled off a string of information he thought was secret, from his name to his nature as a Horcrux, and had preempted his idea to take the boy's wand when he was distracted. It seemed he had been wrong-footed somewhere along the line. Well, Harry, it seems you're very confident. Virtually unarmed and alone, hoping to pit yourself against Slytherin's heir. Do you even know who I really am? Riddle blustered, trying to regain some dignity. Harry gave him a withering look and raised his wand arm, pointing it at the ceiling. Try not to embarrass yourself further, Voldemort. He looked at the chamber's dark ceiling, completely ignoring Riddle. Fawkes, I need you. I need Dumbledore's help, he cried, praying the Phoenix would come. Harry was strong, but it was always good to have help. He knew that Fawkes would come only if someone would have loyalty to Dumbledore. If fighting for the old man's cause essentially alone wasn't loyalty, Harry didn't know what was. Harry wasn't entirely sure if he would die in reality if he died in the vision he was experiencing, so he wanted to take no chances. As if on cue, Fawkes burst into the chamber in a flash of fire, the sorting hat clutched in his steely talons. He let loose an uplifting snatch of song and swooped down onto Harry's shoulder. Harry promptly seized the hat from Fawkes, jamming it onto his head. Ah, Mr. Potter, wait, what is this? You aren't the same child. Hogwarts burning. Voldemort, what is this? The hat's normally sly voice cried, in genuine distress. Harry was puzzled by its outburst. It should have acted normally in the illusion Voldemort had placed upon him, but put it out of his mind when the sword of Gryffindor promptly cracked onto his head, making him see stars. Wincing and rubbing his crown, he withdrew the sword from the hat and, tossing the tattered headwear aside, turned to face a stunned Riddle. So, a sword and a bird. Dumbledore really does try to look after his own, doesn't he, Potter? Don't you know that Slytherin's monster can kill you with but a glance? The Spectre mocked, obviously perturbed by Harry's knowledge and confidence. Just summon the basilisk, Riddle. I don't have time for games. Harry strode past the shocked phantom and turned to face Slytherin's statue. When no summoning was forthcoming, Harry decided to try it himself. He spoke the ancient summoning. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. As he had hoped, the mouth of Slytherin's grotesque monkey-like face began to open, the basilisk began to stir within its depths. Harry moved to the base of the statue, next to Ginny's prone form, and raised his wand on impulse, pointing it at the entrance, the sword of Gryffindor clenched tightly in his other hand. The basilisk poked its head out, eyes closed against the bright torchlight of the chamber. Confringo! Harry yelled, falling back towards a pillar as Fawkes streaked towards the basilisk. The snake was struck on the head by the blasting curse, sending it spiraling out of the statue to hit the chamber floor with a muffled thud. Harry stood behind the pillar he had chosen, breathing heavily. Then he heard the sound he had wanted to hear, Fawkes screeching and the basilisk hissing and spitting in rage. He risked a peek round the side of his cover to see the colossal beast on the floor to the right of the statue and Ginny, writhing in pain and blinking over ruined eye sockets. "You can still smell him. Hunt him down," Riddle hissed in Parseltongue. The basilisk paused, as Harry strode confidently out from behind the pillar, sword in one hand, wand in the other, both raised and ready to fight. "Come on then," he said calmly to the basilisk. The creature started and turned towards Harry. Harry raised his wand and paused. The basilisk opened its mouth to screech its displeasure, and then Harry struck. "Tellum Conicio," he yelled, rolling to the side as the basilisk began to move rapidly towards him. A gray mass of energy burst forth from his wand and solidified into an iron spike, which shot into the basilisk's mouth and clean out the other side. The ancient beast paused for a moment, a fist-sized hole in the base of its skull, before continuing its assault. Harry gulped and ran back through the chamber, ducking to the side behind another pillar. The basilisk paused for a second, listening to hurried orders from Riddle, before continuing to search for Harry. Harry waited for as long as he dared before whirling out from the side of his pillar to see the tail of the beast at his feet. He gripped Gryffindor's sword with his left hand and brought it down onto the snake's tail, hacking at the skin repeatedly. The basilisk turned from where it was searching in an instant, its fangs bared and ready to strike. Harry flicked his wand and shouted a banishing charm, putting as much of his energy into it as he could given his panic. The creature's head flicked to the side and slammed into a column, its mouth open in pain. Harry saw his opening, and decided to end it as quickly as he could. "Tellum Conicio," he yelled again, pointing into the creature's mouth. The gray light shot from his wand and solidified again, before slamming and ricocheting off one of the basilisk's fangs, which was slick with blood. The spike penetrated the roof of its mouth, embedding itself deep into the monster's brain. The creature spasmed, shuddered, and began to convulse slightly, twitching with small movements all along its body. Harry banished it in front of the statue to show Riddle, who was red with rage. Then he saw, to his discomfort, that the fang which had been hit had cracked and had started to glow slightly after being hit by the spell he had used. Harry heard a high-pitched whine begin to grow in his ear, as the basilisk's fangs began to glow brighter. "You fool! You mixed two highly potent magics!" Riddle yelled over the whining noise. Harry swore under his breath and cast the strongest banishing spell he knew with as much power as he could, sending the basilisk rocketing upwards towards the mouth of Slytherin's statue, the fangs still glowing with an unearthly light. Time seemed to slow as Harry muttered another incantation straight after the first, throwing up a high-level shield around himself and Ginny, to protect from whatever was about to happen. The effect was spectacular. The entire head of Slytherin's statue was eradicated from existence, the basilisk blown apart under the incredible magical discharge of the killing curse and basilisk venom. Riddle had begun to scream as soon as Harry uttered the words, knowing what was coming, but he was drowned out by the explosion and the subsequent sound of the debris hitting the stone floor. Harry grunted as the shield took hits from falling rocks and bits of basilisk, exerting more effort to keep the silver barrier active. The ancient foundations of Hogwarts seemed to shake in complaint against the reaction's sheer strength. The noise was incredible, even through the shield. After what seemed like an eternity, the dust cleared. Slytherin's statue had been beheaded, and there was no longer a basilisk inhabiting it. The chamber itself was covered in loose rocks, blood and dust, like a fine layer of sand. Several of the snake-engraved pillars were cracked and pitted. They didn't look like they would survive another impact of any strength. Ginny and Harry, conversely, were completely fine, standing and lying respectively in a little circle of clean stone where the shield had protected them. Fawkes and the Sorting Hat hadn't moved outside Harry's shield during the spell's casting, although the Phoenix was giving Harry a very piercing stare, as if trying to work something out. Bizarrely, the bird was completely unperturbed by the level of destruction Harry had wreaked, but he knew so little of phoenixes he paid this no thought. He took a deep breath and knelt down to check Ginny, ignoring Fawkes' protests at the movement. She still hadn't woken up, which meant that the diary had survived the explosion, even if Riddle had seemingly vanished. Harry scanned the room with a practiced eye, and soon picked it out, lying innocuously beside a pillar in the middle of the wrecked room. He instructed Fawkes to stay with Ginny and retrieved the book, placing it on the floor in front of him in the middle of the chamber. He knew once it was destroyed the vision would end, and he would have to face the Dark Lord's wrath, or another scenario. Without a further thought, he grabbed a sharp-looking rock and dipped it in as much basilisk blood and venom as he could gather from the surrounding area. Then he stabbed the diary, echoing his actions from the first time he'd been to the chamber. Like the first time, it screamed and blackened at the edges, becoming just a normal diary. Harry then dropped Gryffindor's sword and screwed up his eyes, preparing to wake up. Surprisingly, he didn't. Harry opened his eyes again, feeling faintly stupid standing there with his skinny arms outstretched. Fawkes trilled gently behind him, telling him that Ginny had awoken. Harry had no idea what was happening. He was beginning to suspect this wasn't an illusion spell, but he had no idea what it was in that case. Ginny had begun to stir at the base of the statue. He left Gryffindor's sword lying in the dust and sprinted over to his friend as she opened her eyes with a groan. Ginny blinked blearily, trying to work out where she was. Upon seeing Harry, she burst into tears, even though he was unblemished. Harry knelt and quickly hugged her, remembering how guilty she had felt the first time he had rescued her, and wanting to reassure her of his well-being. Harry, it was me. I tried to tell you earlier, but Percy, he possessed me. Harry, the diary, what's happened here? Why is everything covered in dust? What happened to that statue? Where's Riddle? Where's Ron? Harry didn't know what he preferred, the questions or the crying. With a quick squeeze he broke off the hug and surveyed the girl in front of him. Her freckled face was red from crying, and her shiny red hair hung in front of her eyes like a curtain. He was struck how young she looked, as he had with Ron. The Ginny he had known stood tall and strong, full of attitude and laughter. This one just looked lonely. Emotions welled up inside him. He crushed them without prejudice, needing to keep in control of the situation and think clearly. He didn't say anything, instead pulling her to her feet and checking her over. Ginny stopped her questions at that point and went very still, her sobs beginning to fade. "Are you all right?" Harry asked finally, scanning the chamber for any remaining danger. I think I'm fine. Oh God, I'm in so much trouble, aren't I?" She began to sob again, quickly getting Harry's arm wet. He put his arm around Ginny's shoulder with a smile, desperate to stop her crying. Ginny went very red and silent at this and refused to look him in the eye. He remembered her crush on him and congratulated himself on his quick thinking. Anything to stop her crying. "Let's just go get Ron. I'm afraid I had to stun him outside. He was too hysterical to come with me," Harry lied. He still had no idea what was going on, but was determined to act normal before he could talk to Dumbledore about what was happening to him, as it didn't seem to be an illusion. If this was somehow real, and the time turner had malfunctioned, then he would have a lot of questions to ask the headmaster. The pair walked slowly out of the chamber, Harry's arm around Ginny's shoulder. Harry collected the remains of the Horcrux, the Sorting Hat and Gryffindor's sword as they went. Ginny went very wide-eyed at the sight of the sword, but still seemed unable to speak after Harry had put his arm around her. Fawkes floated gently overhead, singing softly. Ron was still lying peacefully by the entrance to the chamber, the cushioning charms keeping him from touching the hard tunnel floor. Ginny, again, went wide-eyed at the sight of her sleeping brother but was placated when Harry revived him. Ron, however, wasn't as cooperative. As soon as he awoke he began to let off a string of insults at Harry, trying to grab the bottom of his robes from the floor. The majority of the curses were about going after Ginny alone and knocking him out, and the irony of his reaction to Harry's swearing earlier wasn't lost on Harry himself. Ron's imaginative tirade was cut off at the sight of his sister, who was looking horrified at the variety and range of Ron's profanities. "Gee, Ginny!" exclaimed Ron, scrambling to his feet and using Harry for support. "Ginny, I don't believe it." Harry saved you, he yelled, his anger at Harry completely forgotten. He grabbed Ginny in a tight embrace, missing the pair of them holding hands. Ginny remained mute, but returned Ron's hug. Harry looked away from the reunion, feeling embarrassed and also unable to look at Ron. He still didn't know what is going on with the Time Turner, and was trying to keep a handle his emotions until it was all sorted out. He had seen that happy face, just a bit older looking, be tortured to death before his eyes. Now he suspected that this bizarre situation might be real. Talking to his friend seemed impossible. What was he going to say to someone he had seen die in front of his eyes? It's not like I haven't had to put up with loss before, Harry thought bitterly, stalking off down the dark tunnel and leaving the Weasleys behind. He idly kicked a rock, ricocheting off of the tunnel wall and causing some gravel fall from the roof into his hair. Ron called for him to wait, and an alarming rumbling noise caused him to pause and look back at them, still deep in his angry thoughts. He was so preoccupied that he didn't even feel it when the roof of the unstable tunnel collapsed on top of him, burying him in a roar of rock and dirt. Pain in his head, legs, back, Ginny's screams as she and Ron clawed at the debris covering him, Ron's curses as he surveyed the damage, opening his eyes. Harry opened his eyes slowly, squinting against the harsh glare of Ginny's lit wand. He was lying on the rough earthen floor of the tunnel, with the wreckage of the cave in scant feet away. It seemed that Ron and Ginny, who were trying to see if he was still alive, had dug him out and pulled him away from the bulk of the wreckage. He beeped slightly, letting them know he was awake. A storm of frantic questions erupted. Harry, are you okay? Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? I thought you were dead. He remained silent, closing his eyes and mentally assessing the damage. His right leg was in crippling pain, obviously broken or lacerated. His back pains had receded to a dull throb, and his left leg was apparently just bruised. His first priority was healing the injured leg. Ron, he whispered, not opening his eyes, where's my wand? I need my wand. Here, Harry, take it, Ginny squeaked as she handed him his wand, horrified that Harry was injured. Harry felt the woody texture of his wand press into his palm, and sighed with relief. He had been terrified that it had broken or been lost in the rock fall. Eyes still screwed shut, he managed to wave it in the general direction of his leg and cast a general healing spell, something which would fix a broad spectrum of injuries while taking a lot of effort to cast. He felt a sudden lethargy overcome him, while the pain in his leg receded. Ron and Ginny gasped as the damage repaired itself before their eyes. Harry's head cleared, he felt invigorated with the pain in his leg gone, and the tiredness from performing the healing replaced with relief that he was all right. He opened his eyes fully, seeing the redheads looking down at him with expressions of concern, their shock at his healing spell forgotten. A little help, he hissed, his back still aching. Ron gently lifted him to his feet and supported his weight while Harry adjusted to his surroundings. The dingy tunnel had caved in completely, blocking their way. The entrance to the chamber lay shut behind them, the carved snakes seemed to be smirking at him. The sword of Gryffindor lay in the rubble, its hilt poking out between two broken rocks. Fawkes was hovering overhead, clutching the sorting hat and the remains of the Horcrux. At the sight of Harry, the Phoenix dropped his cargo and swooped down to land on his shoulder, singing a mournful melody. The Phoenix song strengthened the three of them, letting them get to grips with the situation. Harry felt his head clear and fill with the pure notes of the Phoenix, soothing his confusion over the situation and filling him with the will to continue, while leaving him oddly sad when it ended. They needed to get out from below the school, but only Harry and Ginny had working wands and neither had the power to move the rocks blocking the entrance, Ginny because she was too young and Harry because he was still injured. Ron made sure Harry could stand on his own and strode over to the blockage. Harry, I really don't think we can move this by hand, the whole tunnel might cave in. I reckon we're trapped down here. What are we going to do? His voice had a tinge of desperation to it, something which jolted Harry back into action. He was supposed to be good in a crisis. Harry, ignoring his back pain and suppressing his emotions, tried to think rationally. He started by casting a quick cleaning charm on himself and his friends, to clean off the dust. Ginny just stood by the entrance to the chamber, using the wall to hold her up. Harry absent-mindedly stroked Fawkes, who began to try and get his attention. He looked quizzically at the phoenix, but then had an idea. "Ron, Ginny, could you grab the sword and the diary and come over here? Fox is onto something." His friends obliged and stood next to him, hopeful expressions on their faces. "Phoenixes are very magical, and have many abilities," he began, stooping to retrieve the sorting hat. "They can teleport people or objects through magical wards. He can just shift us back into the school," Harry concluded with a gleam in his eyes. Ron looked doubtful, and Ginny looked scared, but they both nodded slowly when Harry grasped Fox's tail feathers. When the three of them were all secured, Harry whispered to Fox, "Get us to McGonagall's office, Fox." With that, the phoenix and his cargo disappeared in a flash of fire, leaving the dark, ruined tunnel behind. Professor McGonagall's office was filled with people when the trio landed in their midst. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape, along with Arthur and Molly Weasley, were seated and deep in conversation when Ron, Harry and Ginny landed unceremoniously in a heap and a flash by their chairs. The professors rose to their feet, wands drawn, while the Weasleys clung to each other, until Harry managed to extricate himself from the others and get up, holding out his arms in a symbol of peace. Fox fluttered over to Dumbledore and landed on his shoulder as Harry tried to calm down the staff members. "Professors, wait," he said as he got to his feet. Dumbledore lowered his wand with a twinkle in his blue eyes, giving Fox a knowing nod, and Snape and McGonagall followed his lead. "Ron and I saved Ginny," he said once he was standing. Snape gave Harry a very calculating look, but didn't speak. The professors sat back down as Ginny and Ron got up, clutching the diary and sword respectively. Arthur and Molly cried out at the sight of Ginny, and quickly hugged the three children fiercely before fetching chairs for them. Harry looked around as he sat down and saw that the room had been transfigured into a small conference area for the meeting, with the polished desk and shelves moved to make way for a circle of uncomfortable-looking chairs. "Well, I believe there is quite the tale to tell," began Dumbledore amicably. "But first, I must ask Mr. Weasley where he got that magnificent sword. Could I have a look at it?" he asked, his eye twinkle reaching blinding levels. Ron gulped at the sudden interest in him and carefully passed the headmaster the sword. Dumbledore gave it a cursory glance, noting the name inscribed on the hilt, cleared his throat, and then placed the blade on the floor in front of him. He opened his mouth to continue, but Harry cut him off. He was beginning to panic slightly. The illusion should have ended ages ago. Something was definitely amiss. He just needed some final proof. "Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I must confirm something." The urgency in his voice caused Dumbledore to accept the interruption, although the rest of the group looked scandalized at his audacity. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, "tell me something about yourself that I am certain to not know. Your mother's name, where you grew up, anything." McGonagall looked at Harry sternly, but Dumbledore merely smiled. "Harry, of course I can answer your question. My mother's name was Kendra." He stopped speaking in surprise as Harry went very pale and slumped back in his seat. "I didn't know that," he thought to himself, "therefore this isn't an illusion spell, it can only work within the boundaries of my memory. This is real. The time turner. The gray mist. This is real." He continued to stare straight ahead, at the stone wall behind McGonagall. She looked worried at his reaction, even waving a hand in front of his eyes. Snape, who had thus far done nothing but sneer, voiced his opinion on Harry's condition. "Potter is in shock, Deputy Headmistress. Evidently his silly little game has had some sort of effect on him." "Allow me," he drawled, getting up lazily and crossing the room to get to Harry. Ron and Ginny, sitting either side, were looking very apprehensive about allowing Snape to get anywhere near Harry, but were prevented by the adults' sharp looks from doing anything. Snape pulled a vial of vibrant red liquid from his pocket and persuaded Harry to drink it. As soon as the calming draft was down his throat he began to breathe deeply, and then sank into unconsciousness. Harry awoke to a bright white light piercing his eyelids. "Bugger," he thought, "were we captured by Voldemort or something?" Memories flooded into his mind, and he sat bolt upright and opened his eyes. He was in the hospital wing, which was totally deserted. He scrabbled for his wand and glasses, before pausing as he put his glasses on. It felt odd to use them. He had gone for eye correction in his 7th year, before the war went against the order. As he mused and tried to remember what had happened, Dumbledore swept into the infirmary, looking jovial. "Harry, I trust you're feeling better." Harry slumped in his bed and stared at Dumbledore with an oddly pensive expression. "Headmaster?" he asked in wonder, as if seeing the headmaster for the first time. "You're not dead." "No, Harry, I'm in perfect health, thank you for asking," replied the headmaster, talking as if to a small child. "Now could you please enlighten us as to what is going on? Mr. and Mrs. Weasley wanted to know how you saved their daughter, and why you think that I should be dead. You've only been unconscious for 30 minutes or so." Harry looked at the headmaster again, running through his options as fast as he could think. He needed to tell someone. He couldn't tell anyone. The headmaster could be trusted. The headmaster was manipulative. He thought for a while. Dumbledore was waiting patiently, before coming to a decision. "Sir, I'd be happy to tell Mr. and Mrs. Weasley how Ginny was rescued, but first I need to speak with you urgently about something which I don't think anyone else need to know just now." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, before casting a quick silencing charm and checking Madame Pomfrey was in her office. "What is it you have to tell me, Harry?" "Sir, do you have the diary that Ginny was using?" Dumbledore pulled the diary out of one of his pockets and handed it over. "Lucius Malfoy came in shortly after you and the Weasleys left. He tried to take the diary, but dropped his watch in the process. His house elf caught it, and freed itself, so his anger rather backfired on him, I fear. Can you tell me anything about this diary?" Harry took a deep breath. "I'll tell you this." He motioned at the ruined diary. "This, sir, is the diary which bewitched Ginny Weasley. A spectre of sorts, calling itself Tom Marvolo Riddle, appeared in the chamber and tried to kill me. This diary is not a diary. It is a Horcrux." The reaction following his claims was as he had expected. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dark anger seemed to appear in him. Harry ignored this and continued. "I also know Tom Riddle is none other than Lord Voldemort." Dumbledore's mouth lost its smile, "and this is not his only Horcrux." Dumbledore's eyebrows raised dramatically, and Harry gained no small satisfaction from seeing Albus Dumbledore truly stunned. The headmaster, however, recovered quickly, in typical fashion. "Harry, I assume you know exactly what you are insinuating. You have just displayed knowledge of the darkest of dark artifacts, said secrets which I thought only me and Severus knew, and then claimed Riddle has made more than one Horcrux. Who are you really?" Dumbledore looked increasingly suspicious with each word, and had begun to tense up. Harry knew he had to talk fast before the headmaster attacked him, thinking he was possessed by Voldemort or something equally ridiculous. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, I assure you I am telling the truth. I just need you to suspend your suspicions for a moment, and listen to me. I'm either having some sort of drug-induced hallucination, or I've time-traveled. I'm from the future, if you can believe it, where Voldemort won the Second War. I had been captured, when I tried to escape using a time-turner. Voldemort and his Death Eaters fired curses at me, several of which hit the device. I woke up here. Ron can tell you I had something like a fit and then began acting strangely. I have no idea what's going on, your guess is as good as mine. All I know is that I'm here now, or in some dungeon being pumped full of Veritaserum." Total silence followed his speech, the tension was palpable. Dumbledore stared at Harry in total confusion. "Well, Harry, it seems we have a problem. I can tell you now that I'm sure this is real, but I have another problem. You claim you're from the future, and you spout off all this knowledge, but how am I supposed to know you aren't a Death Eater or similar malevolent force in league with Voldemort? The Harry I know acts nothing like you." Harry began to get increasingly desperate, until he looked at Dumbledore's eyes and had a brainwave. "Sir, use Legilimency." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows again and shifted from his position at the end of Harry's bed, conjuring a comfortable chair to sit on as he did so. He sat next to Harry's head. "Harry, I am technically not allowed to use my Legilimency powers on a minor. It is classed as assault. No one is going to know, and I've given you permission. I think we can overlook that." Dumbledore nodded slightly, keeping his wand at the ready before whispering, "Legilimens." Harry felt a soft probe at the base of his skull, before he latched onto it and forced memories of the future into it. Mainly ones about him being older, with Ron and Hermione. He put in the Horcruxes, Hogwarts burning, and was about to show Dumbledore's death before the headmaster held up his hand and broke the connection. The silence was deafening. Dumbledore's eyes shone with an unnatural gleam. Well, that seems to have confirmed it. You have knowledge of the future, or what you think is the future. I will have to spend time working out how. But it seems to me that there is only one option. Knowledge from the future cannot be revealed. The consequences are dire, Dumbledore intoned, a grim expression on his lined face. I'm sorry, Harry, he said, taking his wand and pointing it between Harry's eyes, the gleam in his eyes replaced by a steely glare. Wait, Harry yelled, holding up a hand. Sir, why would you want to lose this advantage? There have been no problems so far, even though my fight with the basilisk changed a lot. I can help you. Harry, the future is a dangerous thing. I should memory charm you. No, Headmaster, Harry said, his voice deadly calm. Look at this logically. You're an opponent of Voldemort. I have knowledge of spies, potential problems, tactics Voldemort might use, the Horcruxes, and a lot more besides. I can fight for you. We would need to keep a careful track of how many people knew of me, but this is an opportunity you can't afford to lose, I think. The speech echoed slightly as it ended. Dumbledore pointed his wand at Harry. Harry sat tense in his hospital bed. I'm glad you've decided to listen to me, instead of trying to assault me. Like I said, I come from the future and thus have knowledge of what happened, or will happen. Voldemort will return eventually, there is no denying that fact. I can prevent poor decisions that you or the Ministry made previously. I could easily make the fight easier for the Order of the Phoenix. The headmaster blinked in shock at his casual revealing of the secret organization, and I need your help to go about it. How? Breathed Dumbledore, a look of grudging respect on his face. The old man seemed to have accepted Harry's presence and knowledge, and he seemed to acknowledge that he had to make the best of the situation. But, Harry thought, that doesn't mean he likes it. Why? By manipulating as much as I can. The Sorting Hat always said I had a bit of Slytherin in me. I think it's time to find out if that's true. But first we need to sort out the immediate problems. To start with, Ron managed to knock Lockhart unconscious in his office. The man is a fraud, a dangerous one at that. He would have attempted to obliviate us had we dropped our guard, as he had done to people before to steal their exploits for his books. You'll need to be careful around him. Harry, interrupted Dumbledore, I feel we need to continue this discussion in my office, with Minerva and Severus. They will need to hear this. Harry thought for a moment. Fine, but I need you to fetch Scabbers, Ron Weasley's pet rat, and bring him to the meeting along with Remus Lupin. I can't say why, it's a long story, but it is of the utmost importance. Harry was slightly unnerved by the calculating look on Dumbledore's face. I will do what you ask, Harry, if merely out of curiosity to see the end of this tale. You haven't convinced me, but you've got a strong case. You wouldn't be the first case of accidental time travel, merely the first who hasn't died immediately upon arrival. Right, thanks for the vote of confidence. Headmaster, I believe we have a meeting to attend. In the forest, the creature waited. It had been waiting for nearly 12 years. It was alone, friendless, betrayed by its followers, forced to posse's animals to survive. But something had changed, something had come into the world, it gave the creature purpose, memories. Memories of a ritual, the darkest of the dark arts. The creature needed blood, it needed blood and water, it would live again. The creature slithered from its lair and set to work. There was no time to lose. Half an hour later, Harry was sitting impatiently in the headmaster's office, which had been turned into a conference room like McGonagall's office. Dumbledore's desk had been transfigured into a vast round table, with several comfortable armchairs surrounding it. Harry was sitting opposite the door, waiting for the others to arrive. After Dumbledore's exit, Harry had been escorted by Madame Pomfrey to the headmaster's office, dressed once again in his dusty school robes. The headmaster had seemingly spent the half-hour prepping the teachers and Lupin on what to expect. Harry hoped he had also retrieved Scabbers from Ron, and assumed that the Weasleys were told that they would see Harry later. Harry had spent the time reflecting silently in McGonagall's office. Once Snape's calming draft had worn off, he'd nearly shed a few tears, relieved to see his loved ones alive, but he knew things were far from over. His mask was now back in place. Emotion was for when Voldemort was defeated. His mind was a maelstrom of thoughts. What if Dumbledore double-crossed him? How much should he tell them? Should he tell anyone else? He had come to the conclusion that he had to trust the 4 people he was about to meet, else he would end up like Mad Eye. His thoughts were interrupted as Snape arrived first for the meeting, the sallow-faced potions master sweeping into the room in typically imposing fashion. He scowled at Harry, but seemed to not resent his pupil's existence as much as he used to. Harry was perplexed by the lack of legilimency performed by the man. He had expected to be probed more often. Perhaps his former teacher was more honorable than he thought. The door opened again to Dumbledore, McGonagall and Remus looking slightly confused when Harry waved at him. As far as the werewolf was concerned, Harry didn't know he existed, let alone was friends with his father. He only knew that Harry was a time traveler. When everyone was seated comfortably, Dumbledore quietened them down and got to his feet. "Good evening, everyone. I have told you know why we are here, but I feel the need to reiterate. I must tell you before I begin that this information is highly secret. Not a word of it must be breathed to anyone else but who Harry or I deem fit to hear it. I will be telling some others part of the information I possess, but you chosen few will be the only ones to know the whole story. Harry is a time traveler, as I have told you. He and I will try to work out how this happened, but for now he plans to make the most of the situation by helping the wizarding world cope with the second rise of Voldemort, when that event occurs." Everyone around the table paled slightly at the proclamation, despite having been briefly filled in. Dumbledore sat back down and motioned for Harry to speak. "Well," he began, "to start with, there has been a miscarriage of justice in the wizarding world. Headmaster, do you have Scabbers?" Dumbledore nodded, with the barest hint of displeasure at handling a rodent, and pulled out Ron's rat familiar, who was fast asleep. Harry hissed in barely suppressed rage and motioned for Scabbers to be put on the table. "Remus, this is the main reason I called you here. Does this rat look familiar in any way?" Remus scratched his head in thought as he examined Scabbers. "Well, Harry, may I call you Harry? This rat looks awfully like, but it can't be, he's dead." "It's him, Remus. He was the secret keeper. He betrayed them," Harry said softly, looking only at Remus. Remus went white as sheet, looking at Scabbers. Peter betrayed them. How do you even know who Peter is?" Dumbledore was looking aghast. "Peter Pettigrew. He's an animagus. How did I not know this?" Remus sighed, defeated. "Sirius, Peter and James became animagi, Albus, to help me out with my little problem. After James and Peter died, I didn't feel a need to tell you." Snape sneered at this, but made no comment, in stark contrast to McGonagall's look of horror. Harry looked at Remus sadly, knowing how hard the betrayal must have been. Remus looked deflated, and Harry could only begin to imagine what he must have been thinking. Sirius, his best friend, locked up in the worst place on Earth for years, while Remus had thought the worst of him. Dumbledore cast a charm which caused Scabbers to glow bright blue, then expand and morph, turning into a squat sleeping man in seconds. The man woke up and gasped in horror, before Harry petrified him with a hex. Remus now looked furious, angrier than Harry had ever seen him, while everyone else was astonished that Scabbers was, in fact, a fully grown, previously dead, man. "So, Peter, Remus wants to kill you. Some of the people here want to know what's going on. I think we'll address the latter first. Headmaster, if you would," Harry said, not taking his eyes off the man on the table, who was sweating in terror. Dumbledore, not taking his eyes off of the traitor, related an abridged story of Peter's betrayal. By the end of it there were no sympathetic faces around the table, most of them were as angry as Remus had been, bar Snape, who just looked bored. "As you can see," Harry began once Dumbledore had finished, "this scum betrayed my parents. The first time round I let him go. And he promptly resurrected Voldemort." McGonagall managed not to flinch. "Normally I would just kill him outright, but I've already had my revenge the first time." Everyone except Snape looked perturbed at the implications of this statement. "I say we lock him in his human form and send him to Azkaban High Security Wing." This also raises the more pressing problem of Sirius Black. He's been wrongly imprisoned for 12 years. 12 years. The first time round Fudge and his bumbling ministry swept it under the rug, only giving Sirius a pardon once he was dead. Harry sat back down as Dumbledore stunned and levitated Pettigrew into a side room. "Harry," said McGonagall, "could you explain what happened to all of us in the future you're describing? You said Hogwarts was destroyed and that you were alone, but what happened? We need some context." Harry closed his eyes with a barely audible sigh. It was time to take a trip down memory lane. In his case, memory lane was a path of bodies, lined with the gravestones of his friends. He began by missing the third year entirely, saying only that Wormtail was discovered and Sirius escaped. Then he briefly summarized the events of his fourth and fifth years, skipping over the actual wording of the prophecy. The sixth-year story took a bit longer to finish, due to him wanting to explain about Dumbledore's death in detail. "And Draco Malfoy ambushed us, disarmed a weakened Dumbledore. He was there to assassinate you, Headmaster. Death Eaters were inside the school, and the situation was dire. You petrified me as you thought you could talk Draco out of it. It was working, until Snape showed up and killed you." Shouts of outrage echoed around the room. Harry called for order and continued, a little louder. "It was a plot. Snape was nothing but an ally to the Order. Dumbledore was dying from a curse placed on the Horcrux ring. By killing him, Severus was admitted into Voldemort's inner circle and managed to provide information which saved hundreds of lives. You died how you wanted to, Headmaster." Harry paused merely to take a breath, wanting to finish the tale. "The Horcrux we retrieved was a fake, however. But that was irrelevant. It had a clue inside which allowed us to locate the real one in short order. You didn't die in vain. And then my seventh year kicked off, after a strangely uneventful summer. Of course, I should have been suspicious at that, but it was just so nice to be able to live a normal life. It happened on the third day back, mid-afternoon. We were settling back into school life nicely, despite our loss. Professor McGonagall had become headmistress, Slughorn was still the potions master, and a man called Tobias Birch was the Dada teacher. I remember he was excellent at the job. But they came. The Dark Army. I now know what he had been doing over the summer, preparing an attack force. No warning, no one was told. According to Severus, the Death Eaters were left totally unaware an attack was going to happen. Their dark marks just summoned them and they were given 5 minutes notice. Hogsmeade was overrun by Dementors in minutes. Professor McGonagall noticed something was wrong when Aberforth ceased his hourly communique with her, and alerted the Order. They arrived and the school began to go into full lockdown, as a precaution. Entrances were sealed, gargoyles and suits of armor were activated, the works. All non-combatants, that is 5th years and below and some other students, were escorted to the room of requirement. The flow were sealed by this point. Hogwarts prepared for battle. The Slytherins tried to sabotage the mobilization of what forces we had, but they were stopped pretty forcefully and sent to the room first. By this point it was obvious Voldemort was attacking. The front gates were taking heavy punishment. Voldemort himself was casting obliteration curses and smashing hexes to punch through the wards. We managed to organize ourselves into a fighting force. All we had were the students, staff and the Order. Reinforcements from the Ministry weren't arriving. They were caught up in a diversionary attack on the Ministry itself. The only backup was witches and wizards apparating through the damaged wards from around the country who heard their old school was under attack. They were by no means enough. Voldemort had Dementors, Death Eaters, werewolves forced to transform with a potion, hinky punks, some vampires, the works. It was looking grim. We, that is the human fighters, set ourselves up on the battlements. The suits of armor and gargoyles were in the entrance hall. We assumed the centaurs and other magical denizens would help us. We would gain a numerical advantage that way. But we were mistaken. Voldemort managed to move the wards, shifting them from the boundaries to block the Forbidden Forest. We were cut off from any allies there. Then the attack began. I always thought a battle would be glorious, and the light would obviously prevail. It started with a full-on charge across the grounds. Voldemort himself hung back slightly, probably waiting for me to show up. We fought, firing spells from the battlements and transfiguring rocks into soldiers, that sort of thing. It was so confusing. I didn't really see much of the proper fighting in the grounds. I was more preoccupied with firing hexes at anything that moved below me. But the Death Eaters themselves were smarter. They managed to portkey behind us up on the castle walls, removing our one and only advantage. Things became, the students and the Order were vastly outnumbered. People were being hacked down left and right. DA members, Order members, old friends. I was dueling Pettigrew when Remus came to get me and the rest of the students out of there. I managed to push the traitorous rat clean off of the castle walls to his death before I was portkeyed away. It was satisfying, I'll admit. Most of the Order were killed, only Minerva and Severus escaped, along with Hermione, Ron and I. The Weasleys, who were in the Order, weren't in the battle, so they all survived. All but Ginny. His voice cracked as he broke off, but Harry forced himself to continue. Hogwarts burned shortly after I left. All the students, Order members, teachers, people from around the country, house elves, they all burned. Voldemort used an artifact, one which focused magical power, to simply overload the castle's magical core and cause it to explode. He was injured doing it, or so I heard. Next time I saw him he looked fine. His voice had become deadpan, much like Bin's, when he lectured about the Goblin rebellions. "So how did you spend the next 5 years, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, his expression grave. There was no twinkle in his eyes now. "Mainly running and hunting for Horcruxes. We, the survivors, got most of them. The Ministry fell shortly after Hogwarts, so it was just some teachers and students who were left, along with assorted members of the public. We were picked off, one by one. Every time Death Eaters found our hiding place for that week, someone ended up dead. Voldemort had the Ministry, he had Hogwarts, he had every resource at his disposal to use against us. Our resistance just turned into trying to kill him. We thought if we could topple him the rest would collapse. It was a fool's hope, looking back on it, but it was all we had. Ron and I were captured during the raid on the last Horcrux, as we were all that was left of the resistance from 5 years before. That was where the Time Turner was damaged and I got sent back here. And that's why I felt the need to tell you all this. You're the higher-ranking members of the Order, and Dumbledore has unique influence in the Ministry. War hasn't arrived yet, but we need to start now. Fudge screwed up last time. He gave Voldemort a year to prepare. If we can just get prepared now, we can make this quick." Everyone at the table, Snape included, looked numb. The amount of information they had to absorb, the way their world was changing, Harry wasn't surprised they were being so quiet. "Harry, my dear boy, I know how much that must have hurt you to relive the past you experienced. What you must understand is, by whatever means, you are back amongst loved ones now. We will help you every step of the way to defeat Voldemort. Thank you again for sharing that with us," Dumbledore said, patting Harry on the shoulder. "I understand, Headmaster," Harry muttered quietly. "But what you must do, now, is tell everyone here something which you kept close to your chest last time. Show us the prophecy." Dumbledore winced as the entire table breathed in sharply. "Prophecy?" Remus asked quietly. "Yes, the prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney." McGonagall made a small snort of disbelief, and heard in part by Severus Snape and in full by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. "Professor, are you going to show them or shall I?" said Harry, stony-faced. Dumbledore seemed to age before Harry's eyes, sagging slightly in his seat. Fawkes flashed onto the table, carrying the pensieve left in McGonagall's office, and Dumbledore wearily extracted the memory. Trelawney appeared above it, rotating on the spot and speaking in her harsh tones. Once she dissolved, everybody stared at Harry, their expression a mixture of shock, anger and pity. He stared back, daring them to pity him, until Dumbledore cleared his throat. "And there you have it, the prophecy that Harry must defeat Voldemort," he muttered, his voice dark. "I withheld it all these years, I didn't think Harry was ready. Harry," he turned to face Harry, "will you accept my apologies? I don't know what happened the first time round, but I trust your judgment of revealing it now." Harry nodded at him, letting him know things were okay between the two. "Don't let the prophecy change your view of me," he said to the rest of the room. "I don't know what you thought, if Dumbledore would be the one to finish him off or whatever, but this changes nothing in my eyes. I just have to remove Voldemort from the earth, like putting down a rabid animal. I will have to kill, but it's not murder. It's extermination. I may look nearly 13, despite my mental age of 22, but I'm going to be working hard this holiday. Voldemort won't know what hit him. Most of the people at the table flinched at Harry's frank attitude. He noted, however, that they weren't reacting to Voldemort's name any longer, which could only be a good thing. Now, it's getting late and I want to go to bed. Sir, can you talk to the Weasleys and let me leave to go to sleep? You'll have to take care of Peter. Sorry about leaving such a mess. Of course, Harry, you've been through a lot. I'll have to talk to you about Sirius tomorrow. I was planning to hold a feast in honor of Miss Weasley's rescue, but now doesn't seem to be the time. I would just go to bed, Harry. You do remember how to access the Gryffindor common room? Harry nodded and left in silence, no one quite knowing what to say to the 12-year-old. The journey to the common room was too short for his liking. He wanted to wander the halls for a while longer. Hogwarts was his home, and he'd lost it. But now it was back, everything was back. It would take some getting used to. He reached the portrait hole, realizing he didn't actually know the password, but the fat lady, under orders from Dumbledore, opened the common room for him. Harry went up the stairs to the boys' dormitories, feeling oddly detached from the situation. Ron had already gone to bed, soft snores coming from behind the hangings. Harry didn't bother to get changed. He just got into his four-poster without a word. He was back at Hogwarts, and things were looking up. Forget how he got there, he was going to stay. This time, there would be no mistakes. The creature had been working for hours. It had sat in the half-darkness, brooding, until it had decided what to do. The ritual would not be easy, but the creature knew that it was the only option remaining. It had possessed an animal and ripped open the rodent's throat, spilling lifeblood onto the forest floor. Blood. Blood was the first ingredient. The creature would gather the rest in the coming days. But for now, patience was needed until it could get the next one. The creature knew patience. Ron screamed as the spikes drove into his flesh, blood splattering onto the tarmac. Voldemort laughed his cruel laugh as Harry looked on, helpless. He yelled out for the madman to stop, feeling his body toss and roll. Harry Potter woke up, screaming. Ron grabbed him by the shoulders as he tried to get up, saying his name over and over. Harry managed to calm down, his yells subsiding slowly. It was only a dream. You all right? Asked Ron, concern in his voice. Where am I? Harry thought for a moment, before they remembered the previous day. He thought for a moment, trying to come up with a story to deflect Ron, before speaking. I'm fine, thanks Ron, just a bad dream, he muttered, rubbing his forehead. It had been a while since he had had a nightmare like that. He usually practiced occlumency before going to bed, but had forgotten to do so in all the excitement. But that was all in the past, apparently. Give it a few weeks. Ron gave him one last searching look before going back to his bed and resuming getting dressed. Dumbledore wanted to see you, he said without looking up. He said to come to his office as soon as you wake up. And Harry, thanks for saving my sister, okay. Dumbledore told us what you did, and thanks for that. I'm off to breakfast, I'll see you later. Before Harry could reply, Ron left the room with a wave. Harry sighed and flopped back onto his red and gold four-poster. It was a Sunday, which meant there were no lessons, and the dormitory was empty. He was glad for that small mercy. He didn't want to have to face his dorm mates just yet. The sky outside was a pale blue, not a cloud in sight. Any other day he would have wanted to get on his broom and scream his freedom to the heavens. But he couldn't, not yet. He needed to keep under control. He sat in a daze, thinking about what had happened. Every hardship, every death, all undone in an instant. He had been given a fresh chance. He rolled over and breathed deeply into his pillow, holding in his relief and regret as much as he could. He knew he would probably face problems in the future, but he was confident he could deal with them as they happened. Still face down into his pillow, he sniffed and relaxed, feeling rejuvenated. Focused. His emotion was controlled, as it always was. It felt good. He was tugged from his reverie by the arrival of Fawkes in a silent flash of flame, who probably sensed when he had woken up. The Phoenix regarded him imperiously, still edgy about Harry's change in character. Harry greeted the bird happily and grabbed his wand from his nightstand, muttering a cleansing charm. He didn't want to go to Dumbledore without even washing. It had been a while since he'd actually used a shower, come to think of it. Once he was assured of cleanliness, Harry grabbed Fawkes' offered tail and flashed into Dumbledore's office, which was still set up for a meeting. All the widgets and gadgets Dumbledore was so fond of were still locked up somewhere. The office was dominated by the polished oak table. Dumbledore, Snape, Remus and McGonagall were there, sitting around the table with tired looks on their faces, still wearing the robes they'd worn the day before. It seemed to him that they hadn't slept, then again they'd had a lot to discuss. Harry felt positively chipper. He hadn't slept in a bed for a while, either. "Good morning, Harry," said Dumbledore, gesturing for Harry to take a seat next to Lupin. "We have much to talk about, as I'm sure you know. I also told my colleagues what I know about your little adventure in the chamber, as per your request. Before you ask how I know, Fawkes gave me quite an accurate account. I will have to talk to you about that as well, mainly regarding the spells you used. What he's saying, Potter, is that caused a considerable magical explosion in the bowels of the school. You could have done this establishment considerable damage. Did you think before acting, or were you doing things on impulse, as usual? You'd think, after a decade to grow up, you would have matured, but obviously I'm mistaken." Snape exclaimed, looking condescending. "Calm yourself, Severus," Dumbledore murmured, restoring order in seconds. "We need to act like adults, as Harry apparently is one as well. I wanted to summarize our information first of all, so Harry can help us fill in the gaps. Harry," he began, "you say you were from the future, the year 2002 I believe." Harry nodded, jaw set. "Excellent. So you said you were hunting Horcruxes." There was a slight shiver from McGonagall. "What I need to know is, can we trace and destroy these Horcruxes ourselves, right now? And what exactly are the Horcruxes?" "There are 6 in all, 5 if you don't count the diary. One of them is a ring belonging to the Gaunt family, who were Voldemort's last surviving relatives. Another is a locket belonging to Slytherin. However, it's not where Voldemort left it, as I said yesterday, but I know its location. Hufflepuff's cup is one. It's hidden in Godric's Hollow, and Voldemort's snake, Nagini, who I believe hasn't been actually turned into a Horcrux yet, but I'm not entirely sure. Finally there is Gryffindor's wand, which I think is hidden in London, but that was the one I was seeking when I was captured, so again I can't be sure." "I see. And you said Voldemort would rise again. I don't think he will be able to repeat the ritual you mentioned last night, so surely we are safe for now." "That's the one question I can't answer, Headmaster. There is a bit of Voldemort in me. From this," he tapped his scar, "which allows me to speak Parseltongue and feel some of Voldemort's emotions when he is intensely angry or happy, as I mentioned last night. However, this might have unintended consequences. The connection was changed during the ritual in the future, and brining this new connection back into the past, or the present as you view it, might affect Voldemort, perhaps giving him more power." "Professor Snape." Snape stiffened at being addressed by his least favorite student. What dark arts rituals could he use wandlessly? Snape refused to look Harry in the eye, instead talking to Dumbledore as if he had asked the question. "There are precious few he can do wandlessly. His best hope would be a demonic summoning. Those can be performed using surprisingly common ingredients, as long as one knows the ritual. Another would be to possess a human host and absorb their magic. This would take longer but eventually allow him to become corporeal. I would suggest he will go for the latter. The Dark Lord is not one to bargain with demons." "I'm not so sure about that," argued Harry. "Don't demons bargain using souls? Complete souls." That is correct. But Voldemort doesn't have a complete soul, he has Horcruxes. And the demon in question wouldn't know this, would it? "Number," conceded Snape, now looking at the stone wall directly above Harry's head. "So could Voldemort summon a demon, get himself restored to power in exchange for his soul, and then renege on the deal?" "Possibly. But this is all conjecture. We don't know if the Dark Lord can even summon a demon in his present condition. Death with a Horcrux active can be unpleasant. Good. So the Voldemort situation is so far undecided, concluded Dumbledore. Now, a more pressing matter is that of Sirius Black. Lupin perked up considerably. He had been shooting Harry suspicious glances, still unsure of what was going to happen to Sirius. Harry nodded and turned his seat to face Remus, wanting his old friend to know how much the situation mattered to him. Remus, I know you don't know me just yet, but believe me, I know you. I know what Sirius is going through. He's been imprisoned 12 years in hell because of that rat you thought was a friend. Speaking of which, where did you put Pettigrew, headmaster? He's stunned in the dungeons, locked into Animagus handcuffs, replied Dumbledore, looking deadly serious as he discussed his former pupil. More than he deserves. Anyway, Remus, I want to get to know you and Sirius more this time round. Last time was cut short. I don't want it to happen again. Thank you, Harry. Your father would have been proud. I want you to know that I would be happy to get to know you, time travel or not, promised Remus. He raised his hand awkwardly, as if to put it on Harry's shoulder, but seemed to think better of it halfway through, dropping it back into his lap lamely. Snape's lip curled slightly, his distaste for James Potter and Remus, affection evident. Harry shot him an angry glance and shifted his seat back to its original position. Well, that clears things up somewhat, said Dumbledore. I think the next week or so is going to be exceedingly busy. Tomorrow is the end of term, and Harry will have to go back to stay with his relatives, so we might have to ask them to be lenient about letting you leave the house to deal with the legalities of Sirius release. Then we can start on the problem of the Horcruxes. About me going home, Albus, Harry began, a small smile on his face. The reason I go to my relatives is for blood protection, correct? Dumbledore nodded, not quite sure where this was going. And the blood protection relies on whether I call the place home. Dumbledore nodded again, now looking thoroughly uncomfortable. Unfortunately, I no longer call number 4, Privet Drive home. I haven't for nearly 5 years. My mother's sacrifice has expired, sir. I can't go back there. And, if I may say, you were a fool to send me there in the first place. McGonagall gasped quietly. It wasn't often that Dumbledore was openly defied, but it seemed to be happening more and more recently. Harry continued, regardless, they showed me nothing but neglect. 11 years, Albus. You didn't think to check on me once. You claimed to care about me, yet you left me there, alone. No sacrifice is worth that. I'm sorry, Harry, muttered Dumbledore, looking down at his hands. You're sorry, Headmaster. I've managed to let go of my past, but you can't just try to wave aside your manipulations. Don't think you know what's good for everyone. The Dursleys aren't really the point, but I'm sure you've realized that. Harry, just drop it. I'll talk about it later. Tell me when you have news of Sirius, unless there's anything else. I'm off to spend time with my friends. Harry spat, his voice bitter. He wanted Dumbledore to really understand how he'd suffered, not pass it off with a lukewarm apology. I understand, Harry. I will contact you tomorrow, before the leaving feast, with regards to Sirius' situation, replied Dumbledore, his head bowed. No one was able to look Harry in the eye as he walked from the headmaster's office, anger written onto his features. The creature now had 2 ingredients: blood, and access to the second, namely an offering. The plan was coming together. Harry spent a good 10 minutes wandering the school corridors in a haze, not noticing where he was going and who he passed. He was still getting used to his newfound freedom. He hadn't walked around without fear of attack for years, despite the fact that he was currently habitually scanning for any sort of danger. Not to mention having to get used to his size. He thought he was far taller when he was 12 the first time round. People gave him curious looks as he passed them, alone, but he was un for the best part. Harry was considering going to find Ron and Hermione. They were probably in the library or the common room, when 3 faces he'd never thought he'd see again turned the corner ahead of him. Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Malfoy's pale, pointed face lit up as he saw Harry alone. No doubt he thought he was going to have some fun. Harry stopped in his tracks, realizing that he was alone with the Slytherin goons in the corridor. He had no idea how to handle a situation like this, defend himself if they attacked him, or just run away. The portraits on the walls near him were all still life, nobody to go for help if need be. Everyone else was outside on the glorious summer day, except the 3 boys in front of him it seemed. Potter, where are Weasel and the Mudblood? Did they finally come to their senses and ditch you? Malfoy sneered, sure of Crabbe and Goyle's protection. Harry felt a spark of anger, similar to what he'd felt when talking about the Dursleys. Malfoy had been punished for his failure to kill Dumbledore during the Second War, but he'd been spared death due to his father's capture of Snape. He wasn't as infamous as Lucius, but he had been far from innocent. Harry had had the pleasure of killing the arrogant Burke himself. The corners of his mouth twitched at the memory. If it came to it, and he hoped it did, he could beat all 3 of them in a duel with his hands tied, weedy body or no weedy body. But for now he had better things to do than trade words with a Malfoy. I heard the heir didn't manage to kill the blood traitor girl. Pity, isn't it? I really hoped he might just get Granger before it all ended. Malfoy, I'm sure you think that what you have to say is of bowel-shattering importance, but I'm busy. Can we take a rain check? Malfoy looked as though he'd been slapped. You ought to pay attention to your betters, Potter. We're alone, in case you haven't noticed. I did notice that, as a matter of fact. What, you want to ask me out or something? Malfoy pulled out his wand, his eyes narrowed. I'd be careful if I were you. Harry abruptly turned on his heel and walked off in the other direction, tired of Malfoy's self-glorifying speeches. Draco hissed in anger and fired off a mild jinx at Harry's unprotected back. Harry, moving with frightening speed, drew his wand and deflected the jinx one fluid movement, without turning around. The spell hit Malfoy square in the jaw, knocking him clean off his feet onto the floor. Harry noted with satisfaction the crack his head made as it hit the hard stones. The Slytherin would need a trip to Madame Pomfrey at the very least. And what was he supposed to say happened? He'd insulted Harry and the Weasleys and then drawn his wand to curse Harry, so Harry deflected his spell back at him. Given his newfound influence with the staff, Harry thought a few points would be lost for Slytherin before the end of the day if Draco chose to complain about being assaulted by Harry. Crabbe and Goyle watched the short-lived duel with stupid looks on their faces. Harry kept walking calmly, wand still in his hand. They turned and ran back round the corner, going surprisingly fast for boys of their size. Harry snorted in laughter and turned the corner, setting off to find Ron and Hermione. He felt much calmer now, and ready to meet his old friends. So what did you say you did to the basilisk? Dumbledore simply said you'd killed it, but I read that it takes a lot to kill something that big and magical. But really, Harry, you were very silly, going in without Ron, said Hermione breathlessly. The 3 of them were lounging under a tree in the grounds, the sun beating down overhead. A short distance away, Fred and George were playing catch with the giant squid in the lake. That's what I thought, muttered Ron, picking at some grass. I dunno, Fawkes did most of it. He blinded the thing and then I stabbed it with the sword. Wasn't too bad actually. I probably got lucky, Harry recited, lying through his teeth. He'd spent the summer afternoon with his friends, but had found the experience to be strangely unfulfilling. Ron and Hermione were still as he remembered, but they were so immature. Well, Ron was. Hermione was just irritating him with questions. But he loved her for it really. He'd almost given the game away when he first saw her again, seeing as he hadn't for at least a year in the previous timeline. Somehow he'd held himself in, as he had during those dark times. Running and fighting didn't give much time to grieve, so he supposed he'd never really gotten over the loss of his friend. Regardless, she was here now. Anyway, do you think you'll get an award for services to the school? Asked Hermione. I could ask Dumbledore. I reckon if I got one you two would get one too. After all, Ron came with me and you found out it was a basilisk. I didn't do it all alone. Ron lay back on the grass, squinting against the bright sunshine. Whatever happened to Lockhart? Last I heard he was still shut in his office. Dumbledore announced that he left in disgrace this morning. Ron. Honestly, where were you at the beginning of breakfast? Scolded Hermione. Sleeping in, having gone into the chamber to save my sister's life. We can't all be safe and petrified, Hermione. Ron shot back. Feeling that an argument was brewing, Harry got to his feet and said they should go to the kitchens for a snack. Ron and Hermione looked at him blankly. The kitchens? What do you mean? Said Hermione, a curious look in her eyes. I overheard Fred and George talking about it. Harry lied again. There's this painting with a bowl of fruit, and you tickle the pear and it turns into a door handle. Who actually does the cooking, do you know? There's nothing in Hogwarts, a history about it. House elves. Apparently they think it's the best job in the world, and they're the best treated in Britain, said Harry, eager to avoid a repeat of SPEW. Hermione had her heart in the right place when it came to elf rights, but that didn't stop it being annoying when she rattled her collection tin under your nose. Well, I think Harry's idea is brilliant, Ron announced as he sat up and stretched. I've never been to the kitchens, should be a laugh. Come on, Hermione, it'll be great. He got to his feet and pulled Hermione up next to him, a big grin on his face. Harry rolled his eyes. Whenever food was involved, Ron was for it. The three of them traipsed across the grounds back up the castle, Ron and Hermione chatting merrily while Harry listened. He had missed the conversation, the interaction between the three of them, even if it was a bit juvenile for his tastes. He'd thought he would be more emotional about seeing his friends again, but he was more happy than sad. They'd died, true, but he'd been given a second chance to put things right, and for him that meant putting the past behind him. Harry had had to learn to move on. He'd mourned after Hogwarts burned. That was enough. Harry, Earth to Harry, said Hermione, clicking her fingers in front of his eyes. Harry started, realizing they were in the entrance hall. We don't know the way to the kitchens, Harry, so if you'd be so kind. Oh, sorry, yeah this way, he mumbled, leading them off down the corridor to the kitchens. Soon they found themselves in front of the picture of fruit, which Harry quickly tickled. The pair giggled and morphed into a green doorknob, which Ron turned eagerly, revealing the Hogwarts kitchens in all their glory. The kitchens were just as Harry had remembered, gleaming, tidy and full of house elves. What he hadn't expected was to be enveloped in a house elf-sized hug as soon as he entered. Harry Potter, sir. Harry Potter, sir, is coming to visit Dobby to see if he has settled in. Harry Potter, sir, is a brave and noble wizard. A familiar voice squeaked from around Harry's waist. Dobby, he gasped. Dobby was going to give him pins and needles, he was squeezing so tight. Yes, it is Dobby, Harry Potter, sir. Professor Dumbledore is giving Dobby a job, sir. When Dobby was being set free, the other house elves, who had perked up at the trio's arrival, looked slightly ashamed. Professor Dumbledore is asking Dobby if he would like to work at Hogwarts, and Dobby is saying yes. That's fantastic, Dobby. Could you stop hugging me now, please? Wheezed Harry, who was beginning to feel faint. Dobby immediately let go, beamed at Ron and Hermione, who were trying not to laugh, and rushed off to get them some food. Harry massaged his legs, trying to get feeling back into them. As happy as he was for Dobby, the fact he was employed already perturbed him. It meant the timeline he was used to was changing already, things were happening differently. He would have to be more careful, or before he knew it Ron would be the next Dark Lord or something. You have a fan, Harry, sniggered Ron, slapping his friend on the back. Sod off, Harry replied, sitting down in a chair a house elf had brought moments before. Hermione looked around her with a disapproving air, as if something was out of place. Harry, she asked, the house elves, they are paid, aren't they? Ron chuckled at the idea, earning a sharp look from Hermione, while Harry glanced around to see if any of the house elves had overhead. Hermione, he whispered urgently, don't mention pay around here. They don't like it and they don't want it. They're happy here. They get somewhere to sleep, all the food they want, and all the work they want. Freedom doesn't agree with house elves, I mean it does with Dobby, but it's considered taboo with others. If you want I'll talk about it with you later, but not here, okay? Hermione looked chastened, but still shot judgmental stares around the kitchens. Seconds later Dobby and a few other elves arrived, carrying the most enormous table Harry had ever seen. It was laden with every food imaginable, from a whole chicken to a quivering jelly. Ron seemed as though he'd died and gone to heaven. Sorry for the delay, Harry Potter, sir, said Dobby. We didn't know what you or your noble friends wanted. Really, Dobby? There's no need, Hermione began, but she was cut off by Dobby. All friends of Harry Potter's are noble, miss. He is a kind and brave wizard, and friends of all house elves. Harry, looking thoroughly embarrassed, thanked Dobby and the other elves for the food and motioned for his friends to tuck in. Ron needed no prompting, immediately loading up his plate with chips, eclairs and sausages. Hermione wrinkled her nose at his mixture of desserts and main course and had some scrambled egg. Harry joined her but grabbed some chicken on the side. They ate in companionable silence, the house elves topping up their drinks or providing more food if needed. Well, said Hermione when they finished, I don't think I'll ever need to eat again. So you can just come here any time you want. Yeah, but it's against the rules to take food from the kitchens. Nothing about eating food in them though, Harry shrugged. Bit of an oversight, if you ask me. Not really. In Hogwarts, a history. Not right now, Hermione, groaned Ron, loosening the buttons on his trousers. Exams are over. I don't need to be force-fed facts. And being force-fed food which is made by S is all right by you then. Hermione bristled. Harry sighed inwardly and leant back in his chair as his friends began to bicker. Some things never changed. Harry awoke the next day feeling the most refreshed he had in years. After their trip to the kitchens, the rest of the day had passed peacefully. A couple of games of Exploding Snap, a second dinner and a good laugh when Malfoy was punished for dueling by McGonagall. Harry was surprised at her indifference when it came to being around him during the school day. By watching her you would think Harry was just a normal student, instead of a 22-year-old time traveler who could be snippy at Dumbledore and get away with it. Which is what she ought to be acting like if I'm to stay here, he thought with a smile, rolling onto his side. Today was the day of the leaving feast, and hopefully the day Sirius' release was organized. Dumbledore promised to have him sit in the meeting with Amelia Bones, and if all went well Sirius would be released tomorrow, providing Fudge didn't try to muscle in. If all went well, Harry grimaced as he recalled Fudge's ineptitude during the Second War. He had ignored the fact that Voldemort had returned and then, once he was kicked out of office, he spent the rest of the war trying to buy influence wherever he could, hoping to overthrow Scrimgeour. Harry remembered fondly the day he got news of Fudge's death, in an apparition accident, of all things. Harry continued to think about his previous life, grimacing and smiling at each memory. He found it helped to introvert himself during quiet moments such as this. He wanted to assimilate into his new life, but was loath to forget his old one. The memories were less painful now, as though having cried about them had let him come to terms with them. He reached to grab his glasses and felt a small note on his bedside. He grabbed the two, put on his glasses and shifted around so he could read the note, which was written in familiar loopy handwriting. Harry, it read, the meeting with Mrs. Bones is scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning. Wear your school robes. We are claiming to have found Peter by chance, just to forewarn you. I am truly sorry about our altercation yesterday. A.D. Harry screwed the letter up and tossed it to one side, feeling suddenly tired again. Now that the meeting was in, he checked his watch. Half an hour. He didn't particularly want to go. Today was another free day, no lessons, and he wanted to spend it readjusting to his new life. Not stuck in a room with Dumbledore, who he didn't particularly want to talk to at the moment, and Fudge. Only the thought of Sirius, rotting in Azkaban, kept him going. The meeting wasn't really about him and his squabbles with the headmaster. It was about his godfather. Harry pulled back the curtains on his four-poster to check who was in the dorm. Snores were still coming from Ron and Neville's beds, but Dean and Seamus seemed to have already gone down to breakfast. Harry got dressed in his cleanest and therefore best robes, had a quick shower and went off to Dumbledore's office for the meeting with 10 minutes to spare. He'd skipped breakfast, but if the worst came to the worst he would stuff himself on drops in Dumbledore's office. Harry approached the stone gargoyles which guarded Dumbledore's office right on time. Smoothing his hair, he realized he didn't actually know the password. Drops, he asked tentatively. The gargoyles remained impassive, staring straight ahead. Cockroach cluster, acid pops, fudge, sugar quill, pepper imps, ice mice, blood pops, Drubel's best blowing gum, Bertie Bott's Everflavor beans. I don't know. Open for F. He aimed a kick at the base of the nearest gargoyle. Excuse me, what do you think you're? Oh, Mr. Potter, said Cornelius Fudge, causing Harry to start. He whirled around to see the portly minister, complete with trademark bowler hat, approaching the gargoyles with a friendly look on his face. Oh shit, he thought to himself. Fudge had evidently heard about the meeting. Oh, Minister Fudge, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be meeting Professor Dumbledore, but he didn't give me the password. Is this about Black? Well, I don't know what Dumbledore wants to talk about regarding him, but I can see why he wants you to sit in. Anyway, the password is Milky Way. Odd, I always thought Dumbledore had sweets as his password. Harry hid a smile as the gargoyles moved aside when Fudge mentioned the password, allowing him and Harry to go up the revolving stairs in silence. The headmaster still knew how to make him laugh, despite Harry's feelings towards the man. However, he was still worried about how Dumbledore would take the news of Fudge meeting with them. Ah, Cornelius, Harry, good morning, said Dumbledore with a smile as they entered, giving no indication that he was surprised by Fudge's presence. Harry gave him a warning look as he sat in the chair in front of Dumbledore's desk, but Fudge didn't notice the hostility in the air, greeting Dumbledore with a cheery smile. The room had been restored to normal after the previous day's meetings, weird gadgets et al. Fox, Perch was currently empty, the Phoenix was probably out hunting. Dumbledore settled in his seat and gave them an appraising look over his half-moon glasses before beginning. Cornelius, Harry here knows what this meeting is about, but I'm afraid I did not inform you as I assumed Amelia could handle it without bothering you. Sirius Black, infamous mass murderer, is innocent. The silence that followed was deafening. Fudge was not smiling anymore. He took his hat off of his head and began to fidget with it, staring straight at Dumbledore. Innocent. Dumbledore, my good man, you can't possibly be suggesting that an innocent man has been locked up in the worst prison facility on the planet for 12 years. Yes, I am, Cornelius. I sincerely wish I wasn't, but there it is. As I meant to tell Amelia, we need to do something about this. What? Where's your evidence? Peter Pettigrew, who apparently confronted Black and was murdered along with 12 innocent muggles, is alive. He, that is Peter, betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. Peter Pettigrew killed the muggles, faking his own death. He's been living with a wizarding family for 12 years. Quite the deception. Preposterous. Next you'll be telling me he was their secret keeper instead of Black. Now that you mention it, Cornelius. Rubbish. Dumbledore. Pettigrew was a bumbling fool of a boy. Always in Black and Potter's shadow, or so I hear. No one would trust him to be a secret keeper. Black was the obvious and best choice that the Potters had. Cornelius, if you would wait a moment, I can show you Pettigrew. He is being held in my quarters. Dumbledore waved his wand gracefully and an elegant oak door appeared in the stone wall of his office. Let me just fetch him. Fudge began to color as he grew steadily angrier. Harry smirked at the sight. It was nice to see Fudge rattled, even if the meeting wasn't going as planned. Dumbledore got up and went through the door, only to emerge a moment later levitating Pettigrew's unconscious body, bound by handcuffs. Dumbledore cleared his desk with a wave of his wand and deposited Wormtail onto it with a flourish. Fudge looked apoplectic with fear and confusion, his mouth opening and closing randomly. He'd dropped his hat when Wormtail was placed on the desk, not quite knowing whether to pick it up or stare at Pettigrew. This is Peter Pettigrew, known to his friends as Wormtail. I assure you, Cornelius, that this is the man you're looking for. Sirius Black is innocent. He never had a trial and was never interrogated under Veritaserum, but I am sure that if either was done this whole mess would be cleared up. It should be relatively simple to get a confession from Pettigrew once the Ministry officially arrests him, said Dumbledore, his tone sterner than before. Utter rot, Dumbledore, Fudge replied flatly. This man could be anyone. Pettigrew didn't look anything like this man on your desk. Not to mention the fact that you've been keeping unauthorized prisoners in your personal quarters. People always said you were funny in the head, and this is only the proof. And how can I trust any confession this man gives? You can alter memories, I know you can. Do you really think I can tell the public Black is innocent and the Ministry failed in upholding justice that badly? I'd be sacked on the spot. He roared. turning from red to an odd shade of puce. Dumbledore merely took his seat, shaking his head, but Harry had had enough. The meeting had been eerily reminiscent of the one Dumbledore had had with Fudge in the hospital wing at the end of the third task. Harry remembered how that one had turned out, and lost it. "Look, you oblivious moron," he interjected angrily, "can't you get off of your fat ass for one moment and actually look responsibility in the face? You weren't even minister when Sirius was imprisoned, Bagnold was. What the hell do you have to lose by having justice be done? What do you think you're going to do? Just ignore the fact we've captured the man responsible for the murder of my parents?" Well, Fudge looked from Harry to Dumbledore, fear in his eyes. "Mad, totally mad, both of you. Black isn't innocent, he murdered 13 people. Lucius Malfoy told me Black was perfectly willing, and he would know, having been unfortunately bewitched by you-know-who last time round. And if you say otherwise, I'll have you both arrested. I'm minister, I can do that. Release that poor man you've chained up, and never speak of this to me again, or I'll see you up in front of your own Wizengamot." "Good day, Dumbledore," he blustered, getting up and practically running from the room. Fudge was so worked up he had forgotten his bowler hat, which lay discarded on the floor. "Poor Cornelius, so short-sighted, this was why I wanted Amelia," muttered Dumbledore as the door slammed shut. "Short-sighted my ass, the man's a pillock," Harry retorted, aiming a punch at Pettigrew's side. Dumbledore's eyes widened with alarm at Harry's display of violence, and he waved his wand to send Wormtail soaring back into his quarters before addressing Harry again. "Harry, please calm yourself. I know you're angry about Sirius, and I tried my best to help with that, but you must try to control yourself around people like Cornelius. He's misguided and powerful, a very poor combination. I believe he will try to forget this meeting ever happened, as is his way, but try not to insult the leader of our society again. Quote, what do you care? You can just try to pack me off to my relatives again, keep me out of the way. Remember, Albus, I'm not a child anymore. I can see the problems that man brings, and I can't stop myself feeling angry about it. Something needs to be done, he hissed, eyes narrowed. Dumbledore sighed and waved his wand, bringing back the things that were on his desk before Peter was put there. He plunged a gnarled hand into a bowl full of colored sweets, pondering his reply. Drop, Harry, what? No, Harry, I'm sorry, I did try to see Amelia, as you well know. Cornelius showing up was not part of the plan. You can say that again. Indeed, but you must control your temper towards people you disagree with, whether they're me or the minister. You've been through a lot as a time traveler, Harry, and it kills me to think you'd stay hostile towards me over this. We must be patient in our moves and... All right. You do still have a way with words, I'll give you that. I know what you're getting at, and I respect the reasoning behind it. In return, I'm sorry for shouting at the minister. He was like this the first time round, bumbling and unwilling to face facts sometimes. I told you how he refused to admit Voldemort was back. Sometimes I think he personally did more damage by doing that than anyone else in the war. Harry mused, looking out of the window at the clear sky outside. He, like me, had his reasons, even if we do not agree with them. Now, I believe you have another glorious summer's day ahead of you, one which you should spend catching up with your friends. I think you, of all people, deserve that. I'm looking forward to it, Headmaster. Where will I be going tomorrow, as I'm not going with the Dursleys? I took the liberty of contacting Mr. and Mrs. Dursley yesterday to tell them you wouldn't be coming back to Privet Drive. They were rather enthusiastic about it. Molly Weasley was most insistent you stayed with her, if that pleases you. I wouldn't have it any other way. I will contact you over the summer break with regard to the Horcruxes. We need to begin to gather them up. But, until then, goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Headmaster. Harry got out of the chair, swiped a drop and left the office, closing the door behind him significantly more quietly than Fudge had done. Under his boyish exterior, his brain was shifting into overdrive. Sirius couldn't be freed by legal channels, Fudge had seen to that. But there were always illegal ones. He smiled as he descended the revolving stairs. Sirius was in for one hell of a surprise. Harry relaxed into his Hogwarts Express seat with a sigh of contentment, knowing that this year he wouldn't be heading home to the hell that was Privet Drive. The leaving feast had gone just as he remembered it, with a resounding Gryffindor victory with regards to the House Cup. Dumbledore taken him aside before he left, promising to mobilize the Order within the next week or so to spearhead the Horcrux hunt. Voldemort was going to be in for a nasty surprise. "I'm glad you're staying with us now, mate," said Ron cheerfully, sitting down opposite Harry. "Mum nearly had a fit when Dumbledore told her you'll be living with us. You'll be getting extra meals and stuff for weeks." Ron had taken the loss of his pet rat very well, considering the circumstances. He had been told that Scabbers was a Death Eater in disguise, as had Molly and Arthur, but Dumbledore had kept Pettigrew's identity secret. Ron had, of course, been shocked once he'd heard the news but quickly put it behind him once he knew that the Death Eater had been captured and was being held safely. The conversation had gone relatively smoothly. Molly only shouted at Dumbledore once. Harry laughed and looked out the window into the cool summer morning. The day was perfect. Not a cloud in the sky with a soft breeze wafting through the air. The last of the students got onto the express as Hermione entered the compartment dragging her trunk, looking harried. "Has anyone seen my copy of Hogwarts, A History? I can't find it in my trunk," she asked breathlessly. "Of course, I borrowed it for bedtime reading," said Ron, but so that she couldn't hear. Hermione, with Harry's help, got her trunk into the overhead compartments and managed to find her beloved book tucked into a spare pair of robes. She promptly sat down next to Ron and began to read. Harry popped his head into the corridor to see if anyone wanted to sit with them. He noticed Ginny and Neville walking down the carriage, being denied entry to packed compartment after compartment. "Oi, Ginny, Neville. There's room here." Neville smiled, waved, almost dropping Trevor the Toad, while Ginny blushed furiously and refused to meet Harry's gaze. She'd been very evasive of Harry ever since he saved her from the chamber, just as she'd been in her second year the first time Harry experienced it. However, he was keen on getting her to overcome her crush and be a normal human being around him this time. After all, they would be living together. The pair of them entered the compartment and stowed their trunks. Harry and Ron started a game of exploding snap while Neville watched quietly. Hermione stopped reading when Ginny entered and stuck up a conversation with her. Ginny was much more normal around anyone other than Harry. She was having nightmares, according to Hermione, but outwardly it was as if she had never even heard of Tom Riddle. As the hours slipped by, the scenery outside the train windows changed from jagged mountains to rolling farmland while the sun climbed higher in the sky. Harry treated his fellow travelers to a horde of sweets when the trolley came round, and they were all laughing and joking together, even Ginny and Neville swapping chocolate frog cards, when an unwelcome face finally made his appearance. Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle opened the compartment door, dark looks on their faces. Neville squeaked with fright, shrinking his seat. Harry motioned for Ron to stay seated, giving his best friend a glance that said, "I'll handle this." Well, what have we here?" Draco drawled, looking at the angry Gryffindors. "I think there's a bit of a vermin infestation, don't you think, boys?" Crabbe and Goyle chuckled, obviously not getting the joke. "And speaking of infestations, there's also a couple of weasels in here. I'd better make sure to shower once I leave. Not to mention the mudblood over there. This compartment will need a real cleaning when we get to King's Cross." "Shut up, Malfoy," growled Ron, looking as though he'd like to rearrange Malfoy's innards. Malfoy scowled, but Harry snapped before the blonde boy could retort. "Malfoy, are we going to do this every year? The whole, 'I'm Draco Malfoy, I'm pureblood and rich, hear me roar,' routine is going to get very old, very quickly. Wasn't the schooling you received in the corridor enough? Or do you want another stunner in the face?" Harry said, getting to his feet. He wasn't in the mood for this. Draco's lips twisted into a sneer, his eyes glittering with malice. What happened in the corridor was luck, Potter, and nothing more. "You want to duel Crabbe, Goyle and I? Be my guest. I'll remember to have you buried next to your parents." Harry pulled his wand from his robes and held it loosely by his side, ignoring Hermione and Ginny's protests behind him. "I don't want to fight you, Malfoy, let me have that put on the record. I do not want to fight You. Don't make me, please. You'll regret it. The atmosphere in the compartment was electric. Malfoy and his cronies were still as statues. Harry blinked, slowly and deliberately. Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle went for their wands. Hermione screamed as Harry lashed out with his left fist, smashing into Draco's soft stomach. Ron whooped in delight as Malfoy went down, clutching his stomach and wheezing. Quicker than lightning, Harry brought his wand back across his body in a slashing motion, muttering an incantation under his breath. Crabbe and Goyle, who hadn't even raised their wands, immediately fell to the ground, howling in pain as all the hairs on their body became ingrown. Ron and Neville dissolved into laughter and Ginny looked like she was suppressing giggles. Hermione, on the other hand, looked very forbidding. Malfoy was on the compartment floor, beeping and clutching his stomach and coughing weakly. Harry picked up Malfoy's discarded wand and nudged the fallen boy with his toe. Come on then, get up. We've barely started. You wanted to duel, I didn't. You just got your ass handed to you on a plate. Now get up, or I'll snap your wand in half. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm, ordering him to lift the curse on Crabbe and Goyle, who were still writhing in pain. He did so, reluctantly, sending the pair running away for the second time in 2 days. Malfoy grudgingly got to his feet, wincing with every movement. You Potter, he spluttered, wait, till my father hears of this. He tried to straighten up to muster some dignity while Ron sniggered behind Harry. He glanced left and right down the corridor, seeing no one was paying much attention. He held Malfoy's wand in 2 fingers in front of the Slytherin's eyes. Leave us alone in future, he said, stony-faced, dropping Malfoy's wand at his feet and shutting the door. Malfoy's eyes narrowed in hate and gave Harry one last look before turning on his heel, collecting his wand from the floor, and walking off down the corridor towards the bathroom, brushing aside people who were coming out of their compartments to see what the noise was all about. Muttering about stupid inbreds, Harry sat back down in his seat. Why the hell did you let him go, Harry? Ron practically yelled as Harry sat back down. He attacked you. Yeah, and he has no evidence that I injured him. He can hardly say I hit him when no one saw him, can he? No one's going to believe him. This way I get to humiliate him a little and not get in trouble, Harry replied, feeling drained as well as guilty for lying to his friends. Punching Draco had hurt his hand slightly. He needed to do some training during the holidays for sure. He was still getting used to having a 12-year-old body. Hermione sniffed in disapproval at the violence, disappearing again behind Hogwarts, a history. Ginny and Neville congratulated Harry and restarted the abandoned exploding snap game while Harry and Ron, shrugging at Hermione's stern demeanor, began to talk Quidditch. Platform 9 3/4 was just as Harry remembered it, bustling, noisy and full of parents greeting their offspring. He hadn't seen the platform since the beginning of his 7th year, although he'd heard that Voldemort had blocked off the magical entrance shortly after he destroyed Hogwarts. Harry took a deep breath of the summer air as he stepped off the train, lugging his trunk behind him. He scanned the heaving crowd on the platform, quickly spotting Mr. and Mrs. Weasley hugging Fred, George and Percy, who had disembarked before Harry. He waved at them, and grinned as they waved back enthusiastically. He hadn't really given it much thought while on the run in the other timeline, but he missed the Weasleys more than anyone else, save Dumbledore and Sirius. This time round he would endeavor to build bridges with Percy, which would perhaps stop him ostracizing his family so harshly. Harry helped Hermione and Ginny with the trunks and forged his way through the crowd with his friends in tow, until he finally emerged next to his new foster parents. "Harry," exclaimed Mrs. Weasley, looking fit to burst. "We never thanked you for saving our Ginny. And now you're part of our family." She grabbed him in a bone-breaking hug, and Harry was painfully reminded of how short he was when their heads collided. Mrs. Weasley dispensed hugs and kisses to the rest of the entourage, even Neville, who looked thoroughly surprised to be included. Harry wasn't surprised. His grandmother hardly looked like a cuddly person. Hermione spotted her parents standing a short distance away, looking apprehensive at the sight of all the magical folk, and said her goodbyes, giving Harry and Ron tight hugs and promising to write to them over the summer. Neville also waved goodbye to his friends, still looking confused as to why they were hanging around him, and walked off to meet his grandmother, a stern-looking witch in a distinctive hat. Harry grinned to himself, hoping that Neville would come out his shell of self-doubt quicker this time round. "Do you have everything, Harry, Ron? Is Hedwig all right for the journey?" Mrs. Weasley asked, switching into motherly mode. Harry checked his faithful companion, who he had had little time to fuss over since his accident with the Time Turner. In the future Harry had experienced Hedwig had burned along with Hogwarts, yet another casualty of Voldemort's campaign. Having everyone around him and caring for him was beginning to get disorientating for Harry. He relished the thought of a quiet night's sleep in the burrow. "She's fine, Mrs. Weasley. Shall we go?" "Do call me Molly dear, or Mum," said Mrs. Weasley. "After all, the foster papers came through just this morning, although I'm positive Dumbledore had something to do with how fast they were approved. You're a Weasley now, it seems, though I think your second name should stay Potter. After all, you are the Harry Potter." Harry and the other Weasleys laughed and headed off the platform, Harry shielding his eyes against the June sun and swapping jokes with Fred and George. Ron had told them all excitedly about how Harry had handled Malfoy on the train, taking care to be out his mother's earshot. The twins had been deeply impressed. "It seems Ickle Harrykins could be a champion dueler when he's older," they'd said, identical smiles on their freckled faces. The Weasleys had managed to secure a portkey to get them to the burrow, which they gathered around near the magical barrier separating platform 9 3/4 from the Muggle world. Harry remembered with a smirk how he and Ron had crashed their old Ford Anglia into the Forbidden Forest, and how it had been running wild ever since. He didn't know what Mr. Weasley had done to it, but it had made the old automobile grow a mind of its own. Harry jerked himself out of his reminiscing. He'd almost missed the portkey, only just getting his finger onto it in time and feeling the all-too-familiar jerk behind his navel as the Weasleys, owls and luggage were all whisked away to the burrow. Harry awoke the next day in an unfamiliar bed. Panic lanced through his body before he realized that the foreign room wasn't on fire. It was merely the garish orange color of Ron's bedroom ceiling, and he was in a camp bed. He exhaled and put his glasses on, still staring at the orange ceiling. Being back at the burrow was like coming to his home away from home. Hogwarts would always be where he belonged, but the burrow was where he would always be loved. When it had been destroyed early on in the Second War, Harry had been devastated, not to mention the fact that most of the Weasleys were inside the house when it was eradicated. His heart ached slightly as he thought of the horrible memory of a distant future, but it wouldn't happen this time round. Reminiscing only served to strengthen his resolve, remind him that he had to stop Voldemort before he could mount too high a death toll. It also reminded Harry that he was very hungry, and should get dressed for breakfast. He sat up and saw Ron sleeping quietly, for once, in the bed across the room. Harry got up, just wearing boxers, grabbed some clothes and headed for the shower, taking care not to run into anyone in the burrow's meandering landings and stairways. He had been fairly quiet until he opened the unlocked bathroom door on the 3rd floor, to reveal Ginny wrapped in a towel, drying her hair and humming. Harry yelled in shock and slammed the door, breathing heavily. He did not need surprises like that first thing in the morning. He quickly opened the airing cupboard next to the bathroom door and snatched a fluffy white towel to cover himself before Ginny came out. As he tied the towel off around his waist, Ginny opened the door a crack, looking mortified that a half-naked Harry had nearly seen her showering. She then hurried past him, brick red and not looking at him at all. Harry sighed. So much for stopping her having a crush on him. At this rate he would make her think he had a crush on her. He'd dated Ginny in his previous life and regretted breaking up with her after Dumbledore's funeral, but he had to remind himself that she was barely pushing 12 in this time. It would be unhealthy to encourage her. After he'd showered himself thoroughly, making sure to lock the door, Harry examined himself in the long, slightly cracked bathroom mirror. He needed to start exercising, the sooner the better. He was pathetically scrawny, something which Mrs. Weasley could probably solve with her famous cooking, and Hedwig had more muscle than him at the moment. Flying on broomsticks just wasn't a good enough physical education in Harry's opinion. His face was at least how he remembered, if slightly rounder and lighter. Hair, deep black and untidy, hung in wet rat tails over his emerald eyes, which looked older than they should be at that age. All in all, his body felt alien to him. Room for improvement, methinks, the mirror muttered. Harry gave it a rude gesture and finished drying off, vowing to start exercising, starting the next morning. Harry ambled down the stairs into the cramped kitchen and was greeted exuberantly by Mrs. Weasley, who was setting the large family table for breakfast. Harry helped her carry the worn cutlery and was starting to attack his bacon with gusto when Ginny came into the room. She squeaked in surprise on seeing Harry, and flushed her characteristic red, but met his eye this time. Harry grinned at her, eliciting a small smile from the 11-year-old. She sat down quietly opposite him and loaded up her plate. "Harry, dear, do you have any plans for today?" said Mrs. Weasley from behind them, still busy preparing breakfast. "I dunno," he replied, swallowing a mouthful before replying. "Might play Quidditch with Ron, or do some chores if you want me to." "How about we go to the village?" Ginny said, almost to herself than anyone else, making Harry start. "That sounds good," he agreed, giving her a smile. Ginny flushed and busied herself getting a drink. The tap had suddenly become unbelievably fascinating to her. "Where on earth are the others?" Mrs. Weasley fussed as she put another round of bacon on the table. As if answering her call, Ron stumbled into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes. He, unlike Harry and Ginny, was still in paisley pajamas, something which Harry chose not to comment on. He remembered how slow Ron could be until he ate in the mornings. Asking him why he wasn't dressed would probably be too difficult for him to answer before breakfast. Ron sat down heavily, grunting a greeting to the room. He piled more food onto his plate than the other two put together and began to eat a sickening pace. Harry winced and concentrated on his own food, only looking up when he was done. Once his plate was clean, he kicked his chair back on two legs and thought about his new family. Being honest with himself, he had always wished to be a Weasley. To be in a family, a unit who accepted him without question and loved him in return for nothing. It was things like this which made Harry ever grateful that the Time Turner accident had happened. He knew the Weasleys couldn't really replace his mother and father, had they been alive, but really he could think of no one better to live with in lieu of actual parents. Looking around at the slightly shabby kitchen, a revelation struck him, causing him to grin from ear to ear. "Wah, chew grinning for?" Ron spluttered through a mouthful of food. "Nothing," Harry began quickly, still grinning. He quickly got up from the table and crossed the kitchen to where Mrs. Weasley was. "Mrs. Weasley, is there any chance I could talk to you for a moment, in private?" "Certainly, dear, in the living room," she said. Harry nodded and they moved into the living room, ignoring Ron's curious look. "What was it you wanted, dear?" "Mrs. Weasley, I wanted to know if you'd looked carefully at the foster notice Dumbledore gave you." "Well, I haven't really had the time. Arthur assured me Dumbledore knew what he was doing." "Oh no, Professor Dumbledore knew what he was doing. The thing is, now that you're my trustees, you have full access to my Gringotts vault. And I'm perfectly happy to allow the entire family full access to my funds." Mrs. Weasley's mouth dropped open slightly. She knew how rich Harry was, or at least had an idea. "Harry, I can't possibly accept what you're offering me. The Weasleys don't do charity, I'm afraid." "How is it charity if I'm a Weasley? I'm not saying you need to buy a new house or anything, but if you need new robes or books or brooms, then what's mine is yours. I don't want to freeload while I'm staying here. Plus, you could set up vaults for Ron, Ginny and the twins and let them learn how to manage their finances." "I'll have to talk to Arthur about it, Harry, but I must say, if you're sure, then we gratefully accept." "Do you want to tell Ron and the others, or should Arthur and I do it later?" Harry grinned. "I reckon I'll do it now, if you don't mind. I want to see the look on Ron's face when he realizes he's richer than Malfoy." Mrs. Weasley chuckled and smoothed down Harry's unruly hair, almost as a reflex action. They ducked back into the kitchen and Harry sat back down in his seat while Mrs. Weasley went back to the stove, intending to firecall Mr. Weasley later on. "Well," Ron demanded, his mouth not full for once. "What was all that about?" "Ron," Ginny admonished, "don't be so rude all the time." "Don't worry, Ginny, I have something of an announcement to make. Your mum just agreed to set you all up accounts from my, frankly over full, vault." Something of an experiment so you can all learn to be responsible with money or something. Anyway, the long and short of it is, you're all pretty rich now." Ginny's fork clattered onto her plate, a look of surprise and realization on her face. "What?" she piped up, her crush on Harry forgotten for the moment. Harry nodded slowly, giving her another broad grin. Ron looked at them both, a bemused expression on his face. "What?" he said with all the dignity he could muster with his mouth full of scrambled egg. "You now have money to burn, guys. I'm not saying we're all going on holiday to the Bahamas, but new robes certainly aren't out of the question. Your mum is going to talk to your dad about it later." "Weasleys don't do charity," said Ginny flatly. "I am a Weasley now, in case you've forgotten." "In that case I'll forgive you, mate." Ron grinned, slapping Harry on the shoulder. "Money. My God, I can't wait to see Malfoy's face when I have better stuff than he does." "Now, Ron, that isn't what this is for," Mrs. Weasley called from behind them. "The money is for you to spend sensibly." "Sorry, Mum," Ron called back. "Yeah, like I said, Malfoy's face will be a picture." He added under his breath so his mother couldn't hear. "Can I tell Fred and George?" Ginny asked. She looked slightly overwhelmed with Harry's generosity, but smiled widely when he nodded. "Thanks, Harry." She got up and gave him a quick hug, seemed to realize what she had done, turned beet red, and sped off upstairs. "Girls," muttered Ron, "and I said to him, Lee, buddy, I meant 12 p.m., not am." The rest of the group collapsed into giggles at Fred and George's anecdote, including Harry, who hadn't heard the story in the previous timeline. Fred, George, Harry, Ron and Ginny were walking up the rutted dirt path through the woods which separated the Burrow from Ottery Street Catchpole proper. Their trip to the village hadn't been especially eventful, but it had let Harry get used to what he supposed was his new home. The sun was beginning to set in the summer sky. They had been out for longer than they'd anticipated. "Good one, guys," Harry said, smiling. He was especially pleased as Ginny seemed to have already overcome the first major obstacle in her crush on Harry, namely being able to treat him as a normal human being. She had quickly reverted to blushing and avoiding his gaze, especially after the impromptu hug earlier, but after a long afternoon of close interaction with Harry, who tried to strike up conversation with her at every opportunity, she was seeing him as one of the family. Fred and George had taken the news of the Weasleys' newfound fortune especially well, perhaps too well, their eyes lighting up in glee at the thought of what use the money could be put to in regards to pranking. Harry had it down on his to-do list to retrieve the Marauders map from the pair, but he had decided to defer the task until the beginning of the school year. The group emerged from the small stretch of woodland and, still chatting amicably, walked into the kitchen, where Mrs. Weasley was busy preparing dinner. She scolded Fred and George, who were supposed to be the responsible ones, for staying out so late, but she wasn't allowed to build up a full temper as she was distracted by the shifting of Mr. Weasley's clock hand from work to traveling. "Your father's coming," she announced, chivying the children towards the dining table. Seconds later the door opened to reveal Mr. Weasley, looking threadbare and exhausted. He perked up at the sight of his family and Harry, giving them all a cheery wave and keying Mrs. Weasley on the cheek. "Hello, everyone," he said as he sat down at the dinner table. No one replied, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changing to one of intense anticipation. Mrs. Weasley tore herself away from the stove and took a seat next to her husband, taking his hand. "Arthur," she began, "we have some news for you." "News, Molly dear? It's about the foster documents. Nothing's gone wrong, has it?" he said nervously, shooting Harry a glance. The tension cranked up a notch. "Well, the thing is, you know we've never really been all that well off. My family is far more important than my finances, Molly, you know that." "Well, Harry feels he should give something back to us, even though I think he's being silly. He's offered to get the children proper vaults set up, and let us have free access to his one. I think we won't need to worry about finances anymore." Everyone was quiet, waiting to see Mr. Weasley's reaction. Harry edged forward in his chair. "That's, well, Mr. Weasley began, looking very flustered, but Harry cut him off. "You don't have to say anything, Mr. Weasley. I don't want you to think of this as charity, just as something I can give to you in return for taking me in. And while money may seem a bit superficial, I want to do all I can." Ginny and Mrs. Weasley sniffed, and Mr. Weasley gave Harry a very jerky nod. "Harry, I don't really know what to say, just know that you're one of the family now, and we're all here if you need us." Ron, eager to stop the emotional scene before he succumbed, loudly asked Mrs. Weasley if dinner was ready yet. She and Ginny jumped, wiped their eyes covertly and rushed off to get the dinner and call Percy down. Harry relaxed back into his seat, chattering animatedly with Mr. Weasley about what Muggle gadgets he could buy. It had been a trying day for him, but he wouldn't have traded it for the world. Harry got up bright and early the next day, intending to start his exercise regime. In the future he hadn't formally trained, constant battle was as good as any regulated exercise. But, thankfully, this time things looked peaceful, yet Harry was unwilling to let himself slide. After the previous night's dinner and discussion he had lain awake, thinking about what to do. A running program to build up his stamina was what he'd settled on. Ideally he would use Muggle exercise machines, but he couldn't imagine where they would be able to put them in the burrow. He pulled on a faded t-shirt, some shorts and a pair of battered trainers before creeping out of the room, so as not to disturb Ron, who was snoring like a broken engine. Harry had thought about where to run the previous night as well, and had thought the path to Ottery Street Catchpole would be a reasonable distance to start with. Once he'd scribbled a note to Mrs. Weasley explaining where he was in case she came down early, he set off down the garden path in the crisp morning air. For a while all he heard were his feet pounding the dirt road and the sound of his own labored breathing echoing off the silent trees around him. His attention was quickly diverted, however, by the fact that running even the half-mile to Ottery Street Catchpole was proving to be a Herculean task. Quidditch is useless for this sort of thing, he thought mutinously, panting heavily. Harry came to a stop at the end of the path, which led out of the woods and down into the village proper. Resting against a gnarled tree, he tried to catch his breath. Evidently, he wasn't as fit in this life as he had been in his old body. Harry sat down at the base of the tree as he thought of his previous life. He was still a good distance away from the village and was alone on the wooded path. A perfect place to think. The past had been a horrible place, a place of blood and darkness. Everyone had died, everyone had lost, he had been the last man standing in the end of it all. In one day of terror and violence, one battle which was supposed to decide the fate of the world, everything had gone to hell. The Order had been decimated, he had been left with only a handful of companions left to take out Voldemort, the Death Eaters and the Horcruxes. He laughed to himself quietly, drawing his knees up to his chest. Thinking back on it now, the whole thing was ridiculous. Sure, he had prepared himself, learned advanced curses, how to defend himself physically, but it was just a joke, when it came down to it. 1 year after the battle, it was just him, Ron and Hermione. And they had failed. Hermione had died, Ron had died in front of him, and what had Harry done? He had tried to run, to save his own skin. Pathetic. He pressed his hands against his eyes, breathing heavily. Harry whispered to himself, telling himself it had all changed, he had been given a second chance. He had 2 years head start on Voldemort and enough knowledge to send the bastard straight to hell. There would be no more running this time. But a little voice in the back of his head kept whispering. But you could never defeat Voldemort, could you? You could duel him to a standstill, sure. But killing blows. Never. Harry got roughly to his feet, closing his eyes and focusing on a cool metal wall. The occlumency exercise calmed his breathing, banished the voice. He turned back towards the burrow and began to jog again, barely seeing the path ahead, the pain in his lungs and legs totally forgotten as he focused on the wall. Harry, dear, Dumbledore is in the fire, he says he needs to speak to you. Mrs. Weasley called from the kitchen, interrupting Harry's chess game with Ron. 2 days had passed since Harry's first jogging trip. The twins had sniggered at the thought of Harry exercising, but he himself was secretly proud of his progress. After the first day he'd managed to jog the whole way to the village and back without a rest, despite the fact that it had thoroughly exhausted him. What do you think he wants? Ron asked, a puzzled look on his face. Harry shrugged in a non-committal way and knocked over the Black King, signaling his resignation from the game. His relationship with Ron had been slightly strained since he'd arrived at the Burrow. He just couldn't shake the feelings of irritation at Ron's immaturity, even though he knew it was natural for his friend to be that way. Harry reckoned he would be more like a little brother than a best friend. After all, Harry was more like Bill or Charlie's age now. He ducked out of the living room and into the kitchen, which was, for once, relatively peaceful. The family had only just had lunch, so Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be cooking dinner for a while yet. Mrs. Weasley herself was currently chatting animatedly to Dumbledore's head, which was sitting in the fire. Upon seeing Harry, he smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. "Headmaster," Harry said with a guarded expression on his face. "Harry, my dear boy, how are you? Molly was just telling me about your generous sharing of funds with her and the rest of the family. I do whatever I can for them. They're my family now after all. And I'm glad you're with them. Now, to get to business, I need to see you in my office, Harry." "Molly, could I borrow your charge?" said Dumbledore with another smile, the twinkle in his eyes returning. Mrs. Weasley, once she had confirmed that Harry would be back for dinner, sent him on his way with an embarrassing hug and key. Harry threw the flow powder in and stepped into the fire, saying the name of his destination clearly. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. The flow trip was as dizzy and uncontrolled as ever, grates flying past Harry's vision before he was unceremoniously dumped onto the headmaster's carpet. He heard a quiet chuckle upon arrival, and muttered some choice words under his breath before getting to his feet. The office was as it had been with Fudge, save for the lack of portraits on the walls, like in the meetings with McGonagall, Snape and Lupin. Evidently Dumbledore didn't want to just talk about the weather. "Harry, take a seat. I need to talk to you about Sirius," said Dumbledore, who was sitting in his chair with an inscrutable expression on his lined face. Harry stiffened at the mention of his godfather, plans whirring around in his head. The past few nights at the Burrow had been spent thinking about Sirius, namely what was going to happen if Fudge refused to release him. Fudge has made his verdict. Sirius is not to be released, despite the obvious evidence we have presented him with. Dumbledore sighed, holding up a hand as Harry opened his mouth to abuse the minister. "We have taken Pettigrew to a secure location, under the Fidelis charm. Fudge is under the impression that we released him. All is well, or so he thinks. What I wanted to talk to you about, Harry, is to check that you won't do anything rash." "Rash," Harry barked, "rash. It's nice to see what you think of me, Albus. Consider what you're asking. First of all, I've spent 5 years in hell, 7 of them minus the company of my godfather. A pathetic, toting little worm of a man who has managed to wheedle his way into power is denying my godfather his rightful freedom. Of course I'm going to do something, and if you were smart you'd let me." Dumbledore took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes under the half-moon glasses he always wore. "This is what I was anticipating, Harry. You must not go into Azkaban. Oh, I don't doubt that you could break into Azkaban and rescue Sirius, seeing as you spent 5 years of your life fighting Death Eaters, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. What if the Ministry think it's Death Eaters? What if they think it's me? I don't mean to sound selfish or arrogant, but the finger of blame would naturally fall upon me if you performed a jailbreak. Don't try to control me, Albus. You did that for 6 years and you ended up dead. I didn't come back on purpose, but I'm here now. Negotiations, subtlety, espionage, none of that worked last time. Voldemort is probably trying to return as we speak, and he could be doing it in a different way to last time. The timeline's already changing." Dumbledore turned the color of old porridge as his head snapped up sharply to give Harry his full attention. "What?" he gasped. "Dobby, the house elf. In my timeline it took him a year to get work at Hogwarts. Here, he got it instantly. I've also been adopted by the Weasleys, for heaven's sake. Things are different this time round, Albus. If we don't act soon we'll be flying in the dark, future knowledge or no future knowledge." "I knew this would be a problem," Dumbledore muttered, stroking his impressive beard. "I had planned to hunt for Tom's Horcruxes later on this summer, but, from what you've told me, things are going to have to accelerate. I'll send out the old crowd by the end of the week. We can pick up the locket and the ring easily, the cup will be a tad more difficult, I fear. And there is the small matter of the wand, whose location is currently unknown. Thank you for seeing my side of the argument, Headmaster, said Harry quietly, relieved that no argument was forthcoming and that Dumbledore was going along with his requests. My apologies for trying to control you, Harry. When someone as old as me has held on to the reins of power for so long, relinquishing or sharing them to someone who looks as young as you, it isn't easy. They say power corrupts, and I like to conveniently believe that applies to every case but my own. However, that does not mean you can simply blow your way into Azkaban and free Sirius. That is more of a request between friends than an order, but I implore you to uphold it. Harry nodded solemnly. On that note, Severus wants an assessment of your abilities before you return to Hogwarts. I assume, of course, that you will be returning to school. Naturally, although I may stir things up a bit, sir, Harry smirked. Understandable, my boy. I will have Severus contact you next week to arrange a meeting. Well, Molly will undoubtedly be waiting for you, armed with some of her famous cooking. Off you pop. Shaking his head and smiling at Dumbledore's patronizing tone, Harry grabbed some flow and stepped into the fireplace, shouting, "The Burrow." As he left, a small smile was playing about Harry's lips. He had lied about something to Dumbledore, an accomplished and powerful Legilimens. He had every intention of breaking Sirius out of Azkaban. It was raining at Azkaban. It was always raining at Azkaban, but tonight the rain was more intense than usual, as if it was trying to tear down the unholy fortress through the sheer force of a myriad of tiny impacts. It rattled the windows in their housing, sounding like tiny firecrackers continually exploding against the ancient glass. Benny leaned his chair back on two legs, sipping some cold tea nonchalantly. It had been 2 days since Harry talked to Dumbledore, but Benny had no idea the conversation had ever taken place. Benny was an Azkaban guard, at least for this week anyway. Only 5 human guards, usually Aurors, were actually stationed at the prison, in weekly shifts. They spent most of their time on the ground floors, far away from the soul-beeping Dementors. Benny was relaxing at the end of the day, writing up some paperwork. The silencing charms on the window in his office cancelled out the ear-splitting racket outside. The charms were only in Auror-designated zones. The prisoners wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Tomorrow he would be able to go home to his wife and enjoy his 2-day post-Azkaban leave. Who said there were no perks to being an Auror? His thoughts were banished in an instant when an innocent red light on the wall began to pulse softly. There were intruders in Azkaban prison. The creature had been waiting for days. Days spent finalizing its plan. It knew what it had to do, and how much rested on the fickle whim of an otherworldly creature. Its plan was far from perfect, but it was the only one the creature had. With a barely audible hiss, the creature left the snake it had been inhabiting and entered the mind of the small child standing scant feet away. The mousy-haired boy stiffened momentarily, fought the possession. But the child was weak compared to the creature's power. Mindlessly the unwitting victim set off down the heavily wooded path to do the creature's bidding. Stage 1 of the plan was complete. Benny cursed fluently under his breath. As soon as he'd seen the red light he'd leapt to his feet and hit the general alarm. The other 4 Aurors had gone to seal off the exits, leaving him to deal with the intruders. The Dementors were becoming frenzied, according to the tracking devices on his desk. But what chilled Benny to the bone was the location of the disturbance. The high-security floor, located at the top of the prison. The Lestranges, Black, Crouch. They were all there, the famous and the infamous of the wizarding world. And that was why Benny was clutching his wand in his hand until his knuckles turned white. His black cloak billowed behind him as the guard climbed the rugged stone stairs. Finally, after what seemed like an age, he reached the top floor, punching the button to let the Dementors know that an Auror was approaching. Not that that would do much good if they had gone into a feeding frenzy. Benny gulped nervously and put his hand on the thick door's handle. Finally, he turned it. The corridor was deserted. The individual cell doors were all shut as they should be. But the corridor was deserted. Where the hell are the Dementors? Benny wondered, running his hands over his regulation buzz cut. He stepped cautiously out into the corridor, hand still gripping his wand tightly. He passed door after door, checking the ward indicators to see if the prisoners were contained. He reached Sirius Black's cell. Benny's blood ran cold. The small boy walked nonchalantly from the communal hut, a bottle of expensive wine hidden under his shirt. The wine was probably the most valuable thing in the village, and the creature knew it. The gypsy tribe had set up camp a few months back, prompting the creature to consider possible means of manipulation. He had drawn a blank, unusual for the creature, but at last he had a concrete plan. The child stole into the night, clutching the bottle. Now for stage 2. Sirius Black's ward indicator was a sickening red, showing total ward failure. The man was free to leave if he wanted. Benny knew Black's reputation. He was a mass murderer of the most insane kind. But he didn't have a wand and seemed to still be in his cell, a fact which Benny was eternally grateful for. He gave the door a gentle push, letting it glide open on its magically cleaned hinges. Inside the cell was a scene he couldn't have imagined if he'd tried. The entire back wall of the cell had been blown open, covering the small enclosure with dust. Black lay unconscious on the floor, apparently from the explosion. But it was not those things which caught Benny's attention. What caught his attention was the man sitting, cool as you please, on the rubble from the wall. Rain lashed at his back and wind whipped up the edges of his cloak, but the man didn't seem to care. He tossed his wand from one hand to the other, staring at the door. He was dressed in the most flamboyant costume Benny had ever seen, a long tightly closed cloak dancing with what looked like real flames and trimmed with red, a hood which was peaking, giving the man's shadow what looked like a beak, topped off with a red, featureless mask. All the reds were different shades. The overall effect was more eye-damaging than intimidating, but Benny was still rooted to the ground in fear. Where were the Dementors? Freeze! Benny yelled, training his wand on the mysterious figure. The man just turned his blank face to Benny's. Behind the mask Benny could sense eyes boring into his own. Drop the wand. The figure looked at the wand he had been tossing and did nothing. Benny took a step forwards, into the cell, but was instantly pushed back by an invisible force. The wards. Apparently the masked intruder had managed to reverse the wards' targeting arithmancy. They kept people out rather than in. Trouble, the intruder said in a deep voice, getting to his feet in the rain-drenched cell. The wind was becoming unbearably loud. You had to shout to stand a chance of hearing anything. The staccato beat of raindrops on the floor didn't help, either. Who the hell are you? Benny replied, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The man's cloak was hypnotic, flames streaking across it like mercury. A mutual friend. I have a message for you. This man is innocent. Tell that to your boss. Bullshit. Reverse the wards, you're under arrest. The man laughed, a strangely hollow noise. I have no intention of being detained by that moron you call a minister. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm out of here. He knelt on the sodden stone floor and cast a feather-light charm on Sirius' unconscious body, tossing it over his shoulder. With that, the man clambered over the rubble to the hole in the wall. You're mad, shouted Benny over the wind as he realized what the man was going to do. If I wasn't, this would probably never work, was the reply, as the masked figure launched himself off the side of Azkaban prison. Benny felt the wards on the door go down. He ran through them, skidding on the floor. He gingerly peered out of the hole to look at the sea below. There was nothing there. Benny shielded his eyes against the rain and beat a hasty retreat. This was going to create a hell of a lot of paperwork. The child got off of its knees, sighing with satisfaction. The ritual was prepared. Blood, an offering and the proper runic inscriptions carved into the dirt. The creature directed the boy's movements like a puppet master, manipulating muscles with well-practiced ease. Soon, very soon, he would have a body of his own. The gypsy child stood in the center of a runic circle, spreading his dirty arms wide, clutching the bottle of wine he'd stolen earlier. The boy opened his mouth and spat out words of power in a harsh, guttural tone, quite unlike his usual high-pitched voice. A second circle of runes, inscribed into the forest floor in front of him and over the rodent blood that had been spilled earlier, began to glow with red light. An unnatural wind whistled through the forest clearing, stirring leaves and ruffling the boy's hair. The air began to thicken slightly. There was a distinct smell of ozone. Smoke appeared from nowhere in the empty circle, slowly growing and congealing. Then the demon appeared. It was humanoid, standing 2 meters tall, but made of darkness. It was as though someone had found a piece of the night sky devoid of stars and cut a man-shaped section of it out. 2 pinpricks of hellish light passed for eyes. There was no mouth. Any normal child, any normal human, would have turned and run, screaming, into the night. But not this boy, who was possessed by the creature. "What do you want?" a voice boomed, from everywhere and nowhere. "I want to make a deal with you," the boy said in his unnatural rough voice. "You are no normal child," the demon observed, looking the boy over with the barest of head movements. "True. I bring you an offering." The boy tossed the bottle of wine at the demon, which caught it effortlessly in one midnight black hand. "Wine. Good quality. Very well, I will hear you out. State your business." "I want you to make me a body." The shrieking shack lit up in a burst of fire as the flame-robed figure apparated inside, Sirius flung over his shoulder. The hooded man quickly crossed the dirty floor and deposited his cargo gently on the ancient bed, cringing at the amount of dust that was thrown into the air. He waved his wand up and down his robes, muttering a complex incantation. The hood and magically patterned robes vanished in lieu of a t-shirt and ragged jeans. Harry Potter stood in the shrieking shack, blinking in the dusty air. He immediately bent over to examine Sirius more closely. There hadn't been much time to do so during the breakout. Frankly, he looked like crap. When Harry had seen him for the first time, in the very same place they were now, he'd thought his godfather looked bad. Compared to Sirius' current condition, he had been in the pink of health during that fateful meeting. Sunken cheeks, ripped clothes exposing xylophone-like ribs, stick-thin arms, eyes with so much bruising from sleep deprivation that he looked like he had some sort of skin disorder. Harry felt tears come to his eyes as he looked at his unconscious godfather. He didn't deserve this, he was innocent. Somehow, catching Pettigrew didn't seem like such a good consolation after all when the Ministry was being so pig-headed about Sirius' release. Harry quickly checked his watch. It was 2 in the morning. He had plenty of time to sort out his godfather before returning to the burrow. He had covertly stunned Ron before leaving. The last thing he needed was for his best friend to wake up for a toilet trip to find him missing. "Enervate," he whispered, reviving Sirius. The man's eyes fluttered before snapping open, staring straight at Harry, who was bending over him with a look of concern. "James," Sirius rasped, his haunted eyes filling with wonder. "Close. Try his son," Harry replied, wiping away a few rebellious tears. His godfather was alive. "Harry, how?" "Take it easy. I've busted you out of that hellhole. Don't ask me how. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. For now you just need to sleep. You're in the shrieking shack." Sirius just nodded, dumbfounded. His breath was coming in short gasps, and he couldn't take his eyes off of Harry. "You have her eyes," he began, his voice quavering. "So I've heard. I'm going to get you some food now, so try and get some rest. I'll be back at around the same time tomorrow. I'll be waiting, Harry." Harry made sure Sirius was comfortable, raised his hand in salute, and disapparated to scrounge some food from the burrow. When he arrived in Mrs. Weasley's kitchen, the tears were flowing freely down his face. "A body. I need a body. I'm just possessing this pathetic frame for the meantime. I require something more permanent. I can make a vessel for you to inhabit. It will cost more than this offering." "How much more?" the boy replied uncertainly. The creature didn't want to have to give up too much in exchange for a body. "Your soul, undamaged and whole, to be delivered to us upon your death." The creature appeared to consider the demon's offer carefully. It was all academic, really, seeing as he had a cast-iron way to cheat the otherworldly denizen. "I accept." There was a burst of light in the clearing, like a bright firework had exploded at ground level. The demon nodded slowly. "I will begin. You may watch. This will take a long time." Harry beeped incoherently as his magical alarm went off at the usual early time the next morning. He wondered for a moment why he was so tired, before the events of the previous night or earlier that morning, depending on how he looked at it, hit him in a rush. He had broken into Azkaban in a ridiculous disguise and freed Sirius. And, one of the best things of all, he'd discovered that he was free of the magical trace. After casting a few test spells outside the burrow's boundaries without the ministry swooping down upon his head, Harry had realized that his magical core was registered as 22, rather than nearly 13. And he hadn't been caught breaking Sirius out. He cracked a grin and sat up, all vestiges of lethargy lost in the thrill of his own brilliance. Ron groaned in his sleep and rolled over again. Harry had subtly revived him from magical stasis upon his return, but the stunner would mean Ron would be sleeping in today. When Harry had got back to the Shrieking Shack, Sirius had been fast asleep. Leaving a note promising that he would visit his godfather later, Harry had returned to his bed. After he'd got dressed, Harry set out for his morning run, which was becoming like second nature to him. It also provided an excellent opportunity to reflect and plan his next moves. The original timeline was as good as gone. It would be truly diverted from once the Horcruxes were gathered. Then Voldemort, if he did manage to return, would be in for a serious shock. Dumbledore was going to be in irritation regarding Sirius, Harry knew. It would be all over the Prophet tomorrow, and then the shit would really hit the fan. The elderly headmaster strongly disapproved of meddling with time, but Harry was prepared to start as he meant to go on. There would be repercussions to his actions, but once Voldemort was out of the picture, Harry could deal with them. There was nothing in the newspapers about an Azkaban breakout, which relieved Harry. He wanted to be able to talk to Sirius before Dumbledore caught wind of what he was doing. Ron was predictably groggy over breakfast. He almost fell asleep in his scrambled eggs, much to Harry and Ginny's delight. The three of them fooled around on their brooms for most of the day while the twins visited friends. Harry found himself easing back into the routine of being almost 13. He was able to make Ron and Ginny laugh more than before, and they hadn't noticed anything untoward about his behavior. Hermione, he knew, was more perceptive about things like that, so he'd have to watch himself around her. All in all, however, he was enjoying his second chance to the full, even if there was a lack of mature conversation at times. The sun set far slower than Harry wanted it to, and, after an enjoyable dinner in which Percy was turned magenta by the twins' latest prank, the children were finally ushered off to bed. Harry muttered a goodnight to Ginny, who seemed much more collected around him. He set a magical alarm for midnight and lay awake waiting for Ron's characteristic snores. Once he was sure his friend was asleep, he stunned him again as he had the previous night. Then he went to sleep, scarcely able to wait to see Sirius. "Harry, he's here, it's him." Harry looked up from the remains of the Horcrux to see Hermione bursting through the door, a panicked look on her face. Ron came rushing down from the first floor of Godric's Hollow, his wand out and ready. "How many?" Harry asked, although he already knew the answer. "Too many. Anti-apparition warding has just gone up, and I think they're trying to." Hermione didn't finish her sentence. Instead she paled and fell to the ground, her leg apparently trapped in the doorway of the cottage, despite it seeming unharmed. Harry could hear the shouts of Death Eaters as they began to batter down the makeshift defenses Harry and Ron had rigged up upon their arrival. "Hermione!" Ron yelled as he ran over to his fallen friend. "Hermione, speak to me." My leg," Hermione muttered, obviously in pain. Harry was impressed at her ability to suppress the pain, but that turned to horror as he realized she was probably in shock. I was trying to say they were activating the cottage's defenses. I'm trapped," she trailed off and closed her eyes against the pain. Ron frantically ran his wand up and down her leg, but could find nothing physically wrong with it. Harry knew that the wards the Death Eaters used worked on the same principles as the Cruciatus Curse, despite being far less potent. "Go," said Hermione, gritting her teeth. "There's not enough time." "Bollocks to that," shouted Ron angrily, still casting spells in an effort to free Hermione's leg. "There's one thing you can do," Hermione whispered, motioning at her coat pockets. "In there, each of you take an item from my pockets. They might help free me." Ron rummaged around, withdrawing 2 short polished metal rods. He tossed one to Harry and looked at Hermione for further instruction. "I love you both," she said, before whispering the activation spell for the port keys. Harry awoke, sweating profusely. He hadn't had a bad dream since his first night after the Time Turner accident. Years of passive occlumency had managed to keep the horrors at bay. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, reinforcing his mental shields until his heart rate slowed to a normal level. Harry reasoned that the dream got past his occlumency because he had been tired the night before. He would have to be more careful when he went to sleep after visiting Sirius. He checked the clock and found it was only a few minutes until his alarm was due to ring, so he quickly disabled it and the silencing charms around his bed, eternally grateful that he no longer had the trace on him. He quickly got changed into a baggy long-sleeved shirt and brown trousers, checked Ron was still stunned, and disapparated. "I am halfway through the process," intoned the demon, not looking up from what he was doing. To an outsider it would seem he was molding invisible clay, but the creature could sense the raw power in between the demon's fingers, even if he couldn't see anything. "I will wait for as long as it takes," replied the boy. He was seated, cross-legged, in his circle. He hadn't slept, ate or moved since the demon began to work. The host was expendable, so maintaining it wasn't high on the creature's list of priorities. "Then be prepared to wait, human." Sirius was sitting up on the ancient bed, still in his ripped prison scrubs, when Harry apparated into the shack, but he rose unsteadily and enveloped his godson in a firm hug once Harry had got his bearings. Harry himself was mildly surprised to see he wasn't taller than his godfather anymore, but then these things were becoming less common as he adjusted to his new body. "Harry, I think you need to do some explaining," said Sirius once he'd released Harry. Harry gave his ragged-looking godfather the once-over to check for any injuries. Finding none, he gestured for Sirius to sit on the bed while he drew up a battered chair from the corner. "Sirius," he began, not really knowing where to start. With the others who knew his secret it had been easy, as he was still recovering from the accident, but his nightmare had shaken Harry up. Memories of his past life were swirling around in his mind, reminding him of the horrors in his past. "Start from the beginning, Harry. Where have you lived these 12 years? What house are you in?" "My life is a story longer than you know, Sirius. I lived with the Dursleys for 11 years of my life, until I got my Hogwarts letter. Up till then, I had no idea what magic was or who my parents were." Sirius made an outraged noise, but Harry continued. "I went to Hogwarts as nervous as I'd ever been. I quickly made 2 friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. In my first year." Harry told the stories of his first and second years. Sirius was an excellent listener, knowing when to cheer and boo in just the right places. "And then I managed to free Dobby by tricking Malfoy into giving him a sock. And this is where the story gets strange, Sirius. Do you know anything about time travel?" "I know about time turners, but they only go back a few hours and are bound to causality laws, aren't they? To prevent meddling in the past." "Yes, but what if I was to say that in my 3rd year, I heard that a convict had escaped from Azkaban," one Sirius Black. "I don't know quite what you're talking about, Harry. I'm not really the Harry you should know, Sirius. I'm 22 years old, stuck in my 12-year-old body. I had a time-turner accident. It's a long story. And one I need to hear, I think," Sirius said firmly, looking very interested in what Harry had to say. The night hours flew past as Harry told Sirius the abridged story of his previous life after his 3rd year, Voldemort's resurrection, Sirius' own death, Dumbledore's death, the fall of Hogwarts, the Horcrux hunt, losing Hermione, losing Ron. He skipped over most of the details, picking up the tale at the beginning of the Triwizard Tournament. "Well," said Sirius when Harry finished telling him what Dumbledore had said to him before he'd planned to rescue his godfather, That's quite a tale, Harry. And you say Minerva, Remus, Dumbledore and Snivellus know." Harry snorted at Snape's nickname. He used the distraction to discreetly wipe his eyes. The retelling had been hard. "Yes, and don't be so antagonistic towards Snape, he's a greasy git, but hating him won't help matters." "I'll try, Harry, I really will. So, Trixie killed me, I don't know how I could have been so stupid. Taunting in the middle of a high-stakes duel, I should have seen it coming." Harry nodded grimly. "But you, and I, have been given second chances, Sirius, whether by divine providence or pure dumb luck. And I intend to make everything go as it should have done this time around. So how did you manage to rescue me from that hellhole the Ministry calls a prison? All I know what that the Dementors went crazy and rushed off down the corridor, the wall exploded, and I woke up here. That's another long story, Harry yawned, looking at his watch. He had plenty of time to get back to the burrow, but he'd been talking to Sirius for longer than he thought. But I have enough time to tell it, so make yourself comfortable. I spent 2 days reading up on the Patronus charm in some old spell books Bill had, to see if there were any variants of it. I discovered one which attracted Dementors rather than drove them away. It worked by emulating human emotion rather than creating one the Dementors can't feed off. I think it's how they round up rogue Dementors, as I can't see many other practical uses for the spell. Anyway, I flew up to the ward boundaries around the place on one of the Weasleys' old brooms, conjured myself a distinctive outfit, and let rip with a few of the modified Patroni. The Dementors flocked to the opposite side of the prison and I just rushed to get you. Sorry about blowing the wall up. I was so afraid I'd hurt you, but you turned out to be fine in the end. Apparating out was easy enough. The wards around your cell were destroyed by the explosion, so it was a piece of cake. It was a shock to the system, seeing the same wall you look at every day demolished in a flashy explosion. I aim to please, Harry smirked, and count yourself lucky I didn't decide to prank you. You were an easy target while you were unconscious. Sirius smiled, the first smile he'd cracked in 12 years. Harry leaned over to the bed and hugged his godfather. After what seemed like an age, they broke apart. You should go, Harry. You don't want Molly to catch you. Sirius chuckled. Should I bring food for you? I can get it myself, as Padfoot. That night's sleep was the best thing I've had in 12 years. There's a way out of the shack so I can just run from there to Hogsmeade. All right, I'll check in on you a few days, said Harry before saying his goodbyes and dissipating back to a warm bed. He just had to remember to revive Ron. Harry, you have to see this, called Fred and George in unison as Harry entered the kitchen for breakfast. His morning run had been shorter than normal, owing to his exhaustion from the previous late nights. Ron had been complaining of a headache when Harry had gone to take a shower, making him feeling guilty for stunning his friend. However, he reminded himself, desperate times call for desperate measures. And Harry had endured many a legilimency-induced headache in his time, so he thought Ron could take one for the team just this once. Sirius Black's escaped, Harry, Fred said, throwing the Daily Prophet into Harry's arms as he sat down for breakfast. Ginny and Ron had yet to appear, so Harry decided to read about his little escapade in Azkaban. I hope they got my good side, he thought with a suppressed smirk. The headline, in the largest letters Harry had ever seen printed, screamed the news. Sirius Black escapes. Azkaban security under scrutiny. By Wilfred Beckwood, security correspondent. Last night Azkaban Fortress was the site of one of the largest scandals to hit the magical world, as your faithful reporter can reveal. The Ministry announced just last night that Sirius Black, infamous mass murderer, has escaped from Azkaban, making him the first prisoner to break out of the previously impregnable fortress. Black, who was incarcerated for the murder of Harry, skipped over the usual rubbish regarding Sirius crimes, until he got to the details of the breakout. The Ministry released details of the escape in the press conference last night, saying that an accomplice was involved. When confronted by a brave guard, the cold intruder made vicious threats before causing damage to the prison and escaping with Black. The Ministry also sought to release some security footage of the breakout, although audio was withheld. Currently the identity of the intruder is unknown, but an investigation is underway. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, was unavailable for comment. Harry glanced at the accompanying monochrome. He was slightly disappointed. It ruined the impact of his costume image. It showed him, dressed up, sitting on the rubble next to Sirius, prone form, flipping his wand over and over on a loop. He nearly snorted into his bacon when he read the caption, "The mysterious figure people are calling, the Phoenix. Dumbledore was going to have an aneurysm. What do you think, Harry?" Sirius Black. This is huge, George practically shouted as he reached over the table for some butter. Who is this Sirius Black person? It says here he's a killer, but why is this such big news? Said Harry, feigning ignorance. He remembered that he hadn't actually known Sirius had existed until he saw the Muggle News report in his 3rd year. You don't know who he is? The twins exclaimed. He's only one of the biggest mass murderers ever. Mum said. What did I say? Mrs. Weasley snapped as she walked into the cramped kitchen, a look of suspicion on her face. Nothing, said Fred, trying to put an innocent look on his face and failing spectacularly. Did you read the Prophet, Mum? Yes, dear, yes I did, sighed Mrs. Weasley. And I don't want you children staying out after dark, now that Black is loose. And he escaped from Azkaban. Merlin knows how, so no funny business from you lot, she snapped, changing mood abruptly. He's a dangerous criminal, who knows where he is now. You need to stick to curfews your father and I will set. Harry hid his frown behind the Prophet. Wormtail had a lot to answer for. He was spared having to listen to further disparaging remarks about his godfather, however, by the arrival of a tousled-haired Ron. His best friend lurched into the kitchen as he had done nearly every morning of the holiday, clad in his pajamas. Morning, he yawned, piling a ridiculous amount of food onto his plate and not looking at anyone through his bleary eyes. Mrs. Weasley took one look at the amount of food her youngest son was preparing to eat, sighed, and walked over to the stove. Harry stretched out his legs under the table and stretched his arms out languidly. These last few days, barring the nightmare he had been excellent. He had felt revitalized, energized. In fact, while attacking Azkaban, Harry had noticed a significant increase in his magical power level. He was planning to ask Dumbledore for thoughts on the matter after the old man had calmed down over Sirius' escape. Just then the fireplace, which had previously been crackling away merrily, flared green and the head of Albus Dumbledore appeared in it, something which Harry had been expecting. Dumbledore did not look happy. His lined face seemed to freeze the air around it, his brow etched with disapproval. His blue eyes, normally the source of comfort and reassurance, radiated cold fury. Good morning, Molly, he said congenially, in total contrast to the look on his face. His eyes searched around the kitchen and landed on Harry, who tried to look nonchalant. Can I borrow Harry for a moment? I'm terribly sorry to interrupt one of your famous meals, but if you have read the headlines this morning I'm sure you will not begrudge me a moment of his time. Mrs. Weasley went slightly pink at the praise for her meals. May I ask why, Albus? As I said, I assume you saw today's Prophet, Molly, said Dumbledore quietly, and comprehension dawned on Mrs. Weasley's face. She gave Dumbledore a sharp nod and motioned for Harry to go into the fireplace. See you guys in a minute, Harry muttered as he stepped into the flow, ignoring the curious looks on their faces. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. The headmaster's office in Hogwarts whirled into view as Harry was once again dumped onto the rich carpet in front of the fireplace. He got to his feet as quickly as he could and saw Dumbledore sitting behind his desk. The portraits on the wall were giving him stern looks, telling him that this visit was not going to be pleasant. Harry, sit down, Dumbledore said, his usual friendliness conspicuously absent. As Harry sat in a chair facing the desk, Dumbledore took out a copy of the Daily Prophet and placed it onto his ornately carved desk, next to a curious puffing instrument. Harry was surprisingly unaffected by Dumbledore's attitude. He was thinking of how far he could push the man until he snapped. He knew he was being childish, but frankly payback would be sweet. Care to explain the meaning of this article, Harry? Haven't the foggiest, Headmaster. Harry, please do not try my patience this morning. Could you please explain why Sirius Black has been mysteriously broken out of Azkaban by a caped villain mere days after I asked you not to help him? I honestly couldn't tell you, Headmaster, Harry replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was satisfying to see the headmaster so grave. Harry knew what the man was going through. Dumbledore had made him feel exactly the same. Don't try and play the fool, Harry, Dumbledore shouted, bringing his hand down flat onto his desk with a bang. Harry jolted, and instantly knew he had gone too far. Dumbledore's eyes were blazing blue fire, his ancient frame almost glowing with power. Harry looked Dumbledore in the eye. I broke Sirius Black out of Azkaban. Why? Dumbledore asked, not taking his hand off of his desk. He's been in there for 12 years, and he's innocent. Fudge, the incompetent, arrogant, ignorant fool that he is, won't release him despite the fact that we have Pettigrew. I wanted to go after Fudge and persuade him, but I decided that freeing my godfather was the easiest course of action. Harry spat bitterly, breaking the eye contact. And you didn't, for one moment, consider the implications that this would have on the timeline you've experienced. Harry, I am strongly against meddling with time. You have essentially forced me to see your point of view, to agree to take orders from you. Yet, when I ask you one thing to give me enough time to secure Sirius release, you go behind my back and cause my plans to come tumbling down. I was planning to visit Amelia Bones this very afternoon, yet I doubt she'll listen to my claims now. I considered the implications, Headmaster. The timeline has deviated too far already, whether I meant it or not. We still have a significant advantage. Voldemort is still incorporeal, we have Sirius, we know where most of the Horcruxes are, and I know who the main Death Eaters are. That is not the point. Dumbledore snapped, putting both hands onto the desk, his half-moon glasses falling down his crooked nose. The point is that you seem to be unable to understand simple English or act your age, which makes it difficult for me to treat you as an adult. You have just come back from the future, I can accept that. I even did not begrudge you commanding my staff and my organization in the pompous manner you did. But I am not going to wave this issue away. You have been nothing but immature and arrogant since your return. Even now you attempt to aggravate me. I'm sorry, Headmaster, are you trying to make a point? All I hear is you insulting me, Harry hissed. My point is that you cannot continue like this. You are an unknown quantity in the war that is brewing, and I am trying my best to help you. The stage of life that your body is in at the moment is, I fear, affecting your decisions, coupled with you seeing everyone who you thought was dead and the understandable euphoria that is attached to this. Despite this, you must not defy my orders. I like to think I have more information on subjects than you do. Or are simply more manipulative. Think that if you want, it does not change things. Fudge is suspicious of you and you breaking Sirius out of Azkaban and has started investigating us. The DMLE cannot help us clear Sirius' name now, not even if I dumped Pettigrew into the Prophet headquarters. You have damaged our cause significantly in that respect. And you damaged ours in several ways in the previous timeline. Don't try to make out that you're perfect. You hired a defense teacher with Voldemort on the back of his head. Harry retorted, sitting forward in his chair. I am not that man, Harry, although I admit my mistake with Professor Quirrell. We are defined by our choices, and I have not made those choices this time. I admit, it sounds like I chose what was easy over what was right, but I must stress that I am not that man, that Albus Dumbledore. You see me as him, and you must get past your prejudices to have a hope of functioning normally in this world. You cannot judge someone for something he has not done yet, whether he is me or a potential Death Eater, said Dumbledore, readjusting his glasses with a tired air. Harry remained impassive, now staring resolutely at the carpeted floor. The portraits on the wall had begun to whisper amongst themselves, but Dumbledore silenced them with a look. Headmaster, I'm sorry. Harry muttered through gritted teeth. Dumbledore was right. He was always right, in his own infuriating way. But that didn't mean it was easy to admit that fact. He still harbored some anger towards his headmaster in the back of his mind, but Harry knew cooperation was the key. His maturity had wavered since he had come back, abandoned in the face of his newfound situation. He needed to look at the situation pragmatically and set aside his issues with the headmaster, who wasn't even the Dumbledore he had problems with. I accept your apology fully, Harry, and that is all that I ask for. What's done is done, and I admit that I was beginning to believe a breakout was the only option to save poor Sirius, what with Cornelius being as stubborn as ever. I think I was a mite short-sighted going to him first, in hindsight. And I must say I enjoyed your choice of costume. Dumbledore sat down and absent-mindedly grabbed a yellow sweet from a bowl on his desk, his anger from before completely absent. Sherbet? He asked. I'm fine, thank you. Harry replied, suppressing a smile. Headmaster, I need to think a bit about what you just said. You're right, I can't simply judge someone on something they did in the previous timeline, but I understand, my dear boy. You have endured what no one should have endured, and I feel I owe you a sincere apology, despite what I just said. I may not have personally wronged you as my previous self had, but if it makes you feel any better, I'm sorry. Harry nodded silently and didn't press the matter. The pair of them sat in companionable silence, Harry examining a carving on the side of Dumbledore's desk and Dumbledore fishing for sherbet. Finally, Harry broke the silence, trying to steer the conversation away from what they had just discussed. "How is the Horcrux search progressing, sir?" "Most excellently, Harry," Dumbledore said, his mouth full of sherbet, his tone back to be one of a jovial grandfather. "We will be ready to strike within days. The location of Gryffindor's wand has not yet been pinpointed, but I'm sure with your knowledge and the Order's talent, we will be able to find it in the end." "Good, good," Harry replied absently. "Sir, I need to ask you something. When I was at Azkaban, I found I was stronger than I was before." "Ah, yes, I had anticipated something of that nature. You see, Minerva and I put great thought into the physical and magical impact on you from the time travel. It would appear that, when you traveled back, your soul and magical core were what was transported. The Harry that inhabited this timeline was not killed, per se, more forcefully assimilated. I would have hypothesized some form of consciousness melding, but that doesn't seem to have been the case. Now, while this is completely unexplored territory, I think we have come up with an accurate conclusion as to what is going to happen." Harry nodded at Dumbledore, wanting him to continue. "Physically, you should experience puberty significantly earlier than before, most likely starting this holiday and ending far quicker than a normal boy of your age, for example 2 years as opposed to 3 or 4. Your voice will break earlier, you will begin to shave earlier than you did before, for example. Your muscle mass and stamina will also be above average, but conditioning will be needed to exploit this. Magically, well, we are essentially guessing. My prognosis is that your magical core has fused somewhat with the original Harry's, making you stronger than you were before. How strong exactly were you before, may I ask? Severus is going to be evaluating you in the coming days, but I want to have an idea of what he's getting himself into." Harry grinned at what the headmaster was implying. "I could duel Voldemort into a standstill. Not beat him, but make him retreat. As for Death Eaters, I could wipe the floor with them one-on-one, but in groups of more than 8 was difficult. I can do good wandless magic, but it can't compare to the stuff I can do with a wand. My magical knowledge is primarily defense and offense. I was always useless at household charms and things like that," he finished with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Hermione had always done those charms. Most impressive. I will obviously have to wait for Severus." Conclusion: he is more experienced than even I when it comes to the field of offensive spell casting, but it sounds as though your capabilities would equal or even outstrip my own if we dueled. This, at the risk of sounding immodest, is no mean feat, as I'm sure you're aware." Harry's mouth opened slightly in shock. He closed it as soon as he realized and cleared his throat. "Well, sir, that's certainly good to know. I think I should be getting back to breakfast now. You can send letters via Fox if you need to contact me further," he nodded, rising from his chair and giving the headmaster a warm smile. However, as he crossed the room to the fireplace, Harry felt a spike of pain strike his skull and fell to the ground, screaming and clutching at his scar. Blood trickled between his fingers as Dumbledore dashed to his side. "Harry, Harry, can you hear me? It is done," intoned the demon. Harry felt his pulse quicken to a frenzy, unnaturally fast in his thin body. In his mind he felt something cold pressing against the back of his eyes. His view blurred, shifted slightly, until he was watching what was happening from a detached viewpoint. His scar pain dulled to an ache, throbbing against his head. A small boy, dressed in dirty, foreign-looking clothing, was sitting in a small circle of strange runic symbols. The look on his face was of indescribable delight. The sun was shining off of his hair. Harry turned his head, with no small amount of effort, and saw that the boy was looking at, essentially nothing. Just another circle with a bottle of wine in front of it. The ground inside the second circle was moving. It was being disturbed by something inside it, something which seemed to be invisible. "You're finished," the boy said, getting to his feet. The temperature dropped several degrees, and Harry shivered despite having no body to speak of. "Revoke the summoning, human, and you will take possession of your gift," boomed a voice that had no source. The gypsy boy in the clearing muttered something under his breath which Harry didn't hear, and then the world exploded. Light, heat, a roar of sound, a piercing scream, the smell of burning flesh. The light faded. Harry looked around from his vantage point above the clearing, which was now reduced to an apocalyptic barren of charred leaves and disturbed earth. Only the runic circles were intact, the grass inside them almost laughably stark against the blackened ground around them. The boy was nowhere to be seen, the wine bottle had similarly vanished. Fresh pain lanced through Harry's forehead. He couldn't even grab at his scar to soothe the pain. It was worse than he'd had in years. Occlumency couldn't help him, no one was there to ease the suffering. Laughter echoed throughout the clearing, cold and deep. Harry felt something he hadn't felt so strongly in years clutch at his heart. Fear. The air in the middle of the circles distorted, warped. A buzzing sound started up in his ears, getting steadily louder. It filled Harry's hearing, began to almost blind him with its intensity. It stopped. A man appeared in the clearing. His black hair, shoulder length and sleek, hung like a curtain over an aristocratic face. His features were refined, handsome. He stood tall and broad, the kind of man who could charm 1 minute and intimidate the next. He was perfect in almost every way, save for his eyes, which were like chips of obsidian. They were like pits of fire, portals into eternity. They stared through you, almost performing legilimency with a glance. They spoke power. The man looked down at himself and admired the black, expensively cut robes he was wearing. He appeared to be slightly out of breath. A flush tinged his cheeks and the rising and falling of his chest was labored. He withdrew a thin piece of wood from his pocket, and smiled a cold smile. Next he rolled up his sleeve, revealing an ugly blemish on an otherwise perfect forearm. A black skull with a snake coming out of its mouth. The dark mark. Lord Voldemort was back. Harry, wake up. Enervate. Recro. Dumbledore's voice was shaking slightly as Harry writhed in his grip. It had been 5 full minutes since the boy had collapsed, and Dumbledore was beginning to get frantic. High-powered revival counter curses were having no effect, and he couldn't stop Harry's scar from bleeding, nor stop the boy from screaming intermittently. The boy's face and front was covered in blood and Dumbledore repeatedly had to perform cleansing charms on his own hands and wand. Just as he was about to give up and call for help, Harry awoke with a howl. His scar stopped bleeding and Dumbledore hurriedly cast a cleansing charm before lifting Harry back into the chair in front of his desk. Harry, are you all right? Can you hear me? Albus, is that you? Harry said groggily, his eyes unfocused. Albus, I saw him. What did you see, Harry? Has this happened before? Scar, saw what he was doing, Voldemort. Tom, you saw Tom. Harry shook his head, to clear his vision. Voldemort, I saw him, Albus. He had possessed some kid and done some ritual, runic circles in the ground. There was a voice, a loud one. I couldn't see where it was coming from. Dumbledore felt the temperature in his office drop 10 degrees. A demonic summoning, it had to be. Then there was an explosion. He was in a forest clearing somewhere. The place was totally wrecked after that. Burned plants, messed up earth, whatever it was did a number on the place. Anyway, then my scar hurt, more than it has in years, and I heard this buzzing noise. Dumbledore practically clutched at his heart. Voldemort had attempted, and succeeded, in a demonic summoning. How? Tom would have had to give up his soul, unless, Horcruxes. And then this man appeared. He didn't look anything like the Voldemort I remember. He was tall and handsome, while the Voldemort I knew was more like a snake. Tom Riddle, breathed Dumbledore, his eyes shadowed. You saw what Tom Riddle would have looked like had he not transformed himself using the dark rituals he performed in your 4th year. He's back then. Ahead of schedule, Harry said bluntly. It would seem so. He appears to have used a demonic summoning, though how he managed to perform one in his wraith form I do not know. I'm back in this world, and I'm far stronger than I was before, Harry mused. I reckon it was the increased strength connection through my scar. It focused him, gave him the energy necessary to perform the summoning, as well as inadvertently break through my occlumency shields to let me see it. Well, I see a solution to this problem already. Harry got to his feet and withdrew his wand, causing Dumbledore to take a step back from the chair and draw his own. Harry, What are you doing? I'm going to apparate to Albania, headmaster, and beat Voldemort to within an inch of his life, and then beyond it, he snarled. Harry, no, Dumbledore commanded, magic filling his voice as he appeared to visibly grow. Stop this nonsensical talk. You cannot face Tom now. You still have to adjust to your new body's physical limitations, let alone your new magical ones. Not to mention the fact that you've just be subject to a legilimency attack, however intentional or unintentional it was on Tom's part. You'll be killed. Harry stared at the wall directly above Dumbledore's head, evidently fighting an internal struggle. All right, he muttered, putting his wand away. We still have the upper hand, but our plans are going to need to accelerate. And I'm quite all right, Albus. I've dealt with legilimency attacks before. Now, we don't know what powers this new body of his has. You said it was a demonic summoning. Yes, Tom invoked the powers of a demon in exchange for his complete soul. However, he doesn't actually have one, so I would guess the deal is technically void, but the demon was unaware. Tom will recall his Death Eaters at the earliest opportunity and probably attack somewhere high profile, to announce his return. He didn't do that last time. He worked behind the scenes, Harry interjected. This isn't last time, Harry. Voldemort may well forego the subterfuge he used last time. He is much better shaped to persuade people the way you claim he looks. Tom Riddle was always a charmer. Voldemort can do the persuasion of various dark creatures himself instead of having to rely on the Death Eaters. I see your point, but this changes nothing. We still have the upper hand. You will need to reform the Order of the Phoenix as quickly as you can and try and place members at high-profile locations. However, I should inform you that the Phoenix is planning a trip to Nocturne Alley in a few days' time, so try not to target him. Oh, really? What is this mysterious gentleman looking to acquire? Strength and agility enhancing artifacts, not dark ones if I can help it. I need to have the edge when it comes to combat. I can't rely on my adult reflexes, especially now we have to step up our operation. Never fear, the Phoenix will pay for his purchases. He isn't a thief. I'm sure. Well, Harry, I have a busy night ahead of me. Tom will have to spend a day or so recuperating after the summoning revived his body. He will undoubtedly recall his Death Eaters when that happens. So what's stopping me going after him now? Surely now is the time to strike. We haven't done anything about the Horcruxes yet. For now we know where Tom is and what he is planning. We wouldn't if you attempted to kill him and turned him back into a wraith. For now I will formally reform the Order and attempt to tell Cornelius that Voldemort has returned. We need the Aurors on our side. I will also step up our Horcrux plans. Don't keep your hopes up regarding the Ministry, Headmaster. Although, now you mention it, having Voldemort attack somewhere like Diagon Alley would be very useful in making the damned Ministry open their eyes about the situation. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry marveled at how the man could keep calm at a time like this. I'm sure Cornelius will resist my claims, but if all else fails I'm sure we can ask the Phoenix to pay him a visit. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, Harry replied. He bid the headmaster goodbye, stepped into the flow, and was gone in a whirl of flames. Voldemort weighed heavily on his mind, but he remembered something Hagrid had once said about accepting what came. On reflection, Hagrid had a point. Back in the Weasleys' kitchen breakfast was a somber affair. It turned out that Mrs. Weasley had filled the children in on what she thought Dumbledore wanted to see Harry about, namely that Sirius Black was Harry's godfather and Harry hadn't known. Harry had fended off questions from the Weasleys, claiming that he didn't want to talk about it. This had garnered much sympathy from Ginny, who seemed to want to talk to Harry as much as possible now, something which Harry found faintly annoying. The rest of the day was taken up by Quidditch practice, which was now conducted under the watchful eye of Mrs. Weasley. Harry, much to his friend's delight, had managed to persuade Mrs. Weasley to use his money to buy her children new brooms. He said that he didn't want to freeload now he was living under their roof, and, what's mine, is yours. Mrs. Weasley had promised to perform the transactions the next time they were in Diagon Alley. Harry was trying his best to secure the family's loyalty and trust for when they found out his secret. Of course he would prefer that they didn't, but he couldn't bank on that. Buying them things was unsubtle, but effective. Much fun was also had at dinner trying to discern the identity of the Phoenix. Ron seemed convinced that it was Dumbledore, but couldn't come up with a motive for breaking. Mass murderer, Sirius Black out of Azkaban. Harry's favorite was Ginny's suggestion that Snape had a hand in it. Harry had accidentally spat out his pumpkin juice all over Percy, who had graced his family with his presence for the first time in days. Suffice to say, Percy hadn't been best pleased. When he went up to his room that evening, leaving Ron to tackle his fourth helping of potatoes downstairs, he found a letter on his pillow along with a phoenix feather. Intrigued, Harry opened it and read, "Dear Harry, this channel of communication is secure, but one way I'm afraid. The order has been reformed. I only told Severus, Minerva and Remus of the precise source of my information regarding Voldemort's rebirth, as I didn't believe you would want your secrets revealed in such a casual manner. The identity of the Phoenix is only known to you, Sirius and me. I am planning to contact Cornelius tomorrow, and order guards will be stationed at key wizarding locations. We are also keeping tabs on suspected Death Eaters. Tom will make his move shortly, and it would help immensely if the Death Eaters all went to his side as he would want. This way we can identify them much easier. Severus has agreed to take up his mantle as an Order spy, something for which we are all grateful. We are also planning to keep tabs on the prophecy, and I am planning to destroy the record of it at my earliest convenience. I expect Cornelius might grant me a pass to the Department of Mysteries during our meeting tomorrow, but if that fails I will simply have to use more creative means. I will continue to correspond with you in this manner. If you need to talk to me, simply use the flow. Molly will understand if you claim you want to talk about Sirius, who I discovered to be in the Shrieking Shack. I'm sure we will have much to talk about when I visit him tomorrow evening. Yours faithfully, Tom Marvolo. Riddle sat in the middle of the quiet forest clearing. On the outside he seemed to be sleeping, but internally he was a maelstrom of thoughts and power. He was planning to recall his faithful, or those who claimed to be his faithful. His brief jaunt with Quirrell the previous year had proved that many of the Death Eaters needed more than a brief reminder of who they were loyal to. His plans that year had been thwarted by Potter. The boy hadn't seemed remarkable until he had touched Quirrell's flesh. Voldemort knew he would have to study that particular form of magic more. Especially if the boy could cause the damage he had caused to Quirrell with a single touch. His mudblood mother had invoked some sort of protection, an avenue of magic which Voldemort had yet to explore. However, he doubted it would affect his new body, augmented as it was by the demon. Abruptly he stood, brushing his hair out of his eyes. He had studied his features earlier and was pleasantly surprised. It would be far easier to conduct alliances and sway people with a human face. He had been told he was handsome, another thing to use to his advantage. He would have to be subtle at the beginning, and then let the world at large know he was back. Dumbledore would not be able to stop him this time, and there would be no accidents like Halloween 1981. He gently rolled up his sleeve and touched a tapered finger to his unmarked forearm, visualizing the words that would cause his marked followers to know their master was calling. It caused him no pain. He made sure only his followers felt that. He stood in the forest, leaves whipping around him in the wind and the trees swaying softly. He could hear the soft cry of unknown animals somewhere out there, intermingled with the sound of his own breathing. Then, several minutes after he had called them, his servants began to arrive. Riddle remained motionless as the masked and hooded figures apparated near him, eerie nightmare figures in the evening light. The Death Eaters. He studied them dispassionately. There was Malfoy, Yaxley, Roll, the Carrows. More and more began to arrive, until there were roughly 20 figures in the clearing. Not enough, he thought to himself idly. Finally, when he was sure that they were all there, he cleared his throat. The effect was immediate. The Death Eaters formed a circle, one or two trembling slightly. All of them wore bone-white masks, some of them in states of disrepair. A glaring statement of disloyalty. Voldemort raised his head to them, noting the intakes of breath most of his followers had at his new appearance. He ignored them. The rituals may have scarred his original body, but this new one had all the power but none of the physical drawbacks. He felt like he could crush a mountain with a wave of his wand, which the demon had supplied for him from where it had been buried near Godric's Hollow. The Death Eaters, he said, his hard voice echoing around the clearing. There was a sinister quality to it, which made several of the Death Eaters shiver slightly. "You have come to my side, over a decade after I vanished. You were feared, respected, hated by the community you came from. You were powerful, you were infamous. Yet, when the man who gave you all this vanished, where were you? You did not come to my side, you did not seek me out. A subpar defense professor was the only one loyal enough to aid me in my time of need. Why?" A number of the masked followers were visibly shaking in terror now. One fell to his knees, bowing his head and whispering, "Master, I am loyal," over and over again, as though it would grant him mercy. Voldemort's lip curled in disgust. The pathetic display of cowardice ignited old hatred in his veins. Weakness was anathema to him. He raised his wand and pointed it at the man's head. "Yaxley, you seem overcome. Am I that remarkable to look upon?" "Master, you are magnificent," the man whimpered, staring directly at the ground and refusing to look at the wand aimed in his direction. Voldemort let him sweat it out for several tense seconds before moving his wand away and focusing it on another Death Eater, who immediately stiffened. "You, Avery, you have a son at Hogwarts. You are also notably wealthy. Would it have been so hard to pay someone to try to find your old master, whom you swore eternal loyalty to?" "Master, I tried my hardest," the man spluttered, looking to his fellows for help that would never come. "Lies," Voldemort spat vehemently, seeing the falsehood in Avery's mind as though it were written on the man's forehead. "Crucio," he barked, the curse slamming into Avery's chest and knocking him off his feet. The man screamed in agony, clawing at his robes and the forest floor, causing animals in the woods around to bolt in fear. Voldemort breathed deeply and shuddered slightly, savoring the power he forced into the spell, before ending the curse. Avery lay on his back, beeping and twitching, while the tension in the clearing rose several notches. Voldemort began to pace around the middle of the circle, throwing glances at random Death Eaters. "All of you are unfaithful. You show your lack of loyalty by merely turning up in your fine robes, fresh from your mansions and country houses. The Lestranges, now they are an example of loyalty. They have suffered for nearly a decade in my service, not handed away their power like cowardly mudbloods." Voldemort paused to spit on the ground. "I gave you everything, and you saw fit not to give me anything in return. Yet I have been reborn." "Master, did this happen?" asked a Death Eater to Voldemort's right. He knew from the build that it was either Crabbe of Goyle. "What makes you think you are privy to such information?" "Crucio." The huge man howled and fell to his knees, but Voldemort kept the curse on for a scant amount of time. He wanted to instill fear in the ranks, not damage his inner circle. "Do not interrupt me. I have several plans to put into place. First, alliances must be formed, contacts restablished. But we must be discreet. It would not do for the Ministry to discover I have returned for the dead. Furthermore," he was cut off by the sound of an apparition pop, and another black-robed and masked figure appeared outside the circle. His black, potion-stained hair marked him out to Voldemort. "Severus Snape. Severus, you have decided to grace us with your presence." "My lord, I had to deal with Dumbledore," said the masked figure, squeezing into the circle. "He believes I am redeemed, but I am ever loyal to you." "Loyal, Severus, you attempted to stop me many times last year, not to mention your lack of action in the intervening decade." Voldemort tightened his grip on his wand. "Master, I knew you would return. I have been cultivating my position at the school, in preparation for this day. I can be your spy in Dumbledore's court." "I see, Legilimens," Voldemort hissed, angling his wand at the potion's master. The pair of Death Eaters next to Snape shifted away as the man tensed and grunted in pain. Voldemort rotated his hand slightly and sent wandless bludgeoning curses at Snape's head. He was not feeling charitable with regards to the amount of pain he would cause. He was only interested in seeing the truth. He flicked through Severus' memories, lingering on some, skipping over others. Despite Voldemort's doubts, the man's loyalty to the cause shone like a beacon through them. He would be useful in combating Dumbledore and his followers. He halted the probe and gave Severus, who looked dazed, an approving nod. "Welcome back to the fold, Severus. Now, as to the first steps we will take." "Hey, Harry, letters from Hermione," Ron yelled, waving for Harry to land. Harry turned, threw the quaffle as hard as he could at Fred, who caught it easily, and gracefully descended. It had been 3 days since he'd talked to Dumbledore, and Harry was beginning to get slight cabin fever staying at the Weasleys'. They practiced Quidditch every day, and Harry was grateful to reacquaint himself with his younger, old friends, but life was too sheltered there. Mrs. Weasley was becoming slightly overbearing. Frankly, he was bored. There was only so much time one could spend around children of such an unequal age gap. Most of his energy was spent keeping up the pretense that he was 12. Dumbledore had kept him up to date on Order affairs, something which he had neglected to do the first time around, Harry reminded himself. Voldemort had recalled his Death Eaters the previous night. Everyone from that night in the graveyard in the previous timeline had gone. Barty Crouch Jr. couldn't be accounted for, but Harry was sure that he was still imprisoned at the Crouch household, and had asked Dumbledore to confirm that. Order surveillance had stepped up as more and more old members flocked in. All the Death Eaters vanishing simultaneously, as had been observed, was as good an indicator as any that something was happening, whether they believed Voldemort was back or not. Snape had been scanned and accepted back, which was a relief. The Order still had their spy. Fudge was being depressingly predictable. He flat out refused to believe Voldemort was back, or to give Pettigrew a formal interview. Harry wished that he could pay a visit to Pettigrew and force him to confess. Dumbledore had been careful to conceal the traitor's location from Harry for that precise reason. Fudge was also being very careful with regards to Harry and Dumbledore, a response triggered by Harry's foolish actions in their meeting. He was on political thin ice. Phoenix sightings, much like the black sightings he remembered from before, were now a daily occurrence in the Prophet. Harry found them to be a perfect way to start the morning after his run. There was nothing like a little humor over breakfast. Harry was still waiting on Dumbledore to summon him for Snape's analysis of his abilities and magical prowess. He frankly had no idea what was in store, but knowing Snape it would probably be unpleasant. Dumbledore had also arranged to have the Burrows wards upgraded in light of Sirius' escape, or, rather, he used that as an excuse to upgrade them because of Voldemort's return. The Weasley parents had agreed wholeheartedly as they were both in the Order and knew the stakes. Harry had caught them glancing at him with looks of pity when they thought he wasn't looking, despite the fact that he didn't know of Voldemort's return. Dumbledore had also posted a small guard in the Department of Mysteries, like before, until the prophecy could be safely disposed of. She's written one for Ginny as well, but I'll give that to her later, Ron said absent-mindedly as he tossed Harry his letter and ripped open his own. Harry sat down on the grassy verge overlooking the burrow where they played Quidditch and opened his own letter. Dear Harry, how's life with the Weasleys? I delighted they got custody of you. I don't know why Dumbledore didn't do something like this a while back, but I assume he had his reasons. I'm on holiday at the moment, although I've tried to make a start on our summer homework. I guess you've heard, but Sirius Black's escaped. He's some wizard mass murderer who killed nearly a dozen people with a single curse. I've never heard of a curse being able to do that. Someone who looked like a Muggle superhero broke him out, with a ridiculous outfit et al. They're calling him the Phoenix. I hope he isn't in league with you-know-who, like the Prophet is saying. I hope I see you all soon. I'm coming to the Burrow at the end of the holidays before we get our school equipment. Hope to hear from you soon, and try to get Ron to do his homework. Love from Hermione. Harry scowled slightly at the disparaging comment about his costume, but made a mental note to write back to Hermione. He'd let the costume comment slide this time. It wasn't as though she knew that he was the Phoenix. Anyway, just having her able to write to him rather than being killed at the hands of Death Eaters was enough to let him wave away any insult she threw at him. At least she was unlikely to be irritating through lack of maturity. He remembered what it was like not to be written to at all. Ron seemed happy enough with what was in his letter, and the two let the others know that they were heading back into the house in the hope of scrounging some early lunch. As the pair of them walked back, chatting merrily, an unexpected figure stood in the doorway. Blimey, is that Dumbledore? Breathed Ron, unconsciously straightening his T-shirt. A second figure exited the house. Ron's face contorted in horror. And Snape, by Merlin's baggy underpants, why the hell is he here? Harry snorted with laughter at his friend's imaginative cursing. Probably something about black. He took care to say the name with a measure of disgust. You know, I had to see Dumbledore a few times about it. Oh yeah, bad luck about that, mate. Harry nodded, looking straight ahead. He'd got word from Dumbledore that Sirius was happily recovering from his trip to Azkaban in the Shrieking Shack. Dumbledore was going to bring Lupin to meet him when he thought Sirius had recovered sufficiently. Currently only Dumbledore, Harry and Pettigrew knew of Sirius' innocence, and Fudge, it seemed, was doing his best to keep it that way. Harry, Ronald, I trust you're well. Dumbledore beamed at the two boys once they'd arrived. Snape simply scowled from behind Dumbledore, giving them a look which said that he'd rather be ripping off his own fingers than spend one more moment in the burrow. Potter, Weasley, he said curtly. Ron and Harry nodded back at him, not speaking. Dumbledore remained, or seemed to remain, perfectly oblivious of the animosity between the three and continued. We've come to the burrow to pick up Harry. Why? Ron blurted out, and then fell silent at the look on Snape's face in reaction to the interruption. Why? Is none of your business, Weasley, but I can see you won't be able to bear not knowing, Snape sneered. The headmaster wishes to talk to Potter about Black's escape and the security measures he will have to submit to when out in public. Quite right, said Dumbledore. I've already talked to Molly and she says as long as you're back for lunch, we can go now. Have you got your wand, Harry? He asked. Yeah, just let me put my nimbus away, said Harry. He gave himself a quick once-over. His standard jeans and t-shirt outfit would no doubt be fine for any sort of physical test. Anyway, he wouldn't be caught dead scrubbing up for Snape. I'll take that for you, mate, interjected Ron, leaning over to take Harry's broom and whisper in his ear, don't let that git push you around. Harry suppressed a laugh and nodded before heading into the bustling kitchen with Dumbledore and Snape. We will be heading to one of the dungeons first, for the assessment, Dumbledore muttered out of the corner of his mouth so that Molly wouldn't hear. Molly, he said more loudly, we are heading off now. Harry will be back shortly. Mrs. Weasley gave him a nod, a dark look on her face. She'd sensed that the meeting was not going to be just about Sirius, but she assumed that Voldemort would factor into the equation rather than a magical assessment. Harry wished that all he had to deal with at that moment was Voldemort, who knew what Snape had dreamed up on the other side of that flow journey. He was snapped out of his reverie by the sound of Snape shouting his destination into the flow, Dungeon 7. Harry had personally never been into that particular dungeon. It was largely unused, according to the Marauder's map. Dumbledore followed Snape promptly and Harry muttered a "bye" to Mrs. Weasley, who began to sniff emotionally as if on cue, causing Harry to have a flash of irritation at her lack of control. He was only going to Hogwarts. Dungeon 7, he cried, throwing floor powder into the fire and stepping through. Here we go again, Harry thought as he was spun into the sick roller coaster ride that was flow travel. He emerged from the great flat on his face as usual, just in time to avoid the pale blue curse that had been aimed where his head would have been had he arrived in the normal way. Harry swore and whipped out his wand, rolling to the side to avoid a second spell. He flipped onto his feet, stomach muscles protesting at the abuse they suffered, and turned to face his opponent. Snape. He should have known the greasy git would dream up something like this. Nothing like an impromptu duel to test Harry's improved capabilities. Snape was in for one hell of a surprise. Dumbledore was standing calmly just outside the doorway, separated from the interior of the room by a shimmering green field of energy Harry knew was some kind of protective ward. Potter, snarled Snape, it seems luck is on your side again. It won't be the next time you face the Dark Lord. You claim to have fought him before, so prove your worth. Harry smirked annoyingly, attempting to rile up his opponent, and quickly scanned the room. It was a low-ceilinged empty classroom, with only a teacher's desk, sans chair, occupying the floor space. Dusty cupboards of ingredients lined the walls and torches flickered in their brackets at regular intervals. Defendo, hissed Snape, starting the duel. Harry stood impassive, waiting until the last minute to deflect the spell with a simple Protega. His grandstanding would be a poor idea in a real duel, but he was confident that he could beat the potion's master, and making Snape angry would make him careless. Power was beginning to throb in his veins, filling him with energy. He felt alive. Stupefy. Snape tried again. This time Harry simply moved to the right a fraction. The spell whooshed past his ear and broke off a piece of the fireplace's mantelpiece. Snape's face contorted into an ugly scowl. "Not going to fight back, Potter. You're just like your father, and you'll be dead like him too if." Blood roared in Harry's ears as Snape made the slur about James Potter. His wand lashed forward like a snake, a thin blue cord scything out of the end and striking just below Snape's guard. The man twisted to avoid it and his billowing cloak was torn almost in two by Harry's non-verbal hex. Harry felt electrified. Like every move he made spoke volumes. He immediately cursed himself for his lack of control. Snape always got under his skin, no matter how composed he was trying to be. "Impressive, Potter," Snape drawled lazily, resuming his position facing Harry from the middle of the room. "But I expected better, really, from someone who has boasted of your achievements." "Are you going to talk or duel, Snivellus?" Harry sneered, trying to goad his opponent into doing something rash. His efforts were rewarded when the blood drained from Snape's face and the man fired off a silent Sectum Sempra curse. Playtime was, it seemed, over. Harry threw himself to the side, firing off a bludgeoning hex as he did so. Snape deftly blocked the spell and sent another Sectum Sempra in Harry's direction. It narrowly missed the boy's ear, cutting a deep gouge in the flagstone floor. Harry got to his feet as quick as he could, wincing at the closeness of the last spell, and threw up a Contigo shield, a spell considered to be Auror level. Snape raised an eyebrow and cast an orange hex at it. The spell struck the shield with a sound like thunder, causing absolutely no effect as it was absorbed into the shield's threads. Harry winced at the impact, remembering that he wasn't as physically strong as he used to be, and decided to go on the offensive. "Confringo!" Harry yelled, charging at Snape head-on while maintaining his shield. The powerful blasting curse slammed into the potion master's hastily conjured defenses and launched him across the room onto the desk with a tumultuous crash. Harry deftly transfigured the desk to have oversized jaws and legs, causing it to buck and thrash trying to dislodge the dazed professor on top of it. Snape rolled off of the insane piece of furniture and set it ablaze, causing the desk to run across the room into a wall and collapse in a heap of firewood. Snape then levitated the remains and sent them hurtling at Harry, who was slowly advancing on the man's position. Harry dropped his shield and swung a punch at the debris, shouting the banishing curse incantation as he did so. The desk was launched back across the room at a surprised Snape, who was hit in the stomach and sent sprawling. "Mobilicorpus," thought Harry as Snape tried to get up, suspending his least favorite teacher by his ankle. Harry casually stretched out his left hand to wandlessly disarm his opponent, ending the duel as quickly as it had begun. He remembered at the last moment to charm Snape's robes to stay up in the air. He had no wish to see what Snape was wearing underneath them. Snape twisted to look at Harry with an expression that would have caused most first years to faint dead away. "Just like your father to use such a spell, Potter. Arrogant to the core. You should have stunned me, lest I do this." He stretched out his right hand and attempted to wandlessly summon his wand from Harry's grasp. Harry rolled his eyes and retained the grip on Snape's wand, despite the firm tugging on it. His knuckles were beginning to sting where he had punched the desk, but he daren't take his focus off of Snape to heal them. "Snape, do you have to continually insult me? We're going to be working together, and it would be better if you didn't act like a pre-teen, like you tend to claim I do." Snape's expression went, if possible, even darker, and Harry felt the wandless summoning plucking at his grip again. Rolling his eyes once more, Harry stunned Snape and then lowered him none too gently to the floor. "Bravo, Harry," said Dumbledore, who dispelled the wards on the doorway and entered, clapping slowly. "It seems you display above-average skills in dueling and raw magical talent, as I had suspected. The physical changes we hypothesized should happen in the coming weeks. It would seem everything is going according to plan. Now, if you would revive Severus, we can move on to the other reason I invited you here this morning." Harry cast the counter curse on his least favorite professor and tossed the man his wand. Snape got to his feet, shot Harry a filthy look, and turned to the headmaster, who vanished the remains of the teacher's desk with a flick of his wand. "Are you quite all right, Severus?" Dumbledore queried with laughter in his eyes. "You took quite a hit from that desk. Incidentally, Harry, I think Minerva would have been quite impressed with that particular piece of transfiguration. But I digress. Harry, we, by which I mean the Order, have recovered 2 of Tom's Horcruxes, Marvolo Gaunt's ring and Slytherin's locket, both from the locations that you detailed in your letter. I have them locked up in my office, and was wondering if you could provide any clues as to how to eliminate them. I would have used the basilisk's venom from the chamber, but I'm afraid you took care of it rather thoroughly, shall we say. Ignoring Snape's sneer of contempt, Harry thought back to how he had destroyed the Horcruxes in the previous timeline. Destroying a Horcrux was a case of magically damaging its casing until the soul can no longer physically inhabit it. Generally something powerful such as basilisk venom was required, but spells such as Fiendfire also worked. Headmaster, we will need more room than your office to destroy the Horcruxes. May I suggest we convene by the lake? You'll probably need to distract Hagrid beforehand. I reckon he'll notice when we destroy them. Certainly, my dear boy. I will meet you there. Severus, if you would come with me to collect the Horcruxes. With that the pair of them strode from the room, Snape shooting Harry another look of loathing before he departed. The man really needed to learn how to lose graciously. Several minutes later, Harry found himself standing on the shore of the lake, sunshine beating down on his shoulders and back. He was sweating slightly, but it was nothing compared to Snape, who was sweltering under his black robes yet tried not to show it. Dumbledore, probably through use of expensive inlaid cooling charms, looked carefree and ignorant of the high temperatures around him. Before them the lake glistened with 1,000 sparks of sunlight, the waters as still and tranquil as a mirror. All that could be heard was the gentle lapping of imperceptible waves against the rocky beach on whence they stood. So, Harry, said Dumbledore, placing the offending Horcruxes onto a conjured straw mat on the shore, what do we have to do? Harry eyed the Horcruxes warily. When he and Ron had destroyed them the first time round, they had tried to speak to them, to turn them against each other. The pieces of soul inside them were insidious and cunning, as one would expect of the heir of Slytherin. I suggest using Fiendfire. You, Snape or I can cast and control it while the 2 who aren't casting are on hand to douse the spell with lake water before it gets out of control. Fiendfire? Snape asked, looking incredulous. And since when did you know about destructive spells such as that, Potter? Since I fought Voldemort's followers on and off for 5 straight years after Hogwarts was destroyed, whereas you died rather quickly, as I seem to recall. I had to learn to defend myself in a situation like that, Harry shot back. Dumbledore raised a hand to silence the pair of them. I will cast the Fiendfire. Harry, Severus, I would suggest one of you using Aguamenti and the other levitating the lake water to douse the flames. The combination of magical and actual water will have a more potent effect than one or the other alone. Should I aim to destroy both at once, Harry? He asked. I would think so, Headmaster. I don't think they need to be attacked individually, although I should warn you that they'll speak to you before you cast the spell. Be prepared for the soul fragments to try and turn you against us. One of them nearly got Ron. Hermione had to slap him to make him snap out of it. Dumbledore chuckled and rolled up his sleeves in preparation. Snape and Harry moved behind the headmaster, who was standing in front of the mat with the Horcruxes on. Snape primed his wand to levitate the water while Harry took careful aim for the water conjuring. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, Arcesso Fiendfire. The temperature shot up to unbearable levels as a roiling, flaming chimera erupted from the end of Dumbledore's wand, brighter than the sun beating down on them. The Horcruxes were engulfed instantly, vaporized as soon as the unnatural flames came into contact with them. Harry heard small screams punctuate the crackling of the Fiendfire as he shouted, Aguamenti. While, at the same time, Snape non-verbally levitated a considerable portion of dirty lake water. Dumbledore snapped his wand up, breaking the connection with the tail of the fiery chimera, and took a step back to allow Harry and Snape to douse it in water. The beast screeched as the water hit it and instantly boiled, sending gouts of steam into the air. Eventually, however, it fell under the combined assault and vanished into nothing. The air temperature returned to normal, which was still uncomfortably hot, although Harry, Snape and Dumbledore were all now soaked with water, which cooled them down considerably. Harry quickly hurried towards what was left of the mat, a black square of ash. You got them, sir. There's nothing left, he confirmed. Not that there was usually anything left where Fiendfire was concerned. We should probably have this section of turf uprooted and removed though, the taint can cause soil problems. You speak as though you've done this before, Potter, said Snape, casting a quick drying charm on his hair, which had just received a rare washing. Harry gave Snape a cold look which, for once, left the man silent. Dumbledore cast his own drying charm on his long hair and beard, making them look more presentable than they had when sopping wet. Harry reveled in the coolness of the water, not caring that his hair was sticking to his head. Dumbledore then cut out the turf Harry indicated with his wand and vanished it, leaving a clean-cut square of bare earth beside the beach. Miles away, Lord Voldemort felt a small stab of pain at the base of his skull. He flinched slightly, then continued the note he was writing about his current plan, passing the pain off as nothing. "Two down then, sir," Harry announced as the three of them headed back up to the castle. "That means we have to find the wand and retrieve the cup from Godric's Hollow." "Why, incidentally, did you not do that already?" "Because Peter Pettigrew has not chosen to reveal the secret he was entrusted with. We will have to use Sirius Black to enter Godric's Hollow, and he can retrieve the cup." "Why don't you just use Veritaserum on Pettigrew? Or let me see him?" Dumbledore gave Harry a calculating look. The secret of a secret keeper must be given freely and with the secret keeper under no magical coercion. Sirius, however, already knows the secret, so he can enter Godric's Hollow freely. Speaking of Sirius, I'm planning to have Remus meet with him and you this summer. Sirius is eager to see you again, and he's nearly recovered from his ordeal in Azkaban. "You mean physically, not mentally?" Harry questioned, knowing the answer. "He will never recover mentally," conceded Dumbledore. "There will always be a bit of that injustice living with him. But, with time, having you and Remus close to him will heal those wounds. Cornelius is still refusing to see sense about the matter of Tom and Peter, but I hope to win him around in the end. Preferably before the Death Eaters start their attacks." Snape cleared his throat and Harry snapped his head round, remembering something he had wanted to ask the man. "You must have been called to his side the other night. What happened?" Snape scowled slightly at Harry's question, but spoke regardless. "The Dark Lord called me to his side, yes. After the introduction he moved to an area whose name was under the Fidelis, so I cannot speak of its location. He spoke of acquiring a familiar near the end. I feel this might be similar to the snake Nagini that you described. He neglected to explain exactly how he returned, only that his reign would be long and mighty. I believe he has sent out emissaries to the giants, vampires and werewolves. Already. What is the Order doing about it? If you'll let me finish, Potter, I will tell you. Hagrid is leaving tomorrow to rendezvous with the giants. We are fortunate in knowing their current location, something which the Dark Lord does not. The vampires will hopefully not cooperate en masse. Even so, we have sent someone after the Dark Lord's messenger. The werewolves are essentially a lost cause. Greyback holds dominion over them and they follow his command. I intend to send Remus out, however, to try and persuade some of the lycanthropes to join our cause or, at the very least, not join Tom's, interjected Dumbledore. They had reached the castle entrance and were now heading up to Dumbledore's office. "No good," said Harry, "the werewolves are too devoted, or scared of, Greyback. Remus will have a tough time of things, unless we kill Greyback first. Focus your resources on the giants. We could use some firepower when the going gets tough. This is war, sir, and whoever is not with us is against us. You said he wanted a snake, Severus." Snape scowled even deeper at Harry's use of his first name. Yes. He claimed he had seen a suitable specimen in the Albanian woods while he was waiting for his powers to regenerate after he had been reborn. It will probably have a number of charms and irreversible enchantments placed onto it and be enhanced in size and venom potency. He'll then be turning it into a Horcrux as soon as he can, Harry murmured to himself, as they reached the headmaster's office and Dumbledore spoke the password. "We can worry about Nagini, or whichever creature he finds, later, Harry," Dumbledore said, stepping onto the revolving stairs. "For now we need to focus on obtaining the cup. I am planning to take Sirius out to Godric's Hollow tomorrow afternoon. I believe Severus and I will be able to destroy it now that you have shown us the ropes." Harry nodded, still thinking about Voldemort's potential familiar. He surmised that she would have to be dealt with at the same time as Voldemort, seeing as she was nearly always with him or nearby. Then he remembered his shopping plans for that evening, and knew what he would be spending his afternoon doing. The Phoenix was going to have to be given a decent costume for his outing. Albus Dumbledore watched Harry Potter disappear through the fireplace in his office with a heavy heart. The last week or so had been one of, if not the, more trying periods of his long life. Severus Snape stood near the door, expecting to be asked to leave. Instead, Dumbledore waved him into the seat in front of his desk and summoned a glass of whiskey and 2 glasses. Having poured himself and his guest a drink, Dumbledore spoke. "So, Severus, what do you think?" Snape took a long sip and placed the crystal glass down on Dumbledore's desk. "I don't know, Headmaster, I just don't know. The boy has changed, I can see that much. When I, forgive me, tried to goad him during our duel, he didn't respond how I was supposed to. He even said some things that, his grip on the tumbler tightened imperceptibly, were very effective in making me act rashly. The boy has obviously seen and experienced combat. I am more afraid for his sanity. I haven't told him the extent of his magical growth, but it is frankly astronomical. He won't be magically gifted. No seer powers, no multiple animagus forms, but his raw power will be formidable. I can see him taking on Tom now and putting up a good fight once he has grown up a bit. What of the future he has experienced? Didn't he and the Dark Lord face each other then? He has talked very little about the 5 years he spent on the run. He preferred to talk about our quest for Horcruxes. From what I can gather, he used to be able to duel Tom effectively, but lacked the power to finish him off." Snape took another drink and sighed. "I hate to say it, but the boy is talented in terms of dueling. What worries me most is his infuriating impulsive streak combined with raw magical power and a liking to rule breaking. I understand your concerns, Severus. Harry seems to be unstable when it comes to violence. In fact, he seems to express a desire to hunt the Death Eaters personally. While this may benefit our cause, I dread to think of the spiritual toll it might take on him. I think we can save the psychoanalysis of the boy wonder until it is needed." Dumbledore laughed and refilled his glass. "Quite. Now, what have you heard of Tom's plans?" Snape rubbed his left arm unconsciously before replying. "The Dark Lord has reformed the Death Eaters, and showed most of them his displeasure at their apparent lack of effort when it came to looking for him. I was spared the most forceful punishments bar a legilimency scan, as I am, in with the old fool, as he put it." "I see. Are you sure you want to spy again for Severus?" Snape whitened slightly and squeezed his glass tightly. "Until the end, Headmaster. I just hope Potter, from the future or not, will be up to the task." "I can drink to that." Harry lay back on his bed, sweating slightly. He had spent the best part of an hour locked in Ron's bedroom carefully constructing a costume with the help of one of Bill's old rune books. He had taken an unobtrusive, pocket-sized rock from the Burrows garden and carved, with reference to the book, the runes of containment and releasing. From there he had created a hybrid of a transfiguration and a glamour, which could be stored and released from the stone with an activation word. The Weasleys had thought that he was in bed with a stomach ache, but he thought that this was a much better use of his time than having dinner with them. The spell work itself was 6th and 7th year material. The only thing he had needed help with was actually binding it to the rune stone, which thankfully Bill had studied as a curse breaker. When he had emerged from the flow just before lunch, he had arrived to see the Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, Ron, Fred, George and Percy sitting solemnly at the kitchen table. It had transpired that Mrs. Weasley had told them what she knew, as a member of the Order of Voldemort's rebirth. Harry had pretended that that was what Dumbledore wanted to talk about with him, and accepted their sympathy with good grace. Who were they to know that he was going to be blowing that very same Dark Lord to smithereens at the first opportunity? Their compassion felt almost alien to him. It had been a long time since he had had people care about him as opposed to hunt him. Thinking about it now brought a pang of guilt about how he had treated the Weasleys, stunning Ron although his friend hadn't known it and sneaking around behind their backs as he was now. That said, it was for their own good. No one but him was going to be hurt this time, and if the Weasleys thought they were going to protect him, they were sorely mistaken about who would be doing the protecting. Security at the burrow had been arranged to be upgraded the following morning, and Mrs. Weasley had forbidden Harry to go running alone. He had compromised by running around the burrow's garden a few times. It was the same distance and frankly a lot easier than the forest path. After a few more rounds of Quidditch, he had faked illness and gone to bed to create the costume. Mrs. Weasley was convinced he wasn't eating enough, which led to illness, or some such rubbish, but Harry had tried to ignore her comments. "Vestum," he muttered while grasping the warm stone in his hand. There was a brief flash of light which shone between his fingers and the transfigurations began. Harry's arms and legs made a grinding sound and lengthened slightly, making him a few inches taller. His clothes changed to become a tight-fitting dark red shirt and trouser combination. A cloak materialized around his shoulders. It was a lighter shade of red with a more prominent peaked hood than the previous costume, making Harry's shadow look similar to a bird. The trim of the cloak were dancing flames, and on the back a black phoenix emblem was emblazoned. He had tried to make himself look slightly more subdued and threatening this time round. Honestly, a cloak that looked like flames had just been plain stupid. His glasses were disillusioned at the end of the transformation, and magically affixed to his face. Wincing slightly from the transfigurations, which currently caused sharp stabbing pains in his limbs, Harry got up, looked in the mirror, and gave a twirl. His face was completely hidden in shadow, but he felt that something was missing. What if the hood fell down in a fight? He ended up adding a mask to the ensemble, not unlike the one from his Azkaban trip. It was, however, more of a bandana which encircled his nose and mouth. Then, with a tap of his wand, Harry cast a final glamour over his distinctive scar, covering it from view, and bound that final transfiguration to the stone. "Finite incantatem," he said, and the costume disappeared, leaving him as plain, short, 12-year-old Harry Potter. Albeit a Harry Potter with much less fat and slowly defining muscles. Even so, he couldn't wait for his early pubescence to kick in so that he could grow a bit. If he had it his way, he would keep the leg and arm transfigurations on permanently, but they could cause his limbs to deform once his real growth spurt kicked in. Now all he had to do was wait until after dinner to go and do his illicit shopping. In the locker room of Heathrow Airport's security, a man appeared. He was cloaked and hooded in a curious outfit, and had materialized out of thin air. Looking around furtively, the man took in his surroundings: a small, gray room with dark green lockers lining the walls and some glass cabinets at the back wall, containing firearms. The man looked up and saw a small camera situated directly above his head, looking over the room. He withdrew a short stick from his pocket and tapped himself once on the head with it, causing him to turn invisible to an extent. It was almost as though light bent around him. He swiftly crossed the deserted area to the glass cabinet and muttered a word, causing the cabinet to spring open. He carefully browsed the weaponry available and selected a small pistol before shutting the door, looking at the camera again, and vanishing, still invisible, into nothing. 4011, 4012, 4013. "All present," muttered Borgin of Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley. He was preparing to shut up shop for the night and had just finished emptying the day's takings into a grubby sack which would be sent to Gringotts the following day. His partner, Caractacus Burke, was currently abroad following up a rumor of a dark arts weapons cache which had been unearthed in the south of France, leaving Borgin managing the establishment on his own. As Borgin turned to lock the shop doors, the bell tinkled and someone entered the dingy shop. A stranger, by all accounts, wearing a red novelty cloak. He was wreathed in the shadow caused by the shop's poor lighting. Distinctly unimpressed, Borgin prepared to expel the man from his shop and get some shut-eye. It was nearly midnight and all he could think about was his bed upstairs. The street outside was deserted and Borgin couldn't think what anyone would want at this hour. "We're closed," he snapped at the man. The stranger cocked his head slightly and slowly withdrew a pouch from inside the cloak's pocket. Upon closer inspection the man seemed familiar. Realization struck him as the pouch was tossed onto the front counter. It was brimming with coins, magically enlarged on the inside. There had to be at least 10,000 galleons in the purse, enough to tide Borgin and Burke's over for a good few months. But Borgin had realized who this wealthy stranger was. He was that Phoenix fellow that had broken Black out of Azkaban. Criminal dealing was all good and well, but this man was actively hunted by the authorities. I need some special artifacts. That is just a small fraction of what I am prepared to pay, the Phoenix said in a gravely tone. Borgin strained subtly to see underneath the man's hood, but his face was concealed by a strip of cloth. All he could see were a pair of piercing green eyes. That depends on the kind of artifacts you want to see, Borgin replied, putting money before morals. I need a Muggle handgun enchanted, as well as some physical enhancement trinkets. And I want the best. Borgin scrutinized the man, and watched as he withdrew a small pistol and placed it onto the counter. He nodded, picking up the weapon, and then turned to look in the back of the shop, leaving the stranger to peruse the grisly items at the front of the store. Enchantment of Muggle weaponry was a niche market that the store dabbled in when needed. The enchantments put on such devices meant that magical forensics were often unable to trace a killing from them, although very few people sullied themselves with such methods. When they did sell, however, they sold well. He carefully picked up a small paintbrush and a tattered book from a pile in the corner of the shop and quickly thumbed through until he found the relevant page and started to paint invisible runes onto the firearm. Several minutes later, Borgin returned clasping the black pistol in his grubby hands. It looked fairly nondescript and was a weapon of choice for several Muggle security firms. A Muggle handgun, now spelled with accuracy, auto-replenishing ammunition and identity concealment charms. If you speak the trigger word here, he pointed at a small word he had inscribed on the butt of the pistol, it will stick to clothing, making it able to be hidden from security or holstered on any surface. It can also be shrunk using the standard shrinking spell. The Phoenix cocked his head again, as if examining the item. Excellent. Now, I need some artifacts which can enhance my strength and agility. Borgin frowned slightly. Items such as the ones the customer was requesting were very rare and considered dark, as they could cause the body irreparable damage if used incorrectly. But he, again, was tempted by the lure of the stranger's coin purse. Who cared if he ruptured his organs using the things? It wasn't like a wanted man could claim compensation. Borgin went into the back room once more and carefully selected a gilded box from among the myriad of items in the storage area. Once he had brought it to the front and opened it, he knew he was in the money. The Phoenix tensed slightly and stood up straighter. The man knew what he wanted when he saw it. There were 2 rings in the box, 2 of 5 Borgin and Burks possessed. The ones that Borgin had selected were strength and agility rings, forged by goblins and enchanted by dark wizards. The one on the left, he pointed at a silver band with intricate runic inscriptions, will increase the wearer's strength when the activation words, he pointed at a small scrap of parchment which the ring rested on, are spoken. Prolonged use, that is a few minutes or more at any one time, can result in severe muscle wastage or atrophy. The Phoenix raised an eyebrow under his hood, but nodded for Borgin to continue. The other, he indicated a golden band this time, with even more minute inscriptions, will cause the user to speed up, if you will. When activated, time will seem to pass more slowly, increasing the user's reaction times. You won't be able to dodge spells, but most things should be fine. You will also fall a lot faster when compared to people moving normally when this ring is worn. Again, speak the keyword to turn it on and off. However, I should warn you that if you use this ring for more than 30 seconds at a time, you will likely cause yourself to have a stroke or ruptured blood vessel. And don't use them together. I don't imagine that your body could take it. These artifacts are considered by certain circles to be dark, so I would be careful about whom you show them. Borgin named his price for the 3 items, which caused the Phoenix to sigh slightly and withdraw another money pouch to go with the first. Inside, Borgin was skipping with glee. Burke would have a heart attack when he came back and found the store residing in larger premises than when he left. "Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Borgin," said the Phoenix. "And I was never here." "Understood, sir. Have a pleasant evening." With that, the Phoenix shrunk his purchases, pocketed them, and walked out onto Nocturne Alley before apparating away, a smile on his face under the mask he wore. Harry stepped out of the shower and reached blindly for a towel, his vision obscured by thick steam. Finding one, He toweled off his hair and body and stood in front of the mirror to inspect himself thoroughly for the first time since he'd begun exercising. He had, unbelievably, grown an inch since then. He assumed that was a result of the core merging Dumbledore had talked about. Mrs. Weasley wouldn't stop talking about it, much to Harry's chagrin. Ron had been jealous, but Harry knew Ron would be taller than him eventually. He felt in decent shape, good in case of Death Eater attack. His hair was still as messy as ever, and was creeping towards his shoulders. Yet another thing Mrs. Weasley wouldn't stop commenting on. Harry turned away with a satisfied sigh and pulled on his clothes, another jeans t-shirt combination which he had yet to deviate from in his time at the Burrow. It was now the third week of the summer holidays, and Harry had been living in his new timeline for nearly a month. The previous week had had its ups and downs. Voldemort had won over a small clan of vampires, but the Order emissary had had a narrow escape from Death Eaters when he tried to approach the same vampires. On a more positive note, Harry and Remus were due to visit Sirius today, something which Remus was apparently very eager to do. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had been busy with Order duties, although all the children bar Harry had no idea what they were actually doing, and even then, Harry wasn't supposed to know. The Order hadn't really been doing that much other than surveillance of Death Eaters and searching for the Wand Horcrux. Dumbledore had been giving him daily updates using Fawkes, taking care to deliver only when there was no one in the room. Harry had yet to discover how Fawkes knew when Harry was alone, but he had chalked it up to an ability the magical bird possessed. Dumbledore had also been debating with him whether to tell the Weasleys of Sirius' innocence, as that was something only the higher-up Order members knew at present. Dumbledore had evaded the higher-ups' questions of the Phoenix's identity by claiming that the man had delivered Sirius in the dead of night and taken off before Dumbledore could verify his identity. McGonagall and Remus had their suspicions, namely that it had been Harry, but they had no proof, whereas Snape seemed to deny that a Potter could break into Azkaban. Finally, to Harry's delight, Dumbledore and Sirius had managed to search Godric's Hollow to recover the cup Horcrux which the Dark Lord had made Pettigrew hide there years beforehand. Dumbledore had quickly destroyed it afterwards with no ill effects. 4 down. Sirius was going to get a big hug from Harry for that. Today Harry was off to spend some quality time with Remus and, unbeknownst to the Weasleys, Sirius. He trooped down the stairs whistling merrily and feeling positive about his situation, despite Voldemort being back at large. His previous life had gone to hell, and he was happily absorbing everything pleasant about this one. As he entered the kitchen and greeted Mrs. Weasley cheerily, he played with one of the disillusioned rings on his right hand. He had decided to keep the rings on his person at all times and bind the gun into the rune stone he had made. It had taken him all week to perform that tricky bit of magic to bind a physical object, and he hadn't been helped by his need to do it all in secret. However, he now had an entire costume and set of weapons on hand when he needed it, as long as he was careful to carry the stone around with him wherever he went. Some might call it paranoid, but Harry had made a career out of being prepared. Moody would have been pleased. "I'm so glad you and Remus get to spend some time together, dear," said Mrs. Weasley as she set Harry's breakfast in front of him. "He's a good man, and I'm sure you two will have lots to talk about." "I'm sure we will," Harry replied absent-mindedly, picking up the morning's Prophet. It seemed that Dumbledore had finally announced Voldemort's return, and Fudge was doing his best to hush it up. Nothing Harry hadn't known already, and Fudge's response wouldn't exactly have been hard to predict. It seemed events in this timeline were running roughly parallel to the events of his fourth-year summer. "Morning," said Ginny, making him look up from the paper. He mumbled a response and shoved a whole slice of toast into his mouth, causing Ginny to wrinkle her nose in disgust. "Where are you going with Mr. Lupin today?" she asked. "I don't know," Harry lied. He knew full well where they were going, the Shrieking Shack. "What do you think you're going to do with him?" "I don't know. Talk, probably," Harry replied, tossing the paper aside in disgust and attacking his toast with renewed vigor. "I expect he has a lot to tell me about my parents. By the way, Mum says we're going to go to Diagon Alley next week to pick up some things and was wondering if you wanted to come." "Ron never does, but I thought you might," she said with a hopeful look on her face. Harry felt his neck grow hot. He'd never been able to deal with Ginny's crush on him, even if it was less obvious this time round. Why next week? What about when we get our school things? She wanted to get some new robes with the money you gave us and says you need some new clothes. Sure, I'll come along, Harry agreed, thinking that it was foolish for them to go out unprotected to somewhere like Diagon Alley, despite the risks of Ginny becoming clingy. Ginny flashed him a wide smile and busied herself with the cereals. Harry, Remus said jovially as Harry emerged from the fireplace into the headmaster's office. It was now early afternoon, and Harry had spent the morning preparing to meet his old friends again. When he had gone through the flow he had been uncharacteristically nervous. There was nothing like meeting a dead father figure that you busted out of prison to make you second-guess yourself. And he hadn't exactly had a while to get to know Remus again before he'd gone to live with the Weasleys in this timeline. "Hey, Remus," he replied, nodding at Dumbledore who was standing by the entrance to the office with a smile on his face. "Headmaster, I want to thank you for disposing of that Horcrux." "It was my pleasure, Harry, and I think Sirius did much more work than I. And it would also see that Minerva was correct. The magic you are using has adapted your body." Harry looked down at himself and nodded. "I've grown nearly an inch." "I can see that. You're nearly as tall as I am," said Remus, moving towards the study door. "Headmaster, I think we'll go straight there. Is there anything you want me to bring Sirius?" "I think seeing you is the best thing I would be able to bring him, Remus. And please, call me Albus." "Of course, Headmaster," Remus said cheekily, earning a chuckle from Harry. The pair of them bid Dumbledore goodbye and headed down the stairs and out of the school in companionable silence. As they crossed the grounds heading for the Whomping Willow, Remus struck up some conversation. "How are you settling in with the Weasleys?" "As well as can be expected, I think. I mean I hadn't seen any of them for nearly 5 years and I'd been flung through some sort of time portal, so I think I'm adjusting all right. The age difference can be a bit frustrating, but I'm coping." Remus laughed quietly and stuck his hands in the pockets of his slightly shabby robes. "You remind me of your father. He would have had the same outlook in your situation. Let me guess, but I have my mother's eyes. I suppose you've been told that one too many times." They had arrived at the Whomping Willow, which began to flail its limbs at the perceived threats. Remus lazily levitated a stick to press the knot on its trunk, freezing it. "Under the trunk there is a tunnel to the Shrieking Shack." "I know," Harry interrupted. "I supposed you had to go down it during your 3rd year on that mad adventure you told us about." Remus said, "I think I need to hear more about your life, Harry. You've already lived it once, and been around versions of Sirius and me. What were we like?" Harry ducked into the Whomping Willow's tunnel and thought for a moment. "You were, well, you at least, were like a father figure after Sirius died. It was dark then, people were dying and after Dumbledore was killed it all seemed hopeless. At the fall of Hogwarts I was so sure I was going to die, you know. I was so underprepared compared to what I could have been. When I was fighting Wormtail, I wasn't trying to be brave or heroic, I was just trying to survive. I was so scared, Remus. I knocked him over the parapet and then didn't know what to do then. People were fighting for their lives all around me, some of them fighting to explicitly protect me. But you were there, amidst all the chaos, you were there. With a portkey to safety, that was the last time I saw the other you, and I never really got to say goodbye to him." There was a long silence as they both walked, hunched over slightly, along the earthen tunnel. "I used to walk down here every month of my time at Hogwarts," said Remus finally, in a wistful voice. "Your father, Sirius and Peter, they put in so much effort to help me despite what I was. If I had the chance to give a little bit of the kindness they showed me back to you, I'm glad I did, Harry. What I wouldn't give to see James or Peter laughing or joking again. Even Wormtail. Wormtail and Peter are like 2 different people in my eyes. Peter was a bit inept sometimes, but he always had something to say and was excellent at working out escape routes. It would be easy to look back on our years at Hogwarts and say he was bad all along, but that simply isn't true. Wormtail is like his inner darkness, the one in all of us, like the wolf is for me. I'm not sad to say Peter was my friend, but I hate Wormtail with every fiber of my being, for what he did to us and what he did to Peter. Looking at it like that, I can see what you mean, Harry replied. He began to straighten up as they reached the end of the tunnel. Are you ready to see an old friend? I've always been ready. The pair of them entered the shrieking shack to find it startlingly different to when Harry had left Sirius there. The main difference was that the ever-present layer of dust was gone, and a lot of the damage Moony had caused while locked up years ago had been repaired. Harry and Remus went down the stairs, keeping an eye out for Sirius. When they entered the bedroom, which was now complete with a Hogwarts 4 poster, Remus was knocked to the floor by an enormous black dog, which enthusiastically licked his face and wagged its tail. Merlin, Padfoot, get off me you mongrel! Remus laughed, pushing at the bear-sized dog on his chest. Padfoot hopped off of his chest and transformed into Sirius, who was looking far healthier than he had when Harry had rescued him from Azkaban. His hair was now glossy and sleek as opposed to ragged and disheveled. Harry wondered how he had washed it. He was wearing simple black robes as opposed to Azkaban rags, and his face shone with boyish laughter. Moony, my God, you look old! Sirius cried, helping his old friend to his feet and embracing him in a hug. I've been in prison for 13 years and I've retained my devilishly handsome good looks. What the hell happened to you? Stress, old friend, stress. And I've had to deal with a whole lot of it since your godson arrived from the future and turned everything upside down. Sirius and Remus broke off their hug and turned to look at Harry, who was leaning on the doorframe and looking at them with raised eyebrows. Yes, he asked innocently. He broke me out of Azkaban, you know, said Sirius proudly. Harry rolled his eyes at Remus, shocked expression. Well done, Sirius, you've managed to tell someone else of my secret identity. Why don't you just tell the prophet about it? It was you, Remus said with a look of awe on his face. You broke into Azkaban Fortress. You're the Phoenix. Biggest and best prank ever, I reckon. Sirius barked, clapping a hand on Remus' shoulder. Come on, sit down you two. We have a lot to catch up on. Sirius conjured up some comfortable armchairs and they sat in the space in front of the magnificent 4 poster. With another flick of his wand, Sirius summoned a pitcher of water and a bottle of fire whiskey and set them on the bedside table, which was, like the rest of the room, gleaming with polish and free of any sort of dirt. Had the house elves bring it for me, he said with a wink as he uncorked the bottle. It's barely 2 o'clock, Sirius, Remus observed with a smile. And I assume Dumbledore managed to give you your old wand. Sirius nodded, fingering the instrument fondly. What about me? Harry said. Don't try to foist the water onto me. I'm 22 years old. And you have the body of a 12-year-old, which would pack up at the first hint of alcohol. Sirius shot back. Are you saying I'm a lightweight? I'm saying that you should take a moment to think about the consequences if Molly found out. The 3 men sat for a moment in silence, and shuddered in unison. Voldemort would be a piece of cake compared to that scenario. Sirius doled out a glass of fire whiskey for him and Remus, and gave a sullen Harry a glass of water. So, first things first, said Remus. Harry, you're the criminal who had the ministry in uproar. The photo was clearly of a man, not a 12-year-old. I'm almost 13, Harry mumbled under his breath, before replying. Watch this. Vestum. His pocket glowed white for a second, before Harry began to change. Within seconds the Phoenix sat in the cushy armchair, with a gun in a holster bulging at his hip inside his cloak. Beats the Marauder's map, I reckon, commented Sirius before knocking back the fire whiskey. Remus just shook his head and drank his drink more slowly. Harry cancelled the transformation and sat there, grinning. Not bad, Took me ages to tie that to this stone. He pulled the rock out of his pocket and showed them. You should be impressed, Remus, since I used some stuff you taught me to make it. Sirius choked slightly on his recently refilled glass. Remus was a teacher. I believe someone owes me a galleon from a little bet we made in 7th year. Remus frowned slightly. Apparently I taught Harry in his 3rd year before Severus let slip I was a werewolf. Didn't Harry tell you that when he broke you out? He gave me a short overview of what happened after his 4th year, and Dumbledore helped fill in most of the gaps, but he never mentioned that particular piece of information. Come on, Moony, pay up. Remus sighed, trying to keep the moral high ground, and pulled out his money bag. Harry frowned slightly, remembering how hard up Remus was. "Let me pay that for you, Remus. After all, it never really happened in this timeline." He pulled out his own coin purse, filled by Mr. Weasley when he had been at work, and pulled out a shining galleon for Sirius. Remus gave him a small nod of appreciation. "Moving on," said Sirius, "what about your Marauder nickname, Harry? We did give you one, right?" "Not really, seeing as the time for fun and games was largely over by the time we got to know each other. Making up nicknames kind of pales in comparison to Voldemort killing indiscriminately." "Fair enough, but we have time now. Do you have an animagus form yet?" "I've been told I can become one," mused Harry as he took a sip of water, "but I never really got round to it. I mean, it's a lot of work, isn't it? You have to meditate to find your form, and then there are the wandless transfiguring exercises. I just didn't have the time." "You don't have a form. We'll have to remedy that as soon as possible. Remus, you reckon Minnie would teach him?" Sirius asked. "I have no doubt Professor McGonagall would teach Harry if you didn't call her Minnie when asking her," Remus replied with a smile. "We'll need a name in the meantime." "Cub, Pronglet." Harry screwed up his face in disgust. "Pronglet. Real original there, Sirius. What would your son be, Padlet?" "It was just a suggestion. There's not much point in having a name if I'll have to change it when I find my form." "We'll have to come back to this line of thought later," Harry shrugged. "Getting back on topic," said Remus, "so you're telling me that you broke into Azkaban and freed Sirius? And Dumbledore let you?" "Let isn't the word I'd use," Harry began hesitantly as Sirius laughed at the guilty expression on his face. "Well, actually I completely disobeyed a direct order he had given me. What can I say? I didn't like the thought of my godfather rotting in prison." "I'll drink to that," said Sirius, downing yet another glass of fire whiskey. He blinked as he swallowed, but seemed to be displaying a surprising resistance to its effects. "Highly dangerous and illegal acts aside," Remus said, "what's your plan now? Voldemort is back, according to Dumbledore's source, and I assume you know that already." "Actually, I'm the source. I had a legilimentic response to the magic surrounding Voldemort's rebirth. We're connected through the scar he gave me." "So you definitely know he's back then. What do you think the Order should be doing?" Harry thought for a moment. "Well, there are guards in significant areas now, which is important. We're trying to raise awareness despite that fool Fudge stopping us, and we know what to look for with regards to Death Eater activity. I've also supplied all the names I know of Voldemort's inner circle, and we have a plan in place in case Azkaban is attacked. Dumbledore tells me Voldemort is recruiting again. The thugs and the lowlifes, all of them desperate to earn a bit of his respect and any rewards he will bestow upon them. Of course they're incredibly stupid for believing that, but who am I to stop them? At the rate he's going, Voldemort will end up with an army of morons. Strength in numbers though. The Order has a depressingly small amount of proficient duelers, even though we're bigger than last time," said Sirius morosely. "There's Kingsley, Tonks and the rest of the Aurors and Aurors in training, but a lot of the rest couldn't stand up to a Death Eater. You have me, and I reckon that evens the odds somewhat," Harry said flatly, without a trace of arrogance. "I'm more powerful than I was in the future. My body is already changing to accommodate that power. We also have the crucial element of surprise. Voldemort doesn't know we know that he's back. If the Order stays inconspicuous regarding its guarding of key locations, we should be fine until he attacks. I've asked Dumbledore to tell me as soon as he knows of an attack in progress, so I, or rather the Phoenix, can lend a hand." "You sound like you know what you're doing," Remus noted. "It was pretty much my life when we were on the run. I was the one who mentally checked what Voldemort was up to and provided the muscle when push came to shove. Ron was the tactician, and handy in a fight as well. Hermione was our knowledge base. She worked out where we were supposed to be looking." There was a brief silence as Harry thought about what he had lost in the future he had experienced. "So, Remus," said Sirius loudly, breaking the moment of reflection, "you should tell me about what you've been doing while I was in prison. Meet any birds?" "Mrs. Weasley, how are you this morning?" wheezed Tom, the barman of the Leaky Cauldron, as Harry stumbled through the flow with his typical lack of grace. The bar was just as he had remembered it, dingy and grubby with a slew of interesting customers. Ginny emerged behind him with considerably less stumbling and gave him a quick smile as they walked through the pub towards Diagon Alley. A week had passed since he had met with Sirius and Remus, and Harry had set off with Mrs. Weasley and Ginny to pick up some new clothes, and, more importantly, the new brooms he had promised to treat his friends with. Ron had been enthusiastic about the brooms but was told he had to stay and do his homework, which he had neglected to make a start on. Harry had also found out Hermione was coming to stay at the Burrow a week after his birthday. This was, he remembered with a grin, the day he had blown up Aunt Marge in the previous timeline. "I'm so glad you decided to come, Harry dear," said Mrs. Weasley. "We really do need to get you some new clothes. The ones your disgraceful relatives gave you are just appalling." "Sure thing, Mrs. Weasley, I'm glad you're here to help," Harry chuckled, causing Mrs. Weasley to go pink with pleasure and open up the alley portal. Harry just sniggered, causing Ginny to look at him and then blush when they made eye contact. Harry rolled his eyes when she looked away. Crushing girls irritated him, even now. Their first port of call was Gringotts, in which the goblins confirmed Harry's vault now had shared ownership with the Weasley one. When Mrs. Weasley had read precisely how much was in Harry's vault, she had had to sit down for a while, but ultimately they managed to withdraw a tidy sum of money with minimal fuss and move on into Madame Malkin's Muggle clothing section, where Harry was subjected to nearly 2 hours of what could only be described as torture. By the time they had chosen him everything from jeans to smart casual underwear, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon and they hadn't visited any of the other shops they needed to. Mrs. Weasley had also picked out a few robes for herself, Ginny and Mr. Weasley, to replace their aging pairs. The cashier had been happy to shrink the multitude of packages they had accrued, and they walked out into the afternoon sun with significantly lighter moneybags. As the threesome moved down the alley towards Quality Quidditch Supplies, dodging the bustling crowds, Harry caught sight of Tonks loitering in the shade of an apothecary, her hair a mundane brown. She noticed them and gave Mrs. Weasley a sharp nod. Harry realized she was probably on guard duty. Harry kept his head down. So far he hadn't been recognized, and he had been enjoying his shopping trip. All it took was for one person to say, "It's Harry Potter." And people would be all over him. Voldemort supporters included. "Good afternoon, and welcome to Quality Quidditch Supplies," said the shopkeeper, a friendly-looking plump gentleman with a gravity-defying handlebar mustache. "Looking for anything in particular?" Mrs. Weasley negotiated the purchase of 4 medium-range brooms while Ginny and Harry wandered around the store, testing quaffles and examining broom servicing kits, Harry keeping an eye out for trouble all the while. Mrs. Weasley was precise with what she wanted, a set of clean sweep 7s, so the transaction was finalized fairly quickly. The brooms were arranged to be delivered directly to the Burrow, and the 3 of them left the shop chatting happily and discussing where to go next, settling on Florine Fortescue's for a delicious snack. Harry moved aside to let an elderly wizard past and looked into the multitude of people, hastily flattening down his hair lest he be recognized, to see if there were any more order guards dotted around. He quickly spotted Tonks again, who had changed her hair to dirty in the time they were in the store, and also caught sight of dark-haired Hestia Jones, who was pretending to peruse the window of Flourish and Blots up ahead of them. He also noticed a group of wizards in black robes walk from an alleyway between Magical Menagerie and Flourish and Blots. There were 5 of them, and they looked unkempt and grubby, and carried themselves with an arrogant air. Harry would have said they were common thugs, but they seemed to be more insidious than that. He stopped dead in his tracks, ignoring the cursing of a witch who had walked right into him, and stared at the group. He saw one of them reach into the pockets of his robes, nod to the others, and pull out a distinctive white mask along with his wand. "Get down," Harry barked, grabbing Ginny and Mrs. Weasley by the back of their robes and pushing them to the ground with a surprising show of strength. His outburst turned a lot of heads, and the Death Eaters, now complete with faceless masks, noticed. Harry saw Tonks and Hestia draw their wands, just as the Death Eaters raised their wands at the nearest target, a group of giggling young witches, aged around 10 or 11. Confringo. One of the Death Eaters spat, the spell impacting on the cobbles behind the girls and causing a deafening explosion. The girls were sent sprawling, shards of stone slicing into the backs of their arms and necks. The alley froze for a split second, and then all hell broke loose. People began to scream and shove each other out of the way in a bid to get away from the Death Eaters. Mrs. Weasley got up and grabbed Ginny by the arm, hauling her to one side, and then turning back for Harry, who had been lost in the throng of panicking witches and wizards. He took advantage of this fact, running into the nearest deserted alleyway as the Order guards and the Death Eaters began to duel furiously in the middle of the road. "Vestum," Harry whispered, feeling the transformation into his alter ego wash over him. A long cloak fell around his ankles, thick boots clad his feet and gloves appeared on his hands, along with the rest of his costume. The Death Eaters wouldn't know what hit them. He strode out of the alleyway, to the shock of people fleeing nearby, and onto the alley itself. Most of the frightened shoppers had moved down the road to Gringotts and into other stores, leaving the battle zone clear and the alley essentially deserted. He looked down to see one of the girls from the first blast lying on her side, clutching her leg and wincing, no one having stopped to help her. She was the only person still nearby, besides the combatants. The Phoenix quickly crossed the alley and picked her up gently. He could hear the sounds of battle raging behind him, and hoped Tonks and Hestia could keep fighting until he could join in. You're the Phoenix," said the girl in a high-pitched tone, her blue eyes bulging in fright. "Got it in one. Now when I put you down, stay out of sight and try not to watch the fighting." "It could get messy," Harry replied from behind his bandana. He quickly jogged back to where he had transformed and deposited the girl there, checking to see if there was any serious injury other than the small cuts she had. Her leg was swelling painfully, but nothing was broken. Satisfied, Harry turned to the battle and broke into a run. Tonks was holding her own against 3 of the masked thugs. She looked like she was playing a game of high-speed tennis as her wand whipped from left to right, sending spells back to their casters in bursts of colored light and blocking the rest. She was on the defensive, unable to cast any spells at her laughing opponents while being forced to dodge and parry all of theirs. Hestia was faring very badly. She had a cut cheek and leg, and was barely holding up against the other 2. As Harry sprinted past Flourish and Blotz and took note of the faces of the people inside pressed against the glass, not willing to help but content to watch, he saw a ugly purple curse drop beneath her guard and strike her in the stomach, sending her sprawling. The Order member cracked her head on the alley pavement and was driven into unconsciousness. "Hestia!" Tonks cried, not able to reach her fallen comrade. The Death Eaters who had been dueling Hestia chuckled callously and turned to fight Tonks, woefully ignorant of the costumed man running towards them. "Hey!" Harry shouted, whispering the activation word for his speed-enhancing ring under his breath. He gasped in shock as the entire world appeared to slow down, spells becoming visible streaks of light as they bounced from person to person and the incantations becoming slow and deep. He hadn't tried the rings before, but Harry quickly collected himself as the 2 Death Eaters turned sluggishly to face him. He jumped and lashed out with his booted foot, deactivating the ring as he did so. The Death Eater just had time to blink in surprise before Harry's foot connected with his jaw, making a hideous crunching noise and sending him flying backwards. "What the F***," said his companion, turning his wand onto Harry. The Phoenix whipped out his gun, knocking his opponent's wand aside with his other hand in a practiced movement and bringing his weapon to bear. He fired 3 times, feeling the thrill of battle fill his body with a rush of adrenaline. The Death Eater's eyes widened behind his bone-white mask as the bullets thudded into his abdomen, and he fell down with a gasp and clutched at his stomach in agony. Harry then turned to the 3-on-1 duel next to him, which had begun to slow down upon his arrival. Tonks was sweating profusely, and the other Death Eaters were just beginning to understand what had happened to their fellows. Harry holstered his pistol with a deft movement and drew his wand, leveling it at the nearest Death Eater's head. "You picked the wrong day to attack, buddy." Plecto. He moved his wrist in a whip-like movement, the spell striking the Death Eater in the back and causing a crack to reverberate around the deserted alley. The Death Eater screamed in agony and dropped his wand, while Harry finished him off with a crimson stunner to the head. One of the remaining Death Eaters dueling Tonks turned to face Harry with a snarl, leaving her to deal with the leader of the group. "Who the F*** do you think you are?" The Death Eater growled, raising his wand. Your worst nightmare. Now, are you going to duel me or just stand there like AF********* ing pansy? The Phoenix shot back. The Death Eater's face twisted into a grimace of hate and he shot off a green curse at Harry, who deftly dodged it. Extorchaos, he snapped, pointing his wand at the Death Eater's left leg. The Death Eater threw up a shield however, and the spell burst onto it in a shower of fiery sparks and loud bang. Harry ducked the next curse sent at him, and fired another Extorchaos at his opponent. This time the spell hit the Death Eater's wrist on his non-wand hand, wrenching it back to an unnatural angle and causing a shard of bone to pierce the skin in a spray of blood and flesh. The Death Eater roared in pain, doubled over and clutched at his injured limb, leaving Harry open to kick him soundly in the face and send him sprawling onto the blood-stained cobblestones. The last Death Eater fell to the ground as Tonks finished off her opponent, sending him to the ground with a stunner. "Who the bloody hell are you?" she said breathlessly, training her wand on Harry and wiping her brow. "I'm the Phoenix, and those were Death Eaters," Harry said from behind his disguise. He heard a racking cough behind him, and whirled around to curse whatever made it. The Death Eater he had incapacitated first had recovered and was in the process of activating his portkey. Harry shot off a stunner but missed as the Death Eater vanished along with his companions, leaving only broken stones and blood stains behind. Harry swore viciously and disapparated before Tonks could try to detain him. With a muffled crack, Harry appeared in the alleyway where the Death Eaters had emerged from and swiftly removed his Phoenix costume. The alley then resounded with the popping sound that accompanied apparition as the Auror forces arrived on the scene, a squad of 5 spread out over the alley with their wands drawn. Harry stayed out of sight as he saw Tonks gesticulating wildly at the lead Auror, who he recognized as Dawlish. Hestia Jones was checked over by one of them and portkeyed away, presumably to St. Mungo's. Dawlish signaled to the members of his team and most of them disapparated away along with Tonks, leaving 2 of their number behind. A young man who looked brand new to the forces to repair the stonework and clean away the blood and a woman to go check over the young girl in the alleyway where Harry had left her. "The situation has been resolved," he called, magically amplifying his voice. "You may continue with your shopping. Anybody who is nursing injuries, please report to St. Mungo's for healing." With that, he went to help his companion portkey the injured girl away, leaving the alley in silence. Soon people began to trickle out of the shops where they had been hiding, and conversation struck back up again, terse and stilted. Harry stood with his back to the brick wall behind him, breathing heavily. He felt giddy from the battle, intoxicated with the power he had wielded. He hadn't been in a fight since he had had the Time Turner accident, and he felt good now that he had. His spells had had more of a kick behind them than before. He could feel the force he had been able to command, like a buzz at the base of his skull. He felt his heart rate returning to normal and his labored breathing slowed. Harry checked himself over to see if he was presentable, and then left the alleyway to look for Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. Keeping his scar carefully concealed to avoid attracting unwanted attention, he quickly picked out the 2 redheads in the crowd and made a beeline for them. Mrs. Weasley looked immensely relieved when she saw him, and quickly enveloped him in a hug. "Harry, there you are. My goodness, I was worried. Those men, they were Death Eaters." "I know. Maybe the Prophet will listen now," Harry said, entangling himself from Mrs. Weasley and checking to see they weren't being overheard. "I reckon we should leave, unless you need to get anything else." "No dear, no, let's head home." They set off down the alley in terse silence, mirroring the rest of the shaken populace. Out of the corner of his eye Harry spotted Rita Skeeter walking out of a shop and quickened his pace. No doubt the Daily Prophet would have a sensationalist story the next day. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.